Get the hell out of here. You're crazy.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but then when I started looking into it, you know, I was like, wow, that son of a bitch was right. You know what I mean?
Well,
you know?
that's the beautiful
That
thing.
was me.
It's
That was me, by the way, Davey. I don't know
That
if you
was
remember.
Hank. That was Hank, bro.
yeah.
Hank did
'Cause
this
you
same
said you got in a car accident or something, but me and I know you know Hebrew warrior Perry Perry. Yeah. And claim your inheritance. You probably don't like claims too much. But Hebrew's a good man. But yeah, me and Hebrew, we was telling you, bro, you weren't listening. You were concerned about the ladies like all young men are. But yeah, you didn't want to hear it at first.
No, I don't. What do you mean?
You got a gap in your memory, bro. Me and you've been on Hangouts for hours.
Yeah. No, I know, but I, I, I believed in the flat Earth for like years. So
Yeah, but he's saying you weren't worried about that. You're worried about the ladies.
no, this is
Like,
years ago.
friend.
No, that was years ago,
Yeah,
dude.
this was like 2016.
Yeah.
Like I met you in 2016, 2017 on Hangouts.
That was right. That was before, right.
And you was hanging out with what's her name, Maria, the Sicilian lady.
Yeah, all those. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was before my so-called awakening. I guess you could call it. I don't know.
All right, I'm at home. Y'all have a good night. Peace out.
But anyway. Yeah, man, you know. It's just you know, I'm just tired of talking to idiots, man. I guess it's exhausting. You know?
No, man, it ain't exhausting, man. Don't exhaust. You have to like rise above that, man. Be perseverance. Be the energy that they wish they could be, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
they don't have that energy that you and I have, man. They don't. And it's sad. It's a sad thing, man. But you can pull it out of them if they really want it, man. But if they don't want it, man, shit, that sucks.
Yeah.
But
hey, what's going on, everybody?
Sonny, bro, man, talk to me, man. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
don't let them exhaust you. Here's the thing.
Exactly.
They're the ones that need to be exhausting themselves to try to find their globe proof. So it's not up to us. Like, don't take on any of that burden. It's totally
yeah, but what if it's your own family? Like, what do you just
I know.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's your family or not.
Look, listen. It doesn't mean that it has to be a complete divide. That's going to be up to your own judgment. Like sometimes you just have to let things go because they are family. So I understand that, but there's also some people that are so obstinate and belligerent in their position that I cannot deal with them, and I won't speak to them anymore. And I'm not sad about that.
Really?
My own family. Yeah, I've had to cut my own family off. Yes, some of my own family.
We're not. Hey, we're not sad about that, man. That's you can't be sad about somebody that turns you off. Yeah, they turned you off. You didn't turn them off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm talking mental illness on it. Like, and they don't think they are. So try to get a narcissist to tell someone what their problems are. They don't have any. They think everybody else is a problem.
Hey, funny, man.
Yeah.
Every narcissist and fucking borderline personality person I've ever known is a fucking therapist.
I know. Exactly. It takes one to know. I'm
Those are
right
the
with you there, man.
those are the motherfuckers that really fuck with people's minds.
Look, I'm borderline as
They're
all get out,
they're
man. Telling you
fucked.
what. Most of the people that are like me, and if you like that, don't survive. So I'm glad to be here still.
Yeah,
I'm
me
a
too,
totally
man.
different person. I've been
Woo!
reborn in the
We're
flat
still
Earth.
here, baby.
I've
We're
been
still
reborn in
here,
the flat
man.
Earth. There's no need to exhaust anything. We got all the power.
Yes.
We got all the power of knowledge. That's more
Yep.
powerful than you think. Just hold on to
Yeah.
that power. Right along with it. Just
Yep.
continue to search for the
Exactly.
knowledge. That's what it's about. Not about if they go along with you or not. You might
That's
have to leave some people behind, but you're going to find other people that are truly your friends.
Yes. You're gonna
Yeah.
find some
Yes.
amazing people that will
Yeah.
enter your life, and you'll be like,
Yeah.
"What? What the fuck?" Yes, I love it.
Yes.
Embrace it, man. Enjoy it.
It's going to be the best time of your life, man.
Hey, man. I met Sonny here on this Discord, man. It's the best time of my life right here, man.
Yep. And we will get together.
We will.
I promise, man. I promise.
Guarantee. We're both
But I'm
so
just,
uh,
yeah, go ahead.
we can make this happen, bro.
Yeah. Do you
We're,
play any instrument?
we're gonna
Now, look,
jam together,
if you
man.
don't play an instrument, I don't care. But do you play any
I
instruments?
play, dude.
What do you play? What do you play?
I started
Oh,
out as a drummer,
okay.
but I can
Perfect.
play guitar.
Awesome.
You show me the
So,
chords, man.
so we should jam. We should jam together
We
sometime.
can jam, bro.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
there's a beautiful flat Earth thing happening on January 16th
Oh yeah. Where's
uh,
that?
in Orange County on the
Oh
beach.
yeah. Like
On
where?
the beach.
Which beach?
It's called Sunset Beach.
Is that right near Newport? Just north of Newport, between
It's north of Newport, north of Bolsa Chica, north of Huntington,
Huntington, north of Huntington.
north of Huntington, actually.
Okay.
It
Okay.
sounds like
Dude, we're honoring on the 16th. We're honoring a great flat earther called Sydney Silver.
What's his name? What's the name?
Her name is Sydney Silver.
I think I've heard of her.
Yes, you have.
She passed, huh?
She passed. Okay.
I heard that.
So on the 16th, we're honoring her at a beach house on the beach in the sand.
Dang, I should
oh,
go.
I wish I
And
could do that.
dude, Sonny,
Yeah.
I'll pay all your expenses.
No,
bro.
you won't. Listen, you won't need to. I can get there because I have a
Dude,
freaking
you tell
senior
me what?
discount.
I
No, I
want.
have I have a senior discount on transportation. I can get the
Okay.
Amtrak, take my bike with me.
No, dude.
My
I'll pick
power
you up
company.
at the train
Okay.
station. You can throw
Okay,
your
then I won't need the bike. Right on.
Oh,
no, bring the bike, but you
Bring the
know
bike.
if you want.
Okay. I think
But
I should. Yeah.
I'll
I
pick
would
you up,
love
man.
to
I
be
swear to
there.
God. If you
Uh,
come to on the 16th, man, it's a Sunday.
Ooh, hold on. Actually, that might be.
I know.
No, because it's this month. I've already spent my money this month. That's a problem. Yeah,
Dude,
so
Sonny,
it would have to
Sonny,
be next month.
for fuck's sake, Sonny, man.
Yeah.
I want, dude.
I'd love to go up there, man.
I want you there because you know Sydney Silver. Man. You know what she did to prove the flat Earth, man. I don't know.
I
She
probably
was
do.
out.
You know what? There's so many people. There's so many great people.
She was out. She was the one that started the salt and sea shed, bro.
Okay, yeah.
It was all her idea.
Awesome.
But
I know people that have been there to that one personally. One of the people that I met here actually, Tracy Van, but I haven't seen her. I don't know what's up. Some strange events happened. I don't know what's going on, but anyway, it all things
hey, man,
things kind of got weird with duck suits and shit. Like I don't know, that was bizarre. Anyway,
no, if you want to come down and meet some great flat earthers and hang out at Renee, I don't know if you know Renee, but Renee is um,
how many people are gonna be there?
I'd say upwards of 20. Upwards of 20. It could be 20. Yeah, but it's like I think it's like an 8 or 9 hour event, man. But anyway, it's just there to honor Sydney Silver, man. She went out with Jeranism on the beach in Monterey and shot a mere flash across. I think it was like 20, 25 miles, something like that. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely be there if I could get there, but I can't, obviously.
But where are you, man?
Well, you did that Orange County, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in California. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's California.
Yeah, I'm not getting there. I'm not getting there.
You're not coming, baby. It's all right, man.
There's no way I'm gonna get.
I would love to have Sonny there, man. I'll pay for the fucking trip, man. 100%.
Hey, if you pay for the trip, I'm there, buddy. Shit.
But Sonny's like a train ride to. So maybe a 2-hour train ride, something like that. But yeah, man, I don't know. They're getting all cucky, man. They want you to have like certain information if you're gonna get on the train or plane or fuck, man. Really? Those cocks, man. Those fucking cocks, man. Ah.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sonny, dude, I'm serious, man. If you hop a train, man, I'll pick you up. Hop a train. I'll pick you up.
You'll pick me up?
Yeah, I'll pick anybody up, man. I'll hop a train, man. Southern California, I'll pick you up, man. LA, doesn't matter.
Well, the problem is I gotta take a flight.
Don't do that.
Exactly. I gotta take the you know what.
I said to myself like a year ago, man, like I'm never flying in an airplane again. Man. I know this, unless.
Yeah.
So what's the deal with the Amtrak? With the train now?
I don't know, man.
Face diaper. It's only a face diaper to enter. Then they don't have enough time to look at everybody. So then after that, you just take the shit off.
Exactly.
Fuck them. So anyway.
Yeah,
bozos. Guess what I'm drink? Guess what I'm having? This is like a holiday drink. Check it out. You know how you make like a root beer float with ice cream and soda?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got Dr. Pepper and then rum ice cream. Rum ice cream.
Yeah.
And guess what I put in it? Cinnamon, what is it called again? Cinnamon whiskey. Fireball.
Fireball.
Fireball, baby.
Is it strong?
Fireball?
It's like a root beer float with Dr. Pepper and rum ice cream and fucking Fireball whiskey. It's delicious.
Fireball.
Dude, enjoy that.
Yeah, I don't like Fireball too much unless it's like mixed with like certain
Yeah, like this. It's like a cold root beer float, all kind of fizzy, with that cinnamon flavor.
Yeah. But Fireball alone is kind of nasty. I don't like it. I couldn't drink that straight.
Oh no, that stuff's great.
Hey, I want to
drink a big old shot of it. It makes your whole face go flush. You're like hot in the face. All of a sudden, that cinnamon is like boom. It's great, man. I tried it tonight. It was fantastic.
Dude, that's very exotic. Very, very exotic.
Yeah, like I hope my stomach doesn't get upset because this tastes so freaking good.
Drink it slow. Drink it slow, man.
Yeah, I'll put it down and smoke something.
There you go. Hey, speaking of smoking, man, there's some flat earthers out here that smoke the globe's ass every day. And we get to smoke the globe's ass every day. And I just want you guys to enjoy that you have put in some efforts to smoke the globe's ass, because it's funny at this point. To me, it's funny. Somebody just coming into this, maybe not so funny, but to me, I hope to you, Sonny, I hope to everyone else that it's funny that the globe's getting smoked every day in the bowl.
So check this out. So I had a chance to talk to a friend that used to be a roommate, right? And I haven't seen this person in about 4 years. So I flat smacked him in the very beginning, 2017. And I was a fucking fruit basket, a nutcase when I was telling people this stuff. I swear to God.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to talk to people about it.
We didn't know, man.
No, I was crazy. Every single conspiracy theory, I rattle it all, blah, 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 blah. They didn't know what to do with me. They're like, God, get some help or something's wrong with you. I was so excited, but listen, hold on. I was so excited.
Get some friends. Fuck.
Wait a second. I want to tell this part. So I was so excited because here's the reason why I was so excited. Because I thought people are gonna want to know this. I don't know why I saw it, and these other people saw it, but they're gonna have to know this. And maybe I'm the one that's supposed to tell them. I was a fucking. They looked at me so fucking weird. So now I'm like, I know how to just like, hey man, come on over. But I haven't seen you so long. Come over and have a drink, man. We'll just sit and smoke a joint. How's this sound? Bring your dog over. Have some water. Like, right. We'll have a drink, some soda, and some whiskey. I just bought this bottle, right? Like, to warm myself up, because it's fucking cold. Anyway, so yeah, I came over, and then now I just got a chance to go, here's the thing, like, me and my friends talk about this all the time, but, like, I told them my viewing of the moon last night, right before the new moon, it was a tiny little fucking sliver. 2.9%. It was less than 10% above, 10 degrees above the horizon. From 10 to about 5 degrees. It went all the way down in this little tiny sliver, orange fucking sliver. I never saw that ever before. So I talked to 3 couples that night that were walking up. They were looking at the water too. And I said, do you ever think about this, about water's nature? So this is how I talk to people now. And they stop and look inquisitive and they stop walking. I go, yeah. Do you think about how, like, see how when we look at this water and I look to the left, see how the water is ramping up and you're according to perspective of your eye and ramps up and goes up to the vanishing point, but it's all going further higher up as it goes out?
Yeah.
And they said, yeah.
Yeah.
They're like that. We agree. I agree with that. They both said, yeah. I go, yeah. You see that? And then right off in the distance, I put my hand and I go, look at that moon out there. I go, see that moon out there? None of that can happen on a spherical surface. Never see that. You never see that water ramping up. And they were all like, Then I did it to 2 more couples, like 2 other couples. But some of them were all masked up. So I'm like, I tell them, I told them too. I said, do you ever notice water's flat and horizontal? Think about that. Look at that moon over there. They turned around and looked too. And they were like, holy shit. That moon was incredible.
I love that awareness of your reality, right?
So my friend didn't have a chance tonight. He got flat smack hard. He didn't really know it because I know how to just smoothly with regular conversation. Like, yeah, what do you think about this? Like, what do you think about that? We were able to talk honestly with each other. None of any kind of ideology got in the way of our conversation, and therefore I had a very easy way to conversate with him on a just real plain level of speaking. Where like I'm like, yeah, a lot of my friends and stuff have gone out and done observations. There's been all these laser experiments, the militaries, the CIA, the NASA, the FAA, McDonnell Douglas, all using flat stationary Earth for their aircraft models of flight. He goes, really? I said, yeah.
Really?
I said
swear.
I said we use their own information as a hostile witness against them. And he
They-
goes, whoa, he was kind of stunned. So I had a different way of speaking to him. So then I go, and so what we found is, look, they told us the size. And I got to that later. I said, you know, that size is only 5 miles? Should be 16 feet of elevation drop. Right? Yeah. And 10 miles is 66 feet. So I put it in real terms. I go, at the beach there in Ocean Beach, here, where I live, you can look with binoculars up at Pacific Beach, and you can see waves breaking on the point 6 miles away. They should be 20 feet.
Sonny, you're an OB.
No, I'm in downtown San Diego. I'm 8 miles from OB. Yeah, I can ride my bike, but it's kind of a long ride. I mean, I can ride it. I have to make sure I have a full charge, then I can get there and back, no problem. Actually, I rode all the way to La Jolla and back when I first put my bike together. 15 miles each way. I rode 40 miles that day. I still had 60% charge, so I figured, and I was carrying 70 pounds of camping gear on my trailer. Badass.
What?
Yeah. Dude, I'm like a bike mechanic, like a fiend. Like, listen, I repacked the bearings on that rear wheel before I took that trip, and they've been repacked the whole time that I did it by hand and adjusted them by hand, because I'm like a mechanic. Like, I know how to do, I was a machinist. I know how to do precision and make sure things are torqued right. I like have a feel for it, like an artist in mechanics.
Hey, man.
So listen, I packed those bearings. Guess what? How much miles I put on that bicycle since I packed those bearings? 1,500 miles. 1,500 in 13 months.
Hey, man. I think it's the end of the world today.
Today, it could be. Maybe I should go back out. But anyway,
I want to predict the end of the world tomorrow because they're going to start the 5G tomorrow.
oh no, they're not. Who said?
I saw it on the internet. I saw it on the internet.
I saw it on the internet.
I saw it. I swear.
Bro,
It's gonna happen.
I'll go back out to the woods then. So nice and quiet out there. Anybody comes around, I'll pepper spray them first, and I'll shake their ass.
I hope you guys are having fun, man. 'Cause,
Okay.
hey,
Still
I
go
saw
out.
it on the interweb of the net inter thing we communicate with. It's amazing. I don't know how it's possible we can communicate like hundreds of miles apart. It's amazing.
I smoked some weed with my friend who doesn't smoke weed much. He took 3 hits. I played guitar. He had to close his eyes because he felt like he was on an acid trip with my music.
Yeah.
The sensory overload.
Well, you took him out of the Matrix for a minute, man. That's all. You know you did, man.
And played some harmonica. People like,
Yeah.
Your Sonny is so unusual. What the fuck? Where did he come
Hey.
from?
Welcome.
Well, I'm okay. I think I'm gonna go outside. And it's 1 o'clock, but I don't give a fuck. It's 1 o'clock. I really don't.
Fuck A.
I might
Go outside,
I
man.
should stop myself. I think I'm. All right, I'm not invincible. Maybe I should stay here and take a nice hot bath instead, and luxuriate while I'm drink my little.
Yes, Sonny.
Oh, that's so good. Holy shit. That's good.
Yes, Sonny.
Oh. That's like the best drink ever, man. It tastes like a cinnamon freaking smoothie, freaking ice cream sherbet, whatever, root beer float-ish. And it's like a gourmet drink, bro. This could become a habit. I gotta make sure that doesn't happen.
Hey, cheers, Sonny. Cheers, brother. Cheers.
I'm enjoying it. It's the coldest weather, huh? How's the weather? It's freezing, huh?
Well, for us, it's cold. Yeah, cold.
What is it? Oh, it's not that cold, huh? It's like, what, 50 degrees?
Yeah. But
47.
us Southern California bastards are such, like, liberal pricks.
Not me, man. Look,
They're freezing because it's below 50. Oh my God. I'm gonna fucking die.
I'm melting.
It's only 51 degrees. I'm gonna die. Fuck, man. We all have buddies that live in the fucking frozen tundra. Right? The frozen tundra of Michigan or Chicago, New York. It's fucked. Boston.
Freezing cold.
It's freezing balls cold.
Your balls retract.
Sonny and I out here fucking going, hey man, it's 51 degrees. I think I'm gonna die.
No, it's fine.
I'm just messing around, man. I'm just messing around, man.
I like it because all the pussies are at home. They're little babies. They got to well, and I go out and enjoy the outdoors by myself without a bunch of numpties in my fucking way.
Yep. Numpties.
Because they don't know how to dress here. They don't know how to dress in cold weather. As soon as it gets cold, I got the boots. I got the socks. The fucking several layers of pants. Fucking foul weather gear top, like weatherproof shit, so I'm not cold at all. Yeah. So I go riding around 20 miles an hour, speeding through the nighttime with free sidewalks and streets.
Hey, Sonny, you live in a horrible place called California. It's disgusting. They're just a bunch of liberal retards.
You know what?
And oh shit! 71% of California is like conservative.
Are they? Are they conservative cucks?
I don't know, man. There's a lot of conservatives here, man, where I live, man. I don't know. Orange County.
I don't know.
They love America, man. Love America.
I've always loved Orange County. Like, they got the best looking babes there for sure.
We call them bitches out here. Come on, Sonny.
Those bitches flaming hot.
Bitches. Woo. Some hot bitches.
Out there in the summer, they get that.
Yeah, it's horrible. Don't move here. Whatever you do, do not come to.
You're at the Martin Luther King breakfast or something. That smells like bacon.
How dare you? Don't come here.
That's
Do not.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
Do not come to Southern California. Do not.
Don't vacation here. It's a pit.
It's horrible. It's very expensive.
Go smell the nearest trucker's armpit. Yeah,
Dude, Sonny,
you'll have to decide.
Sonny, do you remember when like Newport Beach was like
beautiful,
the most expensive place to live in the world?
Yeah. What's it like now?
I think it's for like third.
Ghetto.
I think Newport Beach is like the third most expensive place to live in the world.
Ever, huh?
Yeah. It's ridiculous, bro. It's
Here,
it's ridiculous. If you had like 100 square foot apartment, it's like $3,000 a month. You
Listen,
know.
listen, that you think that's look right here on 6, right near the park, right across from the freaking Tweaker Park. There is penthouses starting at 1.5 million.
Yeah. Yep.
Who's buying that?
1.5. It's 1.5 million.
Maybe. Sorry.
Dude, it's somebody that works for Pfizer that makes some serious money, man. I don't know, man, but
Fuck.
it ain't fucking. It ain't you or I, man.
Man,
And
what a life.
what a
Let me
fucking life.
light this. Let me light this
I don't like that life though, dude.
Things are
I'd
just
rather have,
too
rather
weird.
have life, man. I'm just just enough to get along and get by right now, but I don't know about the future. I don't know. I do know about the past
You
because
know what? It doesn't matter that much. The future's not a thing. It's not really. Shouldn't affect
yeah,
you that
I-
much. Yeah.
but I do know about the past, and I've seen this cyclical situation happen before, man.
Yeah. Exactly.
We've in the 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever, man. I've seen it,
Yep.
and
I know what you're saying. I do. Like I said, what did I do with my lighter? Oh, here we go.
hey, one of the great things about California, man, is we know how to grow shit, bro.
Oh my gosh, just to see my little garden. Holy shit, it's
The
beautiful.
we can grow shit
Whoa,
in California.
stuff moves around in my room, man. I'm telling you. I don't know. That's kind of weird. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, let that go. But we can grow food in California, man. We can grow asparagus and broccoli and
I grow medicine.
lettuce and yeah.
My medicine's growing right now. It's
Thank
fucking.
you, California, for growing shit, man. Thank you.
I know. I wish I had 6 of these growing. Okay,
Ah,
hold on. I'm trying to calm down.
yes, calm down, man. Calm down. Man. You got this. You don't freak out. Don't
No,
freak.
I never freak out, but I can start accelerating. I start moving around at a rapid pace. It's really kind of.
That's called being anxious,
No,
right?
what it is
What?
hyperactive.
Oh, okay.
Hyperactivity.
What's the difference between anxious and hyper?
Uh,
Hmm.
anxious. It kind of implies that you're nervous about something.
Right.
I'm not nervous about anything.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yeah. I'm not afraid of anything.
Right.
I have a
That's
lot of
supposed.
I have a lot of freedom because I'm not afraid of things.
Hey, man, there's an asteroid gonna hit you in the head tomorrow.
Cool.
I want
I'm gonna go out early. I hope I catch it in time.
I want you to be very afraid.
Oh, shit.
Come on, man.
I'm having a good time.
Oh,
Life is really fun right now for me.
yeah, it is.
It is.
Damn, it's good. It's good, Sonny. Come on.
I feel better than I felt.
Good, man. It makes me bite my nails. Bite your nails and go,
Oh shit.
oh shit, this shit's so good. Damn, it's like eating fucking peanuts.
No,
Mm,
I don't
that's
need
so
to do
good,
that.
man.
I
Life
do
is so good. Dude, we are so crushing it and exploring
the
deep,
realities.
dark realities, man. It's beautiful.
The
Enjoy
dark
the
and light,
sunlight, Sonny. Enjoy the sunlight.
the dark and light realities of all of your minds.
But we're the ones that keep getting to like.
That
We're the ones that keep getting to shine the light, man.
pause. Shoot.
It's it sucks to be the light shiner sometimes. You know,
I know it does.
it
I know.
sucks.
You know, I always have to be so fucking bright. You know what my friend told me? He goes, that many years ago was like 7 years ago. He goes, you told me all these things, and he said, sooner or later things start happening. He goes, spotted here and there throughout the last few years. The things you said, a lot of that came true. And I said, you should see how I feel about it.
Yeah.
That I have to have these moments where I'm like, how many times do I got to be the one that's like, I fucking told y'all so. I told you so. I told you. I already told you this part. We're doing it again right now. We pretty
Hey,
much know. Like
there's
they don't
guys
believe
that
it last
make
time, so
songs
who
about
cares? Like they don't want to believe it now. Some of them are believing it. Like this person was listening to me really well this time, man. Let me tell you, he was. I captured his attention all right in a big way. So that's a flat smacking like people don't normally have a chance to get. You know?
Yep.
Just as friends sitting around drinking, talking, listening to music, and I played some music for them because I love performing. Oh, my lights went out, and I mean it's just I gotta turn the lights in the house out. The plants just told me so. Okay, night night.
All right.
I'm not leaving. I'm just turning lights off.
Sonny,
Yeah.
play us a song, man. I heard the guitar, man.
Oh, I could play something.
Or
I'll make something up interesting. I'm just trying to get situated because.
hey, Sonny, you ever heard of Zern music?
What? Zern.
Zern, yeah.
It sounds like something from
No?
the Fifth Element, the Zorg.
No, he did a song called Flat Earth Hero.
What? Really?
You ever hear that?
I might have. Did we play?
It's working class hero, kind of reworked as a flat Earth hero.
Shit! Don't worry about that. No big deal.
Anyway, great song and great flat Earth rendition.
Cool. I could dig it. I gotta cover it so I don't leak too much light. Never thought I'd have to worry about light that much leaking into my closet, but because I seem to be up more than the 18 hours that my plants are awake. Isn't that weird? On a regular basis. It's pretty trippy. Plants gotta go to sleep. I'm still awake.
Wake up, people. Wake up, man. Wake up. Wake the fuck up.
I want to make it interesting, so that sounds like a major key, but watch, I'm going to change it.
Just wake up, man. Wake up, people. got to wake up, man. Wake up. Wake up.
You never thought I'd go like I never thought I'd end up at that key in that key, but it like
No, that was wicked.
and do something like how'd you like that?
Yeah. Wake up, people. Wake up. Hey, man, there's a bunch of people that are sleeping.
Oh boy.
There's still a bunch of people that are sleeping. I don't know.
Sounds like you're speaking through a reverb system, bro.
I am.
Oh, you are. That's rad.
I'm going.
You should sing
Oh,
something.
I am talking to you
Oh shit.
My guitar is a little
from
loud.
heaven. No. Yeah, man. I was reverb. I cranked up the verb.
Take this one. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, I messed up. Here it is.
Telling you.
And it does it again. Oh, second part. Oh, this one's even harder. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, man.
Your classical lesson for the day. Not really. Have more classical. Let me get more finely tuned.
Play a tune and I'll sing a song about the flat Earth. How about that?
What do you want to hear?
Or whatever, play whatever, and I'll just go along with the thing.
Go, man. Go.
Okay. About the flat, and that's the facts. If you don't believe that, you need a baseball bat for the head. That's right. And my words are tight. I don't care.
Dramatic,
Just
sorry.
don't even dare. Got the guitar, just a star. If you think that we live on a spinning ball, because we're all moving parts.
There, that's better. Let me hear you sing.
Yeah, I'm trying to
I'm gonna
adapt to
turn my
that.
speaker up a little bit,
Okay.
so I can hear you better. Cause
Uh,
is my guitar too loud? Cause I can tone it down if it is.
a little bit, a tad bit.
Let me see if I can fix it.
Yeah, I just want to light up a cigarette.
I want to light up a joint. Well, that's probably too far. Oh, wait a sec. Tell me, is this better? Let me check my settings. One moment.
Crazy. I'm getting lazy. All right, let's do it. All right. Let's do it.
Okay, it was at 65%. Now it's at 50. Is that better?
Oh, you're too low. I can't hear your voice.
Okay, good. Okay, I'll fix it.
Oh no, you're good. Never mind. That was me. You're good.
How's that? Better?
Yeah,
Okay, how's the guitar?
good. Oh, well. Hear the guitar. That's right.
Any more draggy? Wait a minute, that's too slow. You need something faster for
I
this.
need something faster. I do. Yeah,
You
I
need
do.
something like funky. Like, listen, I can do this something like.
Yeah, it's too slow.
Like something trippy like that. Like funk.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe. Yeah.
Or do a parody of something like There is superstition. Stevie, do a Stevie Wonder and do flat earth words. Hold on. There is superstition. People think
There
we're
is superstition.
Use a pick. I'll thrash my fingers.
There you go. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. So the earth is flat, and that's how it is. And if you don't disagree, then stay out my biz. So listen up, because that's the truth. And I don't care. I'll beat you up in a phone booth. So listen up. Whatever, I don't care. Just don't even dare to disagree with me. The fucking DAV to the E. Why? That's right. Because I am right and you're wrong. I don't care because I'm just singing a song and singing along to the beat that he plays. Damn right. That's right. You're amazed because, um, hold on. I'm sorry. Man, that's good. Man. Singing along.
Oh, I get too fast for my own fingers. Fuck. It
I'm
was
used
fun.
to. The problem is I'm used to beats. It's hard with the guitar.
What's
Um,
that?
I'm used to like beats, like rap beats, but
I
I could. I
know, but
mean, I don't know.
look, you can pick out a rap beat in the music I'm playing. Actually, you can't look at that. Ticka, ticka, boom,
Yeah, yeah. Trying. Um,
boom, ticka, 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 ticka. Hold
boom,
on, fuck that. I can't do
boom,
it.
chicka, boom,
Boom,
boom. Uh,
hold on, I could do it on the back. I'll get it.
got the dog.
Yeah, it's the back of my
Boom,
guitar.
boom, boom, boom. Yes, indeed.
Just do something with that, man. See, and that's simple enough, right? Do, 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 do,
Du-
do,
du- du-
do,
du-
do,
du- du- du. Yeah,
and all I
yeah,
gotta
that's
do is
good,
play
man.
the
That's
front.
good. I like that. Yeah. Du- du- du. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Sing, listen, the earth is blind, not just glad, so how about that? How about that? I'm about to sing a song, I'm about to sing a song. So play the guitar, play the strings, and listen to anything. 'Cause I don't care, the earth is flat, it's not a ball, so how about that? About to fall, okay, yeah, and probably you are gay. Dun, 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 dun. Keep it going. Play the guitar, play the strings. That's right. I sing and I rap, I don't care. That's right. I'm gonna do it because my words are tight. I'm gonna do it when I keep singing. Like my phone keep ringing. Guitar. Play the guitar, play the lines of the song, play the song, play the song, play the bring it to the soul. Play the music. Play the music. Play the guitar, the plays the music. Not keep playing.
Oh, see, I want to do this harmonics where I go like, bam.
And
See, I'll nail it. Just takes me a while.
damn, you're pretty good, bro. All right. Yeah, we gotta nail this. Let's do it.
No one plays like me. All that shit that I do like that, it's all made up. But I use some of the famous jazz players for my riffs, actually.
Yeah, that sounds good, man. That sounds good.
See, it's like country and jazz and fucking rock mixed up all together. I'm a big old mess. I don't know if I'm country, rock, blues, what? Jazz. Think it's all the above.
Dun, dun, dun. The more I'm discord, and I'm bored, I'm drinking more. Be slow. Oh man.
Something traditional, I love that. Like, hear the different voices.
Yo, could you play any Sublime? Mm.
See all these little things I figured out. I learned how to play. I kind of did like I think. So you go.
Oh man.
Hold on, hold on. I get mixed up. Hold on a second.
Could you play any Sublime? Like Sublime,
Hold on. Here's what I was doing. I'm doing the turnaround in the E blues, so I'm going B. Here's the B7. So where I can go. Then go a half. All I'm doing is this like. Then you're an A again, right? So I'm doing this. I don't know.
yeah, that's like country right there.
It's like playing like Billy. What's his name?
Bob Dylan?
Bob Wills.
Oh, Bob Will.
Bob Wills. And I didn't study to like learn that. I just like figured it out. Where all the sevens fit together, so it's like.
Oh man.
So.
Yeah, if you
All the way down.
yeah, if you hit the right beat, I'll just start flowing, man. You know, it's all about the right beat. Yeah, that's awesome. That sounds great, man. Love that. This. We're on Discord at 4 in the morning. Not just 'cause I'm but drunk and I'm bored. And that's how it is. Yes, that's right. And I don't care what you say, my rhymes are tight. So keep on stringing the strings of the guitar, 'cause whatever you say, your thoughts are bizarre. And I don't care what you say, you think. 'Cause whatever you say, I'm gonna take another drink. Uh, I like my fucking steak, nice and pink in the middle. That's right. I'm playing a fiddle. Alright, okay. Keep going. I'm flowing just like a boat that keeps on rowing. Mm.
I totally fucked that up.
That's too slow. I'll give that.
Damn. That's funny. Isn't that weird? I discovered all this sounds like honky tonk on the guitar. Doesn't it? After a while, to me, I'm like, who's playing this shit? I don't know how that's coming out of me. I really don't. What the hell? My light.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. That sounds good though.
It's fun. It's a lot of fun because look, I grew up playing like rock and roll, mostly like blues, and then I learned bluegrass. I played with a banjo picker when I was like high school age for a couple of years, and I taught myself how to play classical. I was 17, I think, when I taught myself how to play classical and read music and shit.
Can you play like do you like Sublime? The
Yeah,
band
but all my
Sublime?
music takes an electric guitar. Now I can play all that stuff, but I have to have my rig set up. I have it all right here, but it's too late. It's 1:46. Holy shit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is late. Yeah.
At 1:46 a.m.
Hmm.
Again. I don't care. It's okay. I'm doing fine. I feel great. Uh, that feels good. Hope to have like a nice big bush. That's my Christmas tree. It's still growing. A nice big bush of like healthy, freaking fat buds.
Oh man, forget about it.
3 feet tall of yeah,
Yeah,
baby.
I'm actually getting some bud tomorrow. Can't wait.
Because I smoke it too fast, I have to produce my own somehow. And this plant was like literally only planted it on November 14th. It was just seedling, just coming up. 1 or 2 days old. November 14th. Now it's with the pot. It's almost 3 feet tall with the pot, but the plant itself is about 14 inches tall and 18 inches wide. It's wide. It's almost 20 inches wide. It's like fucking getting fat. Pretty soon it'll be 2 feet wide and 3 feet tall. It's gonna be badass. Anyway, cheers, everybody. Drinking some gourmet drink here. It's a Dr. Pepper float with rum, ice cream, and Fireball.
Yeah, it sounds good, man. Sounds good.
Well, it's cold as shit outside, and I live in a concrete building, so the concrete floors and walls on three sides, it cools down, and all the concrete cools down, so it could still be like air temperature 70 degrees, but it freaking still feels cold because the floors are cold. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the whole building cools down in the winter with the fucking wind blowing. Sometimes the wind's blowing, it's going whoosh, whoosh. Because I live on the 8th floor, so I'm like 80 feet off the street level, right? Approximately. Anyway, anybody come by with any globe proof lately? I haven't heard anybody challenging or presenting anything. Excuse me. I'm having a rough time, huh? Globbers care to, I know that Rogers here is probably going, wait till that goofy sunny dude goes away. So we can come in here and have some flat earth discussions. Never mind. Working all night listening. Oh, that's cool. Right on. What flat earth dude phased out? Lightweight. When's the moon come out again?
Alright. Man. Oh man. I just need the right beat, man. And I'm gonna start flowing like the fucking Mystic River. You got some guitar skills though. Real man. You could really play the guitar, dude.
This is my acoustic. I play it.
Yo, look, let me try to play me a beat with the guitar. Like yeah, something like that. Yeah. Okay. 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 Okay, keep it going, keep it going.
I want to try to bring in this little element with that. Like, you'll see.
Okay.
I'm trying to bring it in. It's not easy.
We're gonna get something going, trust me. That was good. That was a good beat.
I'll get it.
Yeah. Okay.
y'all for a loop. Take y'all on a fucking ride, huh? That's fun though. Remember the first one? We're back to it.
All right, man. Oh, I need a beat. All right. Okay. Dun, Wedding thoughts of the thing. Every night when I'm crossing it down, because I don't. I need like a Sublime type beat, man. Yo, yo.
Fucking up.
Okay.
Where's Enoch?
With the beat. Yo, can you... Crossing the thing, I'm not crossing
some weird, crazy cowboy, psychedelic cowboy music.
Cowboy psychedelic.
Sounds like this weird Beatles shit. Look, I learned how to do some really weird shit. Hold on, where did this come from?
Oh, so that top. That's nice. Right there. Alright.
Almost got. Oh, that's rad. Hold on, listen to this shit. Hold on.
Drop it.
Oh shit.
Oh, I just need a beat, man. I just need a beat.
Same thing. So I could do this. Okay, here we go. That's it.
Yeah, but it's hard. It's hard to sing to that. Like
That's right, bud.
like uh like Sublime. Like it takes her time when it's time to get ready. Always has her ways. Always leaves me waiting by the phone. Like there's a beat to that. You could like, could you play like that? You
Like
know what I
I
mean?
could
Like
play like all kinds
you
of
add,
so
like
some of those
just
I
add a
like
beat to it. There's got to be a beat, and I'll start flowing, man.
Okay, hold on, let me listen to it. What's the name of it again?
So, you never heard Sublime?
Yeah, I've heard of him. What song? I've played
Uh,
probably every song. I know how to play every song. I just have to know which one. I can listen to it for 15 seconds ago. Oh yeah, that one.
when it's
Okay,
time to get ready.
I'll be able to play it.
Always waiting by the phone. Um,
Sublime. I played. We used to play. I played in a band for a long time. We played some of Sublime songs.
yeah, that I can sing to or rap to. That like, 'cause that has a
Is
beat.
one of those like is one of the- hold on.
Um, get ready, get ready,
What's
Who
that?
told you you can? Yeah.
Get ready. What did you say?
get ready. Yeah, that I love that song.
Okay, let me look it up. The U a tube. Screw a U a tool.
No, that's a
Screw.
bass guitar, Davey. He doesn't
Let
have a
me see.
bass.
Yes, let me see. Probably is. I have a synthesizer pedal, but that's all like plugging in the electric, warming up the tube amps. My plants are going. What is this human doing? I thought it was nighttime. Hold on a second. Let me find it. Get ready by Sublime.
Get ready. I
I
know
know. I
what's
know it.
on.
It's just the only part that's boomer about me is I can't remember those like with lyrics. Okay, let's see here. That'd be helpful.
You're a little low too, son.
Okay, let me check my settings.
But it's pretty good on the guitar. So don't mess with any settings for playing. But when you're speaking, you're like it's like you're far away from the mic.
Wow, how's that?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. It's so weird how little tiny increments on this laptop speaker like totally fucks up. Okay, 1 second.
Get ready. I know what's on.
Get Ready's all about smoking weed. And I want to know if there's like
Get
I'm in the mood.
ready.
Get ready.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I could sing to a Sublime song easily. Or I could just do it a cappella.
No, see, I got it, man. You're
Along
gonna have
with my
accompaniment.
fella.
I got it. Watch. I got the whole song. Watch.
Vanilla. Like vanilla. Dun.
Let me get my Asha tray. The Asha tray off. Asha tray off? Did I tell you about the trip I took to Asha Trail? Hold on, where was that? Oh, mackerel. Perfect idea for joints where they never go out. They stay lit far longer by using a little part of a guitar string and creating with your little tip filter, creating a central air passage through your joint so it burns the whole time without runs. That's hilarious. Public service announcement. Okay.
Playing dolls with the band music. Okay. This is okay. Here's a beat. Okay. Closing the gun. Closing the gun. Okay. Okay. Again. Okay. There you go.
Right for a long time, right?
There you go. There you go. In my office again, just writing thoughts with a pen. You say there's a line, well, I'm crossing it then. Fuck it. I'm just so clever with things that I should be able to just write whatever I think. Like, if you're depressed, instead of a shrink, just talk to Jack Daniels, cause it's better to drink. Fuck it, get drunk, go to the mall in your town, just start walking around and just fall on the ground. Take an answer yourself, like you're asking for help. Who says it isn't fun just cause it's bad for your health? Rather part drunk, run rampant as well, than get locked up and just kick back and laugh in the cell. This weed or crack, time to blast or to tell. Shit, whatever, just take the hits, ask me the L. A word so hot, even glass will melt. I'll beat you with time style, whip your ass with a belt. Da-di-da-di-da. Hey, good news, folks. I'm back with the flow. I'm getting high when I fucking smoke a sack of the road. Drink a lot of vodka, then I'm hopping and whips. You think I'm hopping from doctor to doctor for scripts? Well, oh, you're right. Well, you guessed it. You called me red-handed. Now, what else do you suggest? That I'm a stalking wet-handed. Da-di-da-di-da-di-da. Do-da-da-da-da-da-da.
See, I could do my own version, but I'm tired of this acoustic. Holy crap. Where's your arm down? Plus I play for about 6 hours a day already today. I figured this whole song out and I never knew it on the guitar, but like check it out, see if you recognize it, I'm sure you will. How this Hold
Da,
on.
da, da,
I'm trying to get the first part on.
da, da.
Is it real? Escape from reality. I'm doing it at the wrong key. I fucked up. Hold on. Okay, I'll start from the piano part. Sorry, I messed up.
Like I'm missing the good. Oh. Wanna sing, wanna sing, wanna sing, wanna sing. I'm doing it wrong. Oh, dun, dun,
That E flat. Hold on, sorry. Doesn't really matter to me.
Okay.
Really? You guys aren't singing along?
I'll
Mama.
sing.
Pull the trigger.
And my lessons and forgot the dances. Okay. Oh, a little bit.
Oh, it does some weird chord changes. I don't know. I have to like. Hold on. Yeah, it's like an A flat major. B flat. The whole song's in B flat. That's some weird shit.
B flat major. Set up my pager.
Watch, in a couple of months I'll have it orchestrated. I'll be able to do all the things. Hold on. Hold on B flat.
Yeah, you can't see. I can't sing to that. I can't sing to
So I can't do it on the
that.
acoustic.
It sounds like from that movie Wanderlust with Paul Rudd.
My fingers hurt.
Yeah.
I'm trying to play things that you don't play on the acoustic. Silly me, I try to play it anyway. Oh boy. All right, what a great night. That was fun. 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, wow. I don't know, man. I seem to have like all this energy, bros. I try to put myself asleep and it just doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, me too. I'm the same way.
I could smoke the best fucking weed, indica, strongest shit. Like at first, when I first started smoking it, yeah, it knocks me out, but it still doesn't put me to sleep. I can still do everything. Clean my apartment. Keep myself clean. Ride my bike. Play the guitar. Do my gardening. Go outside. I spent 6 hours outside today. Most of it after sunset. Guess what I was doing? Take a wild guess. No one wants to guess. Okay.
What?
I would say, guess what I was doing for 6 hours when I was outside?
And gardening.
Doing what?
Gardening.
No, I do that inside in my apartment. No, what I do outside is I go ride my bike with all my gear strapped to my bike, and I go out to the woods and I put down my tarp, I put up my tent, I put my mattress, I blow up the mattress, I sit in my tent, close it up so it stays warm, sit out there in my tarp, start up my stove, put on a pot of water, and then when the water's hot, put in my little freeze-dried freaking soup. Tonight was creamy potato soup. Freeze-dried camping food, like emergency food. It's great shit, man. You put a third of a cup in a cup of water and stir it up. But anyway, I had like 2 or 3 servings. So I'm sitting there, I'm cooking the
Potato
soup.
leek?
The longer I cook it, you're sitting there. I'm sitting there outside in the cold, like I'm fully fucking dressed. And nobody is outside when it's this cold in California. No one's except me. So I have full reign. Literally, there's no one around, and I can enjoy it all myself. It's amazing. So I go out there and smoke my weed. So this time I go up there and I test all my equipment. So I set up my one-man tent. I lock my bike to a tree, completely hidden. Can't be seen, like especially at night. Like unless you have night vision like me. I can see in the dark. But anyway, I checked it. You couldn't see my whole thing. Anyway, set up my tent on the tarp. Set up my little tent. And eat my soup. Smoke my weed. Eat my soup. Keep on cooking it. Eat more than I think I should. Like, try to eat all of it. Trying to stuff myself full of food. It's so hard for me to eat. I don't know what it is, man. Sometimes I'm a full-on pig, and other times... Anyway, so I'm out in the woods. I got my knife. I got my pepper spray. I got like 3 jackets, freaking...
And 2 pints of food.
underwear, a couple of joints, a bunch of roaches. I hide them out there now.
Tell me, are you a pet fish too?
So look, listen, I go out there and have a full-on meal and then lay in my tent and relax, and it was fucking no noise. and I could see out the tent window, like I could see the stars out there, perfectly quiet and still. Cold as a motherfucker tonight for me. It felt cold out there, like near freezing. Like it depends on how long you're in those kind of temperatures, right? Like 47's not very cold just for 15 minutes, right? But what about for 2 hours and 47 degrees? It matters. It's exponentially, like it. That's exponential. You getting even chilled, frostbitten, like not frostbitten, but you getting the shivers, right? And then you start getting cramps in your muscles because you're too cold. So I get in my little tent and I'm fucking perfectly warm. Perfectly warm. Awesome stuff. Sit in there with my hot soup and eat my soup and smoke my weed in my tent. Nobody bothering me because they're a bunch of pussies. And I can ride out there on my bike, vroom. And then right away, vroom. Bye. It's fantastic. I have the best life ever. I'm gonna go back out there. I keep saying that. In the morning, I keep saying I'm gonna go out at sunrise. So, excuse me. So, any Globers that are experts in refraction want to come and discuss it with moi? I have a new argument about refraction. So if any Globers are listening,
If any Globers, yeah.
I'm
If any
sending
Globers are listening,
I'm sending out
any-
the welcome. Yeah, the welcome mat is out for any Globers that want to discuss the demise of the refraction debacle Glober argument for the spinning space monkey ball religion. Globers. No, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean that. Yeah, I did mean it. We do want to have the conversation, and I think it'd be worthwhile for both of us. Yeah, any of you that want to discuss this, because refraction is over. So cheers on that one. I made the argument, and I'm sticking to it. Anyone here hasn't heard it yet? No. Should I just go over it again? Okay, everybody's like, yeah, when have you ever shut the fuck up, Sonny? So just go ahead and say it. Nobody says anything. Fuck. I'm not a bully. Really, I'm the nicest person ever. Gosh, I think I have a bad reputation? I have a nasty reputation.
oh man, I wish someone would have the balls to fucking battle me in a freestyle.
Yeah, here you go. Here's the refraction argument. Here you go, folks. I'll give it to you again. So, so the ball has geometric constraints, right? Because of its physicality, geometrically speaking. Would you say that a ball has to have conform to a certain amount of altitude drop over a certain amount of distance? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, but I mean, you don't even have to Okay, yeah, all right. What were you gonna say?
It's okay. I just wanted you to make sure you're following along with what I'm saying. So it has geometric limits. They told us those limits, right? It's very simple. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to what? The apex. Now, so think about this. So what happens at the apex of this ball? At 1 foot, we know the horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles because everything drops off elevation after that, right? After that apex, that means After the apex, 5 miles is 16 feet of drop. Yes, everybody would agree to that. That's right. Thank you very much. So we know that 1.22, like at 1 foot observer height, the horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles. So everything that they are claiming with refraction has its limit at the geometric limit of their curved horizon. In the black swan, for instance, images and observation from the video, their refraction can only be have any effect up to 1.22 miles. They have a certain size ball. They can't claim anything about a horizon that is further out and higher up at all. Their entire refraction argument has to occur from the observer to whatever the geometric horizon is. In the black swan, yes, 1 foot. So they can't say anything about a horizon that's further back. It all has to happen right out just past the surfers in the freaking, I'll give you the timestamp. Right at about 2 minutes in the 9.41 black swan observation, that video. So go look at it yourself. You see the surfers? You see the horizon back behind the 9.41 habitat? Or is it Hill House? Whatever's the furthest one. Past that, the refraction argument doesn't apply. It cannot, because the ball has to drop off away after the apex, depending on what your observer height is. So if you're high enough that you can see 7.5 miles, anything that you're seeing beyond that, off limits to refraction. That's the end of my argument. Thanks. Feel free to share that. I'm sticking to it. If anyone has any questions, comments, just tell me I'm fucking wrong. Tell me I'm a fucking nutcase. You're out of your mind. Please do comment. DM me. Tell me if I am. I want to hear it. Because if I am, I'd be the first one to admit you're right. I'm wrong. So I want to hear any other comments. I could be totally out of my mind. Please let me know in DM. Thanks. Yeah, so I might not have figured out flat Earth until 2017, but at least now, when we start thinking, start using your senses, you start thinking of other things and how the ball is wrong. And there's another one for us. Like, I didn't know it was right in front of my face. They're claiming things that can't happen to a horizon that's on their ball because it drops away after the apex. Done. That's simple. For real, folks, think about it. Anybody contrary to that, anybody that can counter my argument, please. Any scientists in the room? I know there's some out there. Even QE. Tell me, QE, come in and tell me I'm wrong. If I am, I'd be the first one to tell you, man, you're absolutely fucking right, QE. So tell me if I'm wrong. Anybody in here, tell me if I'm wrong. How can they claim something that their ball drops away afterwards, bro? Think about it. That's where it stops. That's a full stop. Slam on the brakes. Fucking no ball after this point. Because it drops away. Their size ball, not us. Andrew Thomas Young. Fucking go. Talk to your fucking experts, you numpties. Jesus Christ. Come in and have the conversation. Look, I'm not really mean. I'm not at all. Actually, I'm a nice person. Just come in and have the conversation. That's all. Like,
Just
we
come
can have
in.
a civil conversation.
We welcome you with open arms.
We can talk about pink fucking elephants in other rooms here if you want to. I don't care. Like, we're all open. Listen, Chill VC, a VC we can go to. There's health and nutrition. You can talk about anything you want. Other things. Just Flat Earth is only for this channel. That's all. So
You know what? They're afraid. You know, they're too scared.
listen, we're trying to show them
You know?
like maybe they don't like the high, like maybe they think it's too high, too much tension in the live stream. So we're trying to open it up for people that are listening in live stream. There's benefits to this server. Listen, we have like over 15,000 members on the server, so they're not here for no reason. Like, sure, there's a bunch that are freaking many, could be hundreds of trolls. I'm sorry. No doubt there are with many sock accounts, but we want to talk about them because they're minuscule compared to the people that are on here that look at this information that we've gathered from A to Z. Listen, so there's plenty of voice channels. You don't have to be a freaking recluse and be like Howard Hughes with your nails growing long. Join the human race or whatever. We're not a race. Okay, never mind. Other created. There's actually Other VC. Look, there's another channel right here called Other VC. There's another voice channel. I just came upon it when I said other. I mean, come on. Like, really. Down at the bottom. Wait a minute. Did I see another one? Oh, the arena tag. The arena. Like, listen, we can go to only the arena. Like, we have many choices. Look, we can go to Chill VC. If you're a troll, we don't care. Honestly, we deal with them all, like, all the time. We're the best trolls that ever existed. Right here. Us. Me being one of them. Like, it's pretty hard to troll the best trolls. Like, how do you control the best troll? Sorry, you didn't know it was a Sunny show. I didn't either. It's just spontaneous.
Spontaneous.
I'll stop because going on too long here. It sounds ridiculous.
The earth is flat, and that's a fact. And I'm about to drink a beer with a shot of Jack.
We got Dr. Pepper and Fireball.
Fireball, and that is all. And that's my call.
How's it going? Darfo dude. You send me a little hi.
Fireball, cinnamon.
Hey, Darfo dude, why did you send me a DM and you're not in the live stream?
Again,
Where you at, bro? You got a Santa out. You got a Santa.
He's a weirdo.
Weirdo. Well, I won't block you yet. There you go. I'll give you a wave. Hi.
He's a mega.
Mega weird. Mega weirdo. So at 2:30.
Oscar Mayer.
2:31 a.m. That's a weird number. On 1/5 at 2:31. Some weird shit. So where's the moon right now, Glovers? Anybody? Any of you know? Where's the moon right now?
The moon is just flat disc.
No one can see it anywhere on Earth right now. Can't be seen anywhere on Earth right now. Think about that. Where'd it go?
People think, you know,
Watch. Look, I'll put it in any fucking place. Hold on. I got time and date up right here. Okay.
Yeah, it's just funny because people are so stupid.
Yeah.
They watch TV and they show them a bowl of Swiss cheese and they think, oh, that's the moon? Wow. That's how stupid people are.
Well, they're more stupid than you would ever believe. It's shockingly
A
crazy.
fucking bowl of it looks like a bowl of Swiss cheese.
You know what I
That's
noticed?
the moon, really?
Yeah, like when you look now, like there's porn everywhere. Like where are all these people coming? It's so weird to like. Not that I'm like looking at porn. I mean, like I will look at it for a second, but I mean, they have all this time to do that. Wait a second.
It just, you know, I mean,
Waste
I don't know, man.
Shit, man. Like, They're not looking around them. Like I had this amazing moment where I saw the moon and like I never saw before, ever like a one-time moment. Oh, holy shit. Okay, so it's 10% now. What the how could it be? It's gotten larger, but it's set. What the it's at 76 degrees below my visible horizon. So it's at north. Oh, it's traveling around. So it traveled around to direct north right now. At 10 degrees. Oh, so it's coming around. The next time it comes up, it'll be bigger. I got it. Whoa, what a weird thing the moon is. Okay, so it's getting larger, so it's not the new moon. My mistake. I thought it was the new moon.
It's getting closer. It's getting closer.
It's getting.
You said it's getting larger, right? That means it's getting closer.
Oh, so check it out. When was the moon set tonight? I missed it. It was another sliver, but a larger one. Shit, I wish I hadn't missed that. Is it earlier now? How weird. What a weird thing it is. Wait a minute. On the third. On the 5th. Hold on. We're on the 5th, so.
It takes her time, but it's time to get
Hold on,
ready.
I gotta think about this because hold on, wait a second.
Always
No, go
has
ahead and
to
talk about
vary.
None of my business. It's the 5th. Wait a minute. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around this.
Always leaves me waiting by the phone.
So it was the 3rd that I saw it setting at 6:08 p.m. Yeah, so it was dark and it was after 5 p.m. Then it came up at 8:53. Set at 7:20. Oh, so the 5th tonight it's set at 8:29. So later and later. Okay, it's getting bigger and bigger. Okay, got it. It's gonna rise again at 9:35 on the 6th. Okay, coming around its circuit. Coming around. The moon's coming around. Over the top of all of us. So let's see what direction. It's just about directly north for me. 10% waxing crescent. 10% is the lit, illuminated portion. Which, by the way, is equally illuminated, which can fucking happen if it's a reflection. But I digress. Okay, let's go to another location. Why don't we go to, let's say, zip code over in the East Coast. How about further away? How about to London, England? And we go all the way to London. See what time the moon rises over there, where the Queen resides. Oh, 10%. Hold on. London, England. Here we go. Oh, right now it's coming up at 0.72 degrees above the visible horizon in London at 10%, which it will be here later on for me. For them it's east-southeast, barely on the visible horizon. They can't see it yet. Because look, wait a minute, it's fucking coming up. What time of day is it over there?
It takes her
10:37
time.
a.m. 10:37 a.m.
Oh, it's 5:37.
In Britain, London, it's 5:37 in Britain. No, it's saying it's 10:37 a.m. in London right now. The moon direction is at 123.63 east-southeast. Moon altitude 0.83 degrees. I won't even read the distance because it ain't no 200 and some million, thousands of miles, 200,000 miles away, you numpties. Next full moon, January 17th. Wait a minute. Flat Earth Dude, what time is the thing on the 15th? Shit, if I could ride all the way there, I would, man. How far is it? Fuck. Honestly, I almost could. If I had enough battery power. Shoot. Can't wait until I'm unlimited. I just need a car. Next year, actually next year I'll have. Or a Harley.
You know what? I'm gonna write a song, man. That didn't. You know, we got to get that right. We got to get that right. I
Wait,
feel.
wait a minute. Are you living in London? No. No, you're not. Where? Okay, what part area? Just general vicinity. So your general area is where? And we're not trying to dox you. I'm just trying to like find out where your moon is at. So you live in the Midwest, the East Coast, the freaking Caribbean, South America. Where are you living? Like the Saudi. The Emirates, freaking Dubai.
Yeah, listen. You write. Listen. I'll write the lyrics. You you play the guitar.
See, I'm trying to perfect this. That's really
Yeah,
hard with the
perfect it.
fingers, man. It's like really hard. Then you end up doing like. Now I'm sliding with two strings, separated by one in the middle, where I'm damping the ones on the outside, clicking them with my.
Yeah, just
thumb.
try to add a beat to it. So, you know, 'cause it's hard to sing. You know.
Okay, I'll get it. Like. Yeah, see. See, I have this old feeling to like music comes through me that sounds like it's from the big band era, like in 30s and 40s, and fucking flapper music and shit, honky tonk bars. Like that's what comes out of me and my guitar, and I don't know where it comes from, man. It's so weird. It's
Listen,
the
you got
strangest thing in real life that I've ever experienced. This music comes out that feels like it's a world music. All the world's music. I'm going, what the
listen,
fuck? Yeah, I played. Listen, I spent many lonely nights, many decades of them. Just me and my guitar, where I had fucking nobody around. Like, I had spent many times being alone. I always had the guitar. So I learned how to, like, now I try to please myself and make myself feel better and heal. Like, it has funny characters to the sounds, so I like funny sounds. Like, see, you can put that. Wait a minute, hold on.
There you go. There you go.
Hold on, I'll get it better. Hold on.
Yeah, you got the guitar skills. I got the poetry skills. So we got.
What's
You know
that?
what I mean?
Huh?
You're the guitarist. I'm the poet. So
Oh, yeah, I've yet to see that.
we got the skills. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
See, I like doing warbly sounds. That's all my fingers sliding back all half a step and shit, like with a whole bar chord. So I like making it sound like weird shit, like where you go. Tuning break. We'll get it back on any moment here. Those two, listen. They have two different characters. Wow, competing voices. What a trip, bro. What were we doing? Oh, yeah, hold on. I was doing something really good.
Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Remember. Yeah, that's better. Because then. Wow, cantankerous bitch. Stop.
With your good.
See,
It's hard to sing to.
see, I could teach music, and what I would teach is there's no wrong note, man. I play all kinds of wrong notes, and I pull them together every time. Like, I don't care where it is, I figured it out. There's a key to it. So, like, it depends on which direction you're going. So if it changes direction in midstream and just go back the other way, it's like so I can go. So that's just E and D, but I'm doing like octaves. So if I go half a step. It's so weird shit, man. Anyway, sorry.
Hey, listen, I used to play the piano, so I mean, I know a lot about music. I played the violin when I was in high school.
Yeah,
Um,
I just have an unorthodox way of playing because I don't care. I just have a reckless abandon. I don't give a fuck. So I play all kinds of shit. Like I just, cause it sounds like something. It sounds like me playing on my slide. So if I just figure out the key center, the tonal centers where I'm like in the key I'm playing, then as long as I nail that, sometimes I found out that it doesn't even matter. So like I can. It sounds like a Beatles tune. See, if you didn't know what ride I was taking you on, you're just going along for the ride with those tones. Right? So then if I just do something. Then you would know if I went to B flat all of a sudden what that was on. It's fucking shit. Doing all these major things is just weird. And then you can get all weepy and stuff and do some. Right.
dun, 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 dun. Sing a song, the soul is on. It's like an opening jar.
You can make it your own. You can make that song your own.
With my boys tonight, and I'm on this squad. There you go.
Sorry, I'm so sloppy. What the fuck? It's embarrassing. Wait a minute. I know I can do it. Oh, that was good. Thanks. I don't know. It's kind of meandering. But I got a song I could sing if you don't mind listening. I don't know. I hope I don't fuck it up too bad. Because I'm a little bit. Well, I don't know what you call it. It's red. Sorry, is that too loud? That sounds a little weird for some of you. For some of you city folk, it might not sound all that refined or nothing like that. Ain't nothing fancy. I'm really just a country boy at heart. Yeah. That's right. I remember riding out on the plains before the freeways on the plateaus and plains, riding on the horses.
Hey, listen, that sounded good, man.
I'm saving the best for last. Thank you. I'm just having a little smoke and a little drink. But one of my favorite songs, well, it didn't used to be, but wait a minute, I better put this harmonica on while I'm at it. It might be a little loud. I better put this. I better put my.
I need a fucking bullhead.
What's that? What's going what's going down in everybody else's neck of the woods?
Oof. Oofies.
I don't care. So let me see. This one was in.
She takes her time when it's time to get ready.
Hold on. Let me find my A harp.
Always has her way.
One moment. I'm gonna find my A harp and I'm gonna play a song. What did I do with that? There we are. I was playing the D harp earlier, which sounded badass. Wow. Hold on, I think I'm gonna take another shot. One moment.
But I'm just too proud to moan. Baby, won't you please come home?
This stuff's hard.
Baby, won't you please come home?
Oh, that's weird. Oh my
Baby,
god.
won't you please come home?
Have you guys had any of this before?
Dun, 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 dun.
Cinnamon whiskey? I'm gonna have me a shot.
Cinnamon, I can't. I don't know. Cinnamon is just disgusting
Oh my
when,
god, I love
to
it.
me.
Holy
I
shit.
can't drink cinnamon.
Are you
I
kidding
don't
me?
know.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's too sweet. It's too
I
sugary,
gotta,
you know.
I gotta have it in my coffee every
It's too
day.
sugary for me.
It's good for you, actually.
Um,
Okay, 1 second. Oh boy, I need water after that shit. What the hell? Oh, damn. Okay, I'm determined to finish this shot. Ah. Oh yeah. Okay, whoa. Okay, I'm better now. Feels good. That's why I got it to warm me up. It's all cold and shit. It's not cold as I'm used to. Okay, wait a second. That must be. Oh, someone play. I need to.
stolen from an African land, chased out with a knife. The face like Bob Marley and the mouth like a motorbike. Oh well, the bars are always open, and the time is always right. And if God's good word goes unspoken, and the music goes all night and it goes. I'm on a rubber, I can't find the time. Can't find the rhyme, and I gotta find the rhyme.
I'll get this right.
Fucking love Sublime.
This one? G? No, it needs to be a cross harp, so it's gotta be a C, I think. Maybe. Let me see. I think that's the one. It's gotta have a minor sound to it. Ugh.
After three.
Alright, I'll put my guitar strap on. Sound check.
Oh god, my back.
Hey.
Oh.
Oh shit. The harrowing adventure of having to tune the guitar to the harp. In a really cold concrete room. No, I'm not in jail. Or in prison. I'm in my own place. But fuck you anyway. Did I say that out loud? Sorry.
Yes, you did.
Oh, this one's wretched. But I'll get it. Watch this. Oh, two-handed tuning. Whoa, what a temperamental guitar. Whoa. It's like a
Yep.
like
Sonny's mic is shit. That's why we get a nice little crackle, crackle, crackle.
when I get it right though, it's gonna be. What'd you say?
Instead, your microphone's fucked up right now. That's why we get a little crackle, crackle, crackle.
Okay, hold on. I'll try to fix that. One
It's like
moment.
static.
Yeah, I don't have any fans going, so
No, not wind, but static.
let me check. Hold on. Now tell me, is it any better like that? Like
You can still hear the crackling, but it's just part of the mic, man. It's just because your mic's broken.
no, it's a laptop. So you're hearing the fan.
No, what I'm hearing is the jacks. So, like, twist the jack a little bit. If you don't have that, then if it's like one that's hooked into the microphone, then
Listen,
or
it's an
hooked into the laptop. Yeah,
listen, it's an internal laptop mic.
yeah.
I don't have my good mic that got broken, so I'm waiting for a cord for it. So this is my laptop mic. So it's bad, yeah. So
Don't trip over the microphone this time. Damn it.
someone else knocked it over for me the last time. That was the last straw. I'll wait till the fan stops on. I have my heater on. Hold on. I just want to check something while the heater's on. It's the wrong part. Hold on. I know I did this one before too, and I can't remember which one it is. Oh, which one are you? Maybe. Let me see. Yeah, you wonder. I detuned my E string after all that tuning, but it's okay. Okay, I think I got it. Wait a minute, hold on. Let's see, what does this do? Okay, I think I got it. You wouldn't believe it, but that was me figuring out what I'm gonna do. I hope I don't forget. Okay, hold on. Whoa. Oh, okay. Ugh. Alright. Here we go. Wrong side. Now, here we go. Here we go. Oh my breath, shit. Catching in the riding. How did that go again? I got to ride. I got to ride to keep from.
Dun, dun,
Wait a minute, let me do
dun,
it.
dun, dun,
I'm all fucking buzzed right now.
dun, dun, dun.
I'm really emotional. I I could do a higher low. I'll do it low. I got to ride to keep from hiding.
Got to run.
All right.
Pitch is a little off, but okay. It's all right.
Let's see.
Yeah. I got to run. Keep on running.
It's a midnight rider.
Keep on running.
I'm not gonna let 'em
There you
get
go.
on. Not gonna let 'em get to midnight.
You gotta get the pitch right. It's
See,
all about the pitch.
I can sing it just like Twain Almond. When I get in the
I
mood,
got the run. You gotta get the pitch right. It's all about the pitch.
it is. It's really
All
high.
about the pitch, baby.
I can do it. I can do it in D.
All right, let's hear it.
With
Go
the
ahead.
harmony.
All right.
Because I was doing it before. It's just really hard and it fucking tears me up.
Well,
inside.
listen, practice makes perfect, right?
I can do
Practice makes perfect.
it. Perfect. No, practice makes progress. How you
Practice
like
makes
that?
perfect, bro.
Okay, when I sing, I'm going to do a simpler version. So, hold on. Wait a minute, I got to.
Nah, that was off. That was off. That was off.
I gotta stand up. Hold on. I can do it, man. Listen.
I got the rock, keep on rocking.
Terrible.
There you go. Just like that.
Keep
Yup.
on
So. I got keep on rocking. I got the rock. That's the pitch right there. The rock.
Well, I'm past the point of caring. Some old bed, I'll shoot. Fuck no, fuck no. Some old bed, I'm past the point of caring about some old bed I'll soon be sharing. I got one more sitting shoulder. Don't let 'em catch me, no. Don't let 'em catch me, midnight rider.
Dun, 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 dun.
How you like them apples? a lot of fun, man. I feel like I like have my own radio show. That's great. It's hilarious. The things have come full circle, and that you could pretty much do anything you want to do. Like fucking, who would have thunk it? Come on, man. Listen, there's all these people on the server, and everybody's fucking quiet. What the hell? Jesus. Yeah, I said the word. Okay. Anyway, someone come in and reprimand me for using the J word. Like, anything. Come on. Maybe I should go down to biblicals. Down there. I think I will. Go disrupt there a little. Shit. They need me. I should take another shot. Go into biblical. Fuck it. You know, that's funny. People, you know, people say things to me, oh, you've been drinking. You know what? I never fucking drink. And listen, I'm as rock steady as anybody you ever known. Like, literally. I could walk a straight line. Like, almost on my tippy toes. Like, are you kidding me? I could fucking... Dude, I could do the fucking moonwalk backward. What are you talking about? So what's that? Hold on. Let me see. You know anyone else over 60 that can do the Running Man? But fuck you all. Anyway, you don't have a thing to worry about because you're all welcome over at my place. Come over and have some lemonade. Yep, that's what I say. I'll make you some moonshine. Shit, pretty soon. Hell yeah. Oh no, they're talking about moonshine, that devil juice. Oh shit, what are they gonna do? Run dune buggies with it? That's right, Grandma. Badass motherfucking dune buggy. Oh shit, I'm funny. I'm a funny fucker. Listen, get my hands on a dune buggy and a Volkswagen motor. I'll turn that into a sand monster where I could go anywhere. Fuck the streets. Sand is okay. How about over barbed wire fences? Yeah. Fuck. That's what I want. And a couple of pistols. I'll be just fine. Don't worry about me at all. Oh shit. I know I have an open mic. But unless you guys speak, then it's fair game, right? Man, what's up with you guys? Okay, I'm gonna just close my mic. I'm listening. Let's wait until the conversation comes up. It's time to go outside. Sunrise pretty soon. That's what I mean. You guys haven't noticed how fast it seems like the sun is coming up? Like the days are going by? Zip, zip, zip. Okay, it's just me? How is it possible? Doctor, doctor! Should I just go on a long ride on the lone prairie? Should I bring my bottle of rattlesnake whiskey with me? Wait a minute, I was gonna play something else, not that. What the fuck? Cables and wires. Cables and wires, that's all I'm gonna say. Impossible fucking notes to each other. But Sonny reaches for him anyway, so the kids also feel. That didn't work. There we go, it wasn't fire. Now how could we fuck that up really good? So hold on, we're here. See, it's all pretty and shit. Isn't it beautiful? Right? And what did I do? Hold on. No, it sounds too fucking commoner. That is too. Hold on, I gotta think of something rude. Oh, I like that. That's about rude enough. like, you don't understand the mad genius behind this, do you? I know. What did I do? Okay, hold on. Whoa, how did I get back to the right place? It's impossible. Oh dear, where should I go from here? I don't feel at home here. I just don't know which direction to turn to. And I feel so alone here. Why can't I go home from here? Mommy. Oh, where did you go? Oh shit. Oh no, sorry about that. That's fun. Okay, enough today. Thank you so much for listening. One of these days I'll have a blog where I just play stuff and you can listen and watch, and I'll teach you. If you're just learning guitar, I'll teach you. So anyway, later on you guys gotta get some rest and some hydration. May stay hydrated. Check, check.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no wall to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rapper, you're more tonight, core scientific. All the sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe darts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigma that's sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. Keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your might. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground. To say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
say they high, say they sipping pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news ain't good, informant to informing them. There's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we porting ships, important gifts. Of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informing this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they sipping pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east and went poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC. And they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat. But my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
It's not okay to think that the earth is flat.
Is the earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere, it's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Upside down and zoom in on the people walking round. The people walking round upside down. You got a balloon, I got a balloon. Boats reappear with zoom, they reappear with zoom. The horizon line is flat, and the sky it looks the same. Of my senses at peace upon the plain.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Earth is the place. The moon makes light so cool at night. The luminaries, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth, where is the
It's not okay to say that the earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the earth is a sphere for a long time.
Just
Aye, so I wanted to kind of continue with some of our mind your language stuff that we did quite a long time ago. You know, the word level and you know how these terms are redefined in a mathematical way, which you can call sophistry, right? I mean, whether you go as far as to say it's deceit and stuff is something different, but put it this way: people have redefined those terms, those words. And they're redefining the use of our common language to make it appear to be something else. Yeah. And I'm saying appear because that's the word I want to look into.
Yeah. Sorry, can I just say, sorry, mate, just before you go, I mean, that's exactly the point. You know, if people are getting involved in their education and they're understanding these definitions and applying it to the way they're being taught, again, they're not actively lying. They're just not understanding the subtlety of the language, and you know, they're applying it in the right way in regards to what they're being taught. So again, it's just this whole aspect that people would have to be actively lying, and it's not the case. So, you know, people involved in mathematics, they're understanding these definitions, they're agreeing to it, they're practically applying it to their equations and whatever else they're up to, and it's working for them in the language of mathematics. So it's not that they're actively lying in order to apply it to a big deception. No.
Spot on, man. You know, as I say, I think that's where half the trouble is, that people don't have those skills in words and rhetoric and grammar and logic. We've talked about this often enough, and that includes mathematicians and physicists. You know, they are not immune to that, to the fact that they haven't had that upbringing either. So that they're just as easily fucked over, let's call it, you know, by these abuse of words, yeah, and language, yeah. I was in the position myself. So the word I want to look at today is the word called apparent. Now you'll see this word cropping up in so many different pieces of text, right? And basically I'm talking about the words like appear, to disappear, appearance and apparition. They all kind of, you know, are part of the same root, the same word. And you have to differentiate very carefully of the meaning of that word in the different contexts in that it's being used.
Yeah.
So there's examples of it being its own opposite, right? There's definitions in mathematics. There's definitions when we're talking descriptively about apparent motion. You know, we're told that it appears to move, right? But it's not the stars and the sun that are moving above us. We're actually moving, right? So in that respect, it's made out to be something deceptive or unclear, right? But there's also the use of the word, for example, when I say it's apparent to everyone, then it means it's absolutely evident and observable to everybody, yeah? And if I look at some of the definitions from Wikipedia, so I've just taken a screenshot, then there's two definitions that they give there. And, you know, when you look at them closely, they would appear to be absolutely contradicting each other, right? So we have the word apparent, meaning clearly visible or understood and absolutely obvious, evident, plain, manifest, visible, discernible, perceptible. And then at the bottom, we've got it meaning seemingly, superficial, supposed, assumed, declared, pretended, feigned, right? So there's one word that is exactly its own contradictory in terms of its definition, right?
Yeah.
Now, there you go.
No, I was just going to say, you know, apparently, you know, Gav picks his nose and eats it. You know, I've heard that through the grapevine. So that's apparently you pick your nose and eat it, Gav. But what would be apparent would be if Gav was on camera right now actually picking his nose and eating it, and then everybody would be able to see that that's exactly what Gav does. You know? One is hearsay and utter bullshit, and one is self-evident, apparent.
Yes. Everybody's doing it, picking their nose. And
sorry.
No, absolutely. No, I think it's just clear. So there's one word that has two different meanings, right? And here's another from another online website, right? Just to show people that I haven't cherry-picked anything, right? It was increasingly apparent, yeah? Or it means seeming to exist or to be true, right? But now I'm just going to go to the mathematical definition of what apparent actually means. And if you look up something like apparent angle subtended at the eye, then you'll get a whole lot of things around visual angles. And visual angles are then basically what it is when you look at something. So if you look at something and you try to define the separation between two stars in the sky, let's say, yeah, then you will automatically, from the way that you are built and the eye that you have, you will notice a visible separation between the two. And that separation between two objects would be your visual angle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to go into this in too much detail, but the very fact that the visual angle is meant to be something that is apparent is also something that if you look into these Wikipedia definitions, you'll see that they specifically bring up the point about terminological confusions, right? So in astronomy, the term apparent size refers to the actual angle or the angular diameter, right? But if you look at things like experimental psychology, then apparent is something that is a subjective thing, yeah?
Yeah.
So we basically have those different meanings of the one word. Apparent can be obvious. It can also at the same time mean only seemingly or, you know, unclear. And from a purely mathematical definition, what it actually means is the angle subtended at the eye, the visual angle seen by an astronomical instrument or by your own eye. Yeah, that is what the word apparent means. Yeah, and then if you start to look into a whole bunch of different subjects, whether it's astronomy, optics, mechanics, vision, psychology, you'll see that word apparent being used in many different contexts. Yeah. And the word is very ambiguous in a lot of cases. I would contend that it's also nefariously used, deliberately used, right?
Yeah.
To bring about these contradictory things or to have this dissonance that comes with people believing things that shouldn't be believing in. So, you know, an example would be the ecliptic, where the sun appears to move with respect to the fixed stars, yeah? As seen from the orbiting Earth, the little picture on the right-hand side, or the sun's apparent motion against the background of the fixed stars. Now, looking at that one sentence, you could either think, okay, the sun appears to move, but it's not. It's us that's spinning. That's one interpretation of it, right?
Yep.
That's what they like to tell us, yeah? You can also think, though, that the sun's apparent motion is exactly that. The visual angle measured during the course of a day as the sun goes across your observational visual field, yeah? And that apparent angle is really a mathematical term that defines also some of the things that I want to get into in a second, namely spherical astronomy.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to point out is that these words, you have to discern very carefully how they're being used and where they're being used and what their actual meaning is. Most people will think, oh yeah, apparently, yeah, it only looks that way that the sun's moving. It's us that's rotating, yeah, or spinning on our axis, or it's us that's going around the sun once a year that is causing the sun to appear to move, yeah? But mathematically, all we're doing is measuring the visual angle of the sun as it moves through the day. And as we all know, and our common senses tell us, we ain't fucking spinning. This place is stationary and fixed. And yes, the stuff is moving above us. How it's doing it, I'm not sure. I'm not going to speculate. But what I do know is that the pish they're telling me that I'm spinning is totally nonsense. And these words are being used to confuse me, yeah, or confuse us, yeah. So I'm just going to take away this one and go to this book called A Manual of Spherical and Practical Astronomy, right? Can you see that still, eh?
Aye.
Right, okay. Now, before people get worried that I'm actually going to go through this 700-page book, I'm not. What I want to show is that by looking at the abstract and the preface and the introduction of these books, you can actually spot the sophistry without being a mathematician, right? And that's what, you know, if I look at a book, then if you don't look at the mathematics and the equations, because where the sophistry is right at the start in the first principles, the axioms, the assumptions of what they're trying to do. And there's some good examples in this that I'd just like to step through, yeah? It's only a couple of pages, so bear with me, yeah? So this is a book written in 1863, so quite a long time ago. Yeah, 100 and what is that? 1963, 150 years ago. Yeah, and by a professor of mathematics and astronomy at Washington University, St. Louis. Right now, this book, if I just look at some of the chapter, let's say the index, it should be coming in a second, which I just want to flip to. Here it is here. So if you guys just have a quick butchers at some of the contents here, right, of spherical astronomy, you'll see it has a lot to do with the celestial sphere. So that's the big dome-like structure that we see when we look out at the night sky. It has to do with the ephemeris, yeah, which is all these big star catalogs, yeah, where people, you know, have catalogued and tabulated the movements of the little luminaries in the sky, yeah, and on the basis of tabulating them over a long period of time, they can make predictions. It's got nothing to do with the mathematics. I'll say it again, just for people. If you look at something close enough and you record it over hundreds of years, then yes, you will be able to predict when something comes again, right? Because it keeps reoccurring, right? It's a periodic thing. I know when the eclipse is coming, not because I have a mathematical formula that proves it in any way, but because I know from looking at it long enough that it's going to repeat itself. Yeah? That is a star catalog, right? Clear and simple. Then there's all kinds of tough talk here about the figure and the dimensions of the Earth and the reduction of observations to the center of the Earth. I'm going to come back to that because it's quite an important part. But this book would probably have been used by anybody in the 1850s who was going to sea. When I say sea, I mean ocean, traveling the world's ocean, you know, ruling the 7 seas of Britannia and all that pish, right? To do that, you would have had knowledge of spherical astronomy and of trigonometry to be able to find your position on the sea, right? And you would have done that by astronomical observations, yeah? And there's a whole bunch of stuff in this book of how to do that. You can see here by the pole star, for example. Everybody knows if you measure the altitude of the pole star, then it tells you what your latitude is, right? On a supposed sphere, yeah? So all these chapters will help people navigate around the world, right? And there's a whole bunch of stuff, right? Finding your longitude by all kinds of ways, finding your place at sea, meridian lines, and this is quite an extensive, you know, dictionary. It's more of a reference work. But if you were seriously looking to navigate around the world across the sea, you would need to have some of these tools here, right? Now, I'm just going to skip to basically the first couple of pages because I think this is really important that people understand this, right? So, spherical astronomy, what the fuck is it? Let's just look at this first paragraph. From whatever point of space an observer be supposed to view the heavenly bodies, they will appear to him as if situated upon the surface of a sphere of which his eye is the center. If, without changing his position, he directs his eyes successively to the several bodies, he may learn their relative directions, but cannot determine either their distance from himself or from each other. A really important point. Spherical astronomy only has to do with direction, nothing else. It's the position of something when you look at it in a supposed celestial sphere and you're looking at its position on the sphere. Yeah. Now, I don't believe in the word heavenly bodies. I've got no reason at the moment to assume that they're bodies. I've never been. They can tell me a lot of stuff, but I don't know whether the sun is a body or not. Yeah. What they do in this second paragraph then, though, is and I would agree wholeheartedly with this first paragraph without the word bodies, that yes, that is the way I see things. And yes, from a purely geometrical perspective, I cannot tell if something is far away and is really small, sorry, really big, or whether it's close to me and really small. If I hold a penny in front of my eye about whatever arm's length away, it will be the same size as the sun in the sky. Yep. So what is it? Is the thing close, or is it far away and really big? It is impossible to tell geometrically. Yep. Yeah? Yep. And that's why that first paragraph, as far as I'm concerned, is correct. The second paragraph, they start to talk then about the position of an observer on the surface of the Earth is constantly changing. Now, this is obviously where I don't agree. Yeah. In consequence, the diurnal motion, or the rotation of the Earth on its axis. So that's where they're trying to tell us, okay, we are spinning, yeah? And that's why the stars appear to move. Now, yeah. The only other option to that is, no, we're not fucking spinning, and it
Sorry, I rebooted the bot and just killed the stream. Forgot about that.
Oops.
Just gonna start it over.
All right, all right, all right.
Hi, so I wanted to kind of continue with some of our mind your language stuff that we did quite a long time ago. You know, the word level and you know, how these terms are redefined in a mathematical way, which you can call sophistry, right? I mean, whether you go as far as to say it's deceit and stuff is something different, but put it this way, people have redefined those terms, those words, and they're redefining the use of our common language to make it appear to be something else. Yeah. And I'm saying appear because that's the word I want to look into.
Yeah. Sorry, can I just say, sorry, mate, just before you go, I mean, that's exactly the point. You know, if people are getting involved in their education and they're understanding these definitions and applying it to the way they're being taught, again, they're not actively lying. They're just not understanding the subtlety of the language, and you know, they're applying it in the right way in regards to what they're being taught. So again, it's just this whole aspect that people would have to be actively lying, and it's not the case. So, you know, people involved in mathematics, they're understanding these definitions, they're agreeing to it, they're practically applying it to their equations and whatever else they're up to, and it's working for them in the language of mathematics. So it's not that they're actively lying in order to apply it to a big deception. You know?
Spot on, man. You know, as I say, I think that's where half the trouble is, that people don't have those skills in words and rhetoric. And grammar and logic. We've talked about this often enough, and that includes mathematicians and physicists. You know, they are not immune to that, to the fact that they haven't had that upbringing either. So that they're just as easily fucked over, let's call it, you know, by these abuse of words, yeah, and language. Yeah, I was in the position myself. So, yeah. The word I want to look at today is the word called apparent. Now you'll see this word cropping up in so many different pieces of text, right? And basically, I'm talking about the words like appear, to disappear, appearance, and apparition. They all kind of, you know, are part of the same root, or the same word, and you have to differentiate very carefully of the meaning of that word in the different contexts in that it's being used.
Yeah.
So there's examples of it being its own opposite, right? There's definitions in mathematics. There's definitions when we're talking descriptively about apparent motion. You know, we're told that it appears to move, right? But it's not the stars and the sun that are moving above us. We are actually moving, right? So in that respect, it's made out to be something deceptive or unclear, right? But there's also the use of the word, for example, when I say it's apparent to everyone, then it means it's absolutely evident and observable to everybody, yeah? And if I look at some of the definitions from Wikipedia, so I've just taken a screenshot, then there's two definitions that they give there. And, you know, when you look at them closely, they would appear to be absolutely contradicting each other, right? So we have the word apparent, meaning clearly visible or understood and absolutely obvious, evident, plain, manifest, visible, discernible, perceptible. And then at the bottom, we've got it meaning seemingly, superficial, supposed, assumed, declared, pretended, feigned, right? So there's one word that is exactly its own contradictory in terms of its definition, right?
Yeah.
Now, there you go.
No, I was just going to say, you know, apparently, you know, Gav picks his nose and eats it. You know, I've heard that through the grapevine. So that's apparently you pick your nose and eat it, Gav. But what would be apparent would be if Gav was on camera right now actually picking his nose and eating it, and then everybody would be able to see that that's exactly what Gav does. Yeah? No, one is hearsay and utter bullshit, and one is self-evident, apparent.
Yes. Everybody's doing it, picking their nose. And
sorry.
No, absolutely. No, I think it's just clear. So there's one word that has two different meanings, right? And here's another from another online website, right? Just to show people that haven't cherry-picked anything, right? It was increasingly apparent, yeah? Or it means seeming to exist or to be true, right? But now I'm just going to go to the mathematical definition of what apparent actually means. And if you look up something like apparent angle subtended at the eye, then you'll get a whole lot of things around visual angles. And visual angles are then basically what it is when you look at something. So if you look at something and you try to define the separation between two stars in the sky, let's say, yeah, then you will automatically, from the way that you are built and the eye that you have, you will notice a visible separation between the two. And that separation between two objects would be your visual angle, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to go into this in too much detail, but the very fact that the visual angle is meant to be something that is apparent is also something that if you look into these Wikipedia definitions, you'll see that they specifically bring up the point about terminological confusions, right? So in astronomy, the term apparent size refers to the actual angle or the angular diameter, right? But if you look at things like experimental psychology, then apparent is something that is a subjective thing, yeah?
Yeah.
So we basically have those different meanings of the one word. Apparent can be obvious. It can also at the same time mean only seemingly or, you know, unclear. And from a purely mathematical definition, what it actually means is the angle subtended at the eye, the visual angle seen by an astronomical instrument or by your own eye, yeah? That is what the word apparent means, yeah? And then if you start to look into a whole bunch of different subjects, whether it's astronomy, optics, mechanics, vision, psychology, you'll see that word apparent being used in many different contexts, yeah? And the word is very ambiguous in a lot of cases. I would contend that it's also nefariously used, deliberately used, right?
Yeah.
To bring about these contradictory things or to have this dissonance that comes with people believing things that shouldn't be believing in. So, you know, an example would be the ecliptic, where the sun appears to move with respect to the fixed stars, yeah? As seen from the orbiting Earth, the little picture on the right-hand side, or the sun's apparent motion against the background of the fixed stars. Now, looking at that one sentence, you could either think, okay, the sun appears to move, but it's not. It's us that's spinning. That's one interpretation of it, right?
Yep.
That's what they like to tell us, yeah? You can also think, though, that the sun's apparent motion is exactly that. The visual angle measured during the course of a day as the sun goes across your observational visual field, yeah? And that apparent angle is really a mathematical term that defines also some of the things that I want to get into in a second, namely spherical astronomy.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to point out is that these words, you have to discern very carefully how they're being used and where they're being used and what their actual meaning is. Most people will think, oh yeah, apparently, yeah, it only looks that way that the sun's moving. It's us that's rotating, yeah, or spinning on our axis, or it's us that's going round the sun once a year that is causing the sun to appear to move, yeah? But mathematically, all we're doing is measuring the visual angle of the sun as it moves through the day. And as we all know, and our common senses tell us, we ain't fucking spinning. This place is stationary and fixed. And yes, the stuff is moving above us. How it's doing it, I'm not sure. I'm not going to speculate. But what I do know is that the pish they're telling me that I'm spinning is totally nonsense. And these words are being used to confuse me, yeah, or confuse us, yeah. So I'm just going to take away this one and go to this a book called A Manual of Spherical and Practical Astronomy, right? Can you see that still, eh?
Aye.
Right, okay. Now, before people get worried that I'm actually going to go through this 700-page book, I'm not. What I want to show is that by looking at the abstract and the preface and the introduction of these books, you can actually spot the sophistry without being a mathematician, right? And that's what, you know, if I look at a book, then if you don't look at the mathematics in the equations, because where the sophistry is right at the start in the first principles, the axioms, the assumptions of what they're trying to do. And there's some good examples in this that I'd just like to step through, yeah? It's only a couple of pages, so bear with me, yeah? So this is a book written in 1863, so quite a long time ago, yeah? 1963, 150 years ago, yeah? And by a professor of mathematics and astronomy at Washington University, St. Louis, right? Now this book, if I just look at some of the chapter, let's say the index, it should be coming in a second, which I just want to flip to. Here it is here. So if you guys just have a quick butchers at some of the contents here, right, of spherical astronomy, you'll see it has a lot to do with the celestial sphere. So that's the big dome-like structure that we see when we look out at the night sky. It has to do with the ephemeris, yeah, which is all these big star catalogs, yeah, where people, have catalogued and tabulated the movements of the little luminaries in the sky, yeah, and on the basis of tabulating them over a long period of time, they can make predictions. It's got nothing to do with the mathematics. I'll say it again, just for people. If you look at something close enough and you record it over hundreds of years, then yes, you will be able to predict when something comes again, right? Because it keeps reoccurring, right? It's a periodic thing. I know when the eclipse is coming, not because I have a mathematical formula that proves it in any way, but because I know from looking at it long enough that it's going to repeat itself, yeah? That is a star catalogue, right? Clear and simple. Then there's all kinds of tough talk here about the figure and the dimensions of the Earth and the reduction of observations to the center of the Earth. I'm going to come back to that because it's quite an important part. But this book would probably have been used by anybody in the 1850s who was going to sea. When I say sea, I mean ocean, traveling the world's ocean, ruling the 7 seas of Britannia and all that pish, right? To do that, you would have had knowledge of spherical astronomy and of trigonometry to be able to find your position on the sea, right? And you would have done that by astronomical observations, yeah? And there's a whole bunch of stuff in this book of how to do that. You can see here by the pole star, for example, everybody knows if you measure the altitude of the pole star, then it tells you what your latitude is, right? On a supposed sphere, yeah? So all these chapters will help people navigate around the world, right? And there's a whole bunch of stuff, right? Finding your longitude by all kinds of ways, finding your place at sea, meridian lines, and this is quite an extensive, dictionary. It's more of a reference work. But if you were seriously looking to navigate around the world across the sea, you would need to have some of these tools here, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm just going to skip to basically the first couple of pages because I think this is really important that people understand this, right? So, spherical astronomy, what the fuck is it? Let's just look at this first paragraph. From whatever point of space an observer be supposed to view the heavenly bodies, they will appear to him as if situated upon the surface of a sphere of which his eye is the center. If, without changing his position, he directs his eyes successively to the several bodies, he may learn their relative directions, but cannot determine either their distance from himself or from each other. Yeah. A really important point, spherical astronomy only has to do with direction, nothing else. It's the position of something when you look at it in a supposed celestial sphere, and you're looking at its position on the sphere, yeah? Now, I don't believe in the word heavenly bodies. I've got no reason at the moment to assume that they're bodies. I've never been. They can tell me a lot of stuff, but I don't know whether the sun is a body or not, yeah? What they do in this second paragraph then, though, is and I would agree wholeheartedly with this first paragraph without the word bodies, that yes, that is the way I see things. Yeah. And yes, from a purely geometrical perspective, I cannot tell if something is far away and is really small, yeah? Sorry, really big, or whether it's close to me and really small. If I hold a penny in front of my eye about whatever arm's length away, it will be the same size as the sun in the sky. Yep. So what is it? Is the thing close or is it far away and really big? It is impossible to tell geometrically. Yep. Yeah? Yep. And that's why that first paragraph, as far as I'm concerned, is correct. The second paragraph, they start to talk then about the position of an observer on the surface of the Earth is constantly changing. Now, this is obviously where I don't agree. In consequence, the diurnal motion or the rotation of the Earth on its axis. So that's where they're trying to tell us, okay, we are spinning, yeah? And that's why the stars appear to move. Now, the only other option to that is, no, we're not fucking spinning, and it is the stars that are moving, yeah? This guy's taking the stance that, yes, he's on the surface of the Earth, and because it's spinning and because it's going around the sun, his position is changing, so he's going to see things differently. Yeah? And he goes on to say that the changes produced by the diurnal motion in the apparent, there's that lovely word again, relative positions or directions of the heavenly bodies are different for observers in different parts of the Earth. And can be subjected to computation only by introducing the elements of the observer's position, such as latitude and longitude. So that's where, mathematics would have us believe that we're on a sphere, we're on the surface, and we can pinpoint our position on that sphere through two coordinates, namely latitude and longitude. And I'll get to that in a second as well, because it's quite interesting the way it's shown in this book. Let me just go through the paragraph, though. But the changes resulting from the annual motion of the Earth, as well as from the proper motions of the celestial bodies, may be separately considered. Very important phrase, because you can separate the geometry of position from the geometry of motion and time, which is exactly what they've done. Mathematics concerns itself nowadays with the geometry, and physics concerns itself with motion. And because these two things have been separated, physicists don't necessarily know geometry. You probably won't find a physicist alive today who would understand this book, yeah? Or be able to really go through the theory of what the mathematicians meant. I may be generalizing, there probably are a few physicists, but You get my point.
Yeah.
Because they've separately considered these things and the directions of all the known celestial bodies as they would be seen from the center of the earth, again, very important, from the center of the earth at any given time, may be computed according to the laws which have been found to govern the motion of these bodies from data furnished by a long series of observations. Exactly what I was saying a second ago, because you tabulate things over a long period of time, yeah, then that's where the data's coming from, that people show what these motions of these bodies or of these luminaries are. I'd rather refer to them as luminaries, I think. So that it's got nothing to do with the mathematics behind it. That where this is coming from is tabulation of looking at things for a long time.
Yeah.
And here's a very clear separation. The complete investigation of these changes belongs to physical astronomy, and that's where they would consider distance and magnitudes as well as the direction. But spherical astronomy treats specially of the directions of the heavenly bodies. And in this branch, therefore, these bodies are at any given instant regarded as situated upon the surface of a sphere of an indefinite radius described about an assumed center, right? So there's a very clear separation of the geometry of spherical astronomy, which is talking about spheres, position on spheres, and physical astronomy, where they're trying to tell us what the actual distance and the magnitude and how big these things are, yeah? So very clear separation. And you've heard me saying this before, and I don't want to, well, I will labor the point because it's important, is that a sphere is not the same as a ball.
Yeah.
A mathematical sphere is a two-dimensional geometry that is not the same as a three-dimensional physical ball.
Yeah.
Spherical geometry is done nothing else other than redefine straight lines to be great circles on a curve, right? Curved segments. And a redefinition of what parallel means, but it is still a two-dimensional geometry, and you can go from planar geometry to spherical geometry with the swap of these two definitions, and nothing else will change. Your equations will stay the same. You can transform between one and the other without losing any data or integrity. Spherical geometry is the same as planar geometry. So, and I just want to stop there and labor that point a little bit, because I see people still confusing this issue, saying, oh, but we navigated the world. That's only possible if the mathematics was correct and it really is a ball.
Yeah.
No, it's correct because the mathematics of a sphere are two-dimensional mathematics, yeah? And not because it means that we're on some three-dimensional ball floating in a vacuum, right? And anybody who wants to deny that, I urge them, just look at a few of the books, go back in time, pull these things up. You can even look in Wikipedia. They've got a very clear differentiation between what's a two-sphere and what's a three-ball. The fact that you can navigate around the world has everything to do with spherical mathematics. That's an absolute given, but it doesn't mean we're on a ball, right? Yeah. And any mathematician will confirm what I'm saying, right? So all the globe people out there who still believe that mathematics is proof, you really want to go away and have another look at it, yeah? So I just want to, there's just one paragraph and a footnote that I want to go through, and then I'll relieve you guys from this murder of mathematics. But I just want to make sure that people understand what a spherical coordinate is. So the direction of a point, so any point in our physical space, right, can maybe expressed by the angles which a line drawn to it from the center of the sphere, or point of observation makes with certain fixed lines of reference. Now, this is a really sneaky bit coming up now, but since such angles are directly measured by arcs on the surface of the sphere, the simplest method is to assign the position in which the point appears when projected upon the surface of the sphere. Now, I don't know whether this is complicated, so I've got a little video that I hope will help.
Yep.
Which is something I did here quite a while ago in a program called GeoGebra. I'm just going to scale it back. So I want people to understand what it means. There's a sphere. There's 0 is the center of that sphere. And I've drawn a spherical triangle on here with A, B, and C, right? So 3 arbitrary points. Now, if I look at exactly those points, you can see that if I cut that sphere with a plane, then that plane goes through the arc segment BC, right?
Yeah.
And if I do this with some of the other ones, that one, I have now drawn a plane going through the center of the sphere that is cutting through the points O, A, and C. And the arc segment CA is now part of that circle that is being left behind by those planes. So I'm just going to move this video forward a little bit so that it can become a little bit clearer. I'm going to put the circles on there. So these are the great circles that you can see. And I can change some of the coordinates on that sphere. For example, I can move A or I can move B up and down, yeah? And you can see that the measure, this arc, the arc BC and the arc CA down at the bottom are actually exactly the same as the angles that are being subtended at the center of this origin, right? Yeah. So that whatever, if I make those angles bigger, it really is the same geometry as this spherical wedge, right?
Yeah.
And that's where the trickery comes in. So if this was a real object, like an axe, let's say, an axe head, then the angles subtended at the point O by each one of those lines, OB or OA or OC, any of the angles in between them can also be measured by the arc lengths of the great circle segments. Yeah?
Yeah.
So that's the connection between the two-dimensional spherical mass and the three-dimensional ball mass. The angle that I measure at the center of that sphere, if it was a real planar angle by a wedge, something that looks like an axe head, it's exactly the same as if I measure the lengths of these arcs on the sphere. And that's why it was so useful at navigation, right? Because what you were seeing can then be measured basically using spherical geometry, and all the problems that you had in navigation were basically reduced to solving this triangle. If you knew one angle, then you could get the other side, so you could find out what the length was, or if you knew 3 lengths, you could get the angles. So basically, if you're navigating anywhere, then what you're doing is trying to solve a spherical triangle. And the sneaky bit is that this spherical triangle is measured using arc lengths of a sphere, but it's the same geometry that you would have on a 3-ball if you were measuring from the center of the sphere.
Yeah.
Now, I hope that's clear, and maybe people want to revisit this afterwards and mull through what I'm trying to say. I know it might be, I don't know, too quick and a lot to take in at one point, but just to go back to what this piece of text said. So we're drawing a line from the center of a sphere or a point of observation, and we were using certain fixed lines of reference, and then came this sentence, but since such angles are directly measured by arcs on the surface of the sphere, the simplest method is to assign the position when projected upon the surface of the sphere. And that's exactly what I've shown there. I've basically shown that the angles at the center, right, from the lines drawn at the center, are actually measurable by the arcs on the surface of the sphere. So that's the 3-ball, in this case, from the center of a ball, if you like, looking out, is basically the same geometry as a 2-dimensional sphere where I'm using the arc lengths on the surface of the sphere. I just want to go through this last paragraph and then we're pretty much done. But so every single projection. So you hear a lot about this all the time. Astrolabes that were used for navigation. There's all kinds of different quadrants. Everything that people have used is based on this idea of projecting from a sphere. And there's only really two ways to do this. You have basically what's called a primitive circle, and you have what are called secondaries. And basically that's what we would normally call the equator, for example. And secondaries would be these longitudinal lines, that you can see when you're looking at the globe model. So basically you have two spherical coordinates, with one is the distance of the point from the primitive circle, and the other one's the distance intercepted on the primitive between the secondary and some other one. And you have to assume what is the origin of the coordinates. I'm just going to draw I'm just going to show another little picture here. So just to make this clear to people. Here is, if you like, these two coordinates. So one coordinate is the length of this arc, which we would call altitude, up to where we can see a visible star. And the other one is from some reference point, like north, where we say, okay, I turn to the right, let's say 45 degrees, and then I tilt my head backwards another 45 degrees, and that's where I'll find that star in that position. So this would be an example of a coordinate system based on that principle which was just shown. If I go back to it again, the principle is always the same. You suppose that you have some primitive circle, and then you refer to that circle by finding out where the secondary circles pass through it. Now, in physics, you can do all kinds of different coordinates. The one I just showed was the one called the altitude and the azimuth. And this is where I find it very interesting, this next. In this system, the primitive circle is the horizon, which is that great circle of the sphere whose plane touches the surface of the Earth at the observer. And there's a little asterisk here, which I'm going to go into. But what's interesting is this: the plane of the horizon may be conceived as that which sensibly coincides with the surface of a fluid at rest. Now, basically what they're saying there is that if you look at the big wide world of oceans and seas and large standing bodies of water, then yes, that can be conceived as your horizon if you look out towards it, i.e. water is fucking level, right? It's planar, yeah? And if you're standing looking at it, then it will in fact match your horizon. But one of the things that's really sneaky here, and I really want to point this out, even so that mathematicians can also see this. This little star here, where they're talking here about the circle of the sphere whose plane touches the surface of the Earth, I'm just going to go to this little asterisk at the bottom, and I'll just make this a little bit bigger. Oh, that's too big. So, in this definition of the horizon, we consider the plane tangent to the Earth's surface as sensibly coinciding with a parallel plane passed through the center.
Yeah.
Now, basically what they're saying is that if we consider the radius of the celestial sphere to be infinite, so really, really far away, in galaxies far, 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 far away, then the radius of the Earth can be taken to be 0, right?
Right.
So they're basically doing away with the whole idea of the radius of the Earth from the center point to the surface can be completely ignored in this definition of the horizon, right? Which is very convenient for them, of course, right? Because that way they can use the same projection of the sphere from the center of the eye to be able to use their sophistry. Yeah. And it's very similar to the same fallacy we see everywhere else, Del, that, you know, that they assume light rays to be so far away that they're parallel when they come in. They're basically using the same trick here in mathematics to redefine where the horizon is and to completely ignore the theoretical radius of the Earth. Yeah. They're basically saying we can forget it because it's so small as compared to how far away the celestial sphere is, that we don't need to worry about it anymore. Yeah. In general, any number of parallel planes at a finite distance may be regarded as marking out upon the infinite sphere the same great circle. So it doesn't matter whether I'm using a plane on the surface, like a tangent plane on the surface, or a plane cutting through the center, or any other plane in between. They're basically saying that they can all be considered as one and the same thing, right? Because we're in spherical geometry, we're only looking at direction. So that is, all parallel lines or planes must be regarded as intersecting the surface of the sphere in the same point or the same great circle. Because everything's so far away, they're all going to meet at the same point. Yeah. And again, the fallacy is believing that everything is so far away, right? It's the same fallacy we see again and again. The point of the surface of the sphere in which a number of parallel lines are conceived to meet is called the vanishing point. Oh, what a coincidence. That perspective and vanishing points is so deeply ingrained in the terminology of spherical astronomy, right? And the point of the surface is conceived to meet the vanishing point, and in like manner, the great circle in which a number of parallel planes are conceived to meet may be called the vanishing circle. So if I was to go back to thinking of the hula hoop that I have round my eyes when I'm looking at something, right? I can rotate 360 degrees. I can see a flat horizon. If I rotate on my, do an about turn, so to speak, then that is what they're referring to as the vanishing circle. And the vanishing point, they're basically doing away with the radius of the Earth so that they can use the celestial sphere, which is two-dimensional spherical geometry, to navigate around the world based on tabulated positions of stars. Yeah. And it's very, for me, this is very telling. You see perspective involved in here. You can see how they're confusing the definition of what horizon and what these terms, these coordinates are, and you can transfer between the two. And that's all that they're doing when they're doing this, how should I say, mathematical sophistry and telling people it has to be a sphere because we've navigated the world back and forth, right? And I just want to make clear that if you look very carefully at the words being used, don't even go into the mathematics. So don't bother about all the stuff that comes. Just look at what their assumptions are and question them. That's what I'm trying to make people aware of.
Excellent.
So I hope that wasn't too long-winded, my man.
I'm still, same as everybody else, so the majority watching this, mate, I've still got a lot to learn in regards to this. So again, it's invaluable to me, that you've got that knowledge and you can share it. I'm starting to piece wee bits together with it. So, questions I would have, when they're saying this, you can do away with this. If you're trying to navigate and you have to negate the radius of the sphere, so again, you're just assuming level, you're just assuming a plane. But what I'm kind of getting for that, does that then suggest, because I've heard this said a number of times, that, or does it, I'm asking you, does it point, or am I missing the point altogether? Does it point to the possibility that what we see as the stars and the luminaries are different to each subject depending on where you are? Like, they're somehow aligned with your specific position, and it moves relative to where you are. I don't know if I'm way off the mark with that. I don't know if it's even pointing towards that, but do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do understand what you mean. So, what they try and tell us is that by looking at the stars, we can locate exactly where we are on this supposed sphere that we're living on, right? Yeah. That's what they're trying to tell us, right? So by looking at the stars, by cataloging, by making those observations, we can basically make one field observation, which we measure with our physical, instruments, and we find the separation. And then we can go away and look at a catalog of tabulated catalogs. And if we know the instant at which something is being measured, i.e. if we know the time it's being measured, then we can use the two of those things, the field observation and the star catalog, and to bring it together and to pinpoint our position on a supposed sphere. That's one way of looking at everything. The other way of looking at it is what we've said, multiple times. If I walk around something, then I'm going to see things at different positions all the time. If I'm in Scotland, I'm going to see different stars than I will if I'm in Spain, right? Yeah. Just because of the very fact that, yes, I am in a different position, but because of the way things appear to me, right? And again, we're back to the angle that I'm measuring. It doesn't mean that the thing's curved, right? I could be on a flat plane looking at certain things, and I am basically seeing those things because of the way my eyes work and because of the position I'm in. The situation of my eye relative to these things is the other way of looking at it, and you're on a flat plane. So there's no reason. So they'll always jump to this, okay, it'll show you, we can use these measurements to show you where you are on a ball, if you're upside down or on the top. But the other way to look at it is you're on a flat plane, and just because I'm going away from you, then things will fall in your visual field, and I will appear to be lower than I was when I'm getting closer, right? So I think that's the question you were trying to ask, whether it has a certain meaning, or did I misunderstand what you were asking me?
No, you gave me a bit more clarity there. I was just kind of waffling, trying to make sense of it. Again, it's not easy for me to grasp this. I've never had a background in any of this stuff. So, as I say, I just understood the language in an overview kind of sense, but the expertise level, I've not got a clue. So, I'm learning the same as the majority, mate,
Well, I mean, I think that's what I'm trying to say, that, if you look at the introduction, the preface, the table of contents, the assumptions that are generally at the beginning of any book, then I think that's the most important thing that people need to discern, to dismantle, or to desuffocate, right? This deception, because you won't find the mistakes in the mathematics afterwards. That's where, hundreds of mathematicians will have pored over these equations and would have found any mistake in them. But where they don't pore over, what they don't look at closely enough, is the assumptions that are being made. Here we can see in this book, we're basically making the same assumption that we make all the time, that stuff is so far away that the radius of the Earth can be ignored. And it's the same fallacy as light rays are parallel because we know the sun is 1 billion miles away. And then use that, for example, that Eratosthenes, right? The measuring of the stick. It's the same fallacy in geodesy. It's the same fallacy being used in astronomy. And those things all come back to the same mathematical sophistry at the end of the day, which is what I'm trying to point out. And I'd love a mathematician to come along, or even somebody who believes in the globe, who thinks he understands mathematics, to come along and discuss it. Let's rebut this stuff. Show me where I'm wrong. Show me where, these assumptions are correct to be making. Yeah, because you can't make those assumptions, Del. Yeah, that's you already believing in the vacuum of space, and that, you're making a base assumption. So it's circular reasoning, right? You can't say that mathematics reflects reality properly, because they're making assumptions that are not observable and not directly within our direct experience. Yeah.
Spot on, right? I mean, even just looking at some of the diagrams that they use, you always see that, it's a planar surface and measuring angles. I spoke to this about the other day, the whole, the Masonic compass and square, and what that actually is representing. The squares for Earth, and the compasses for, just as you pointed out, for, thank you, pinpointing location and astronomical movements. Am I right? Is that right?
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
So, even just in a simple term, looking at the diagrams and how these things work, it's assuming a plane, and then you're measuring the angle from your position to where these things are.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can see it all the time, and there's lots of documents and books and manuals about, whether it's how to fly, where they're assuming that it's a plane level surface, and there's this interchangeability between heliocentrism and geocentrism, which physicists agree you cannot tell the difference, right? Both of these things are equally, how should I say, equally true, if you like, because there's no way to be able to tell the difference from a mathematical standpoint. Yes, from a physical standpoint, we can sit here quite clearly and say, I ain't fucking spinning, right? And I know I'm not spinning because I trust my senses. But from a mathematical perspective, you couldn't You couldn't tell the difference between looking at it one way or looking at it the other way, right? And that's, but mathematics proves nothing. And I don't weary in trying to make sure that people understand that. I see one guy, and I'll mention him specifically, Wolfie6020. He's got a little video competition. He's trying to do a search and rescue mission, and he's basically challenging flat earthers to come up with a flat Earth map that would allow them to find somebody at sea, right? Along the lines of, haha, the flat earthers don't have a map. The globe map, or the globe sphere, we can pinpoint people at sea and rescue them. So again, we must be right. It's a ball, right? But if people understand what I'm trying to say, I can switch between his spherical version and the planar version with a very simple transformation. It's not even difficult. There's a couple of sines and cosines in there, right, that look scary, but there's actually no difference. So whatever spherical solution he finds to this challenge, right, and somebody says, this is my map, I'll just say, take this mathematical transformation, change it into planar coordinates, yeah, and hey, that's my flat Earth map. And you know what? It'll find the person exactly the same as he can, because the mathematics is no fucking different, yeah? So, you know, again, I'm pointing to that guy's channel because he tried it a year ago, you know, putting out this red herring of trying to get people to make a flat Earth map, whereas the reality of the situation is you don't need to redo the mathematics. It's already there. I've said this before. You know, what they use to prove their spherical globe bullshit, we can use exactly the same mathematics if we slightly redefine the terms and the axioms, and they work just as well for us too, right? So there is no dichotomy. Yeah?
Which is probably where they originated in the first place, and the spherical nonsense came later. You know, because they keep invoking this fallacy that all these ancients and people back then, you know, assumed the globe. Well, you know, that's a fallacy in itself. If I look at the instrumentations and the methods they used, you know, they weren't assuming a globe. So whatever's happened along the road, they've twisted the planar understanding and how things were applied, and then, you know, twisted the mathematics to suit their concept or idea of a sphere.
That's exactly what they've done. Yep, exactly what they've done. They remodel it now. Even this whole geodetic, you know, sciences, where they're trying to get us to believe that it's all, you know, being measured by satellites in space. You know, all they're really doing there is also just reworking data and observations they had, making a model, and now they're trying to get us to believe that model, right? But it's got nothing to do with that. It's just mathematical sophistry and tabulated observations and real planar surveying where markers were put in the ground and things were measured properly. You know, even that whole science is using the same fallacy to try and deceive us that there's something up there that's actually measuring stuff. It's bull crap. Absolute bullshit. I can see it so clearly, right? I just wish I could sort of beam it into everybody's head, you know, immediately, you know, how the mathematics has been duped, you know. And it, well, I don't know what to say.
I'm trying. I wish
trying to bring it simpler and simpler. I know it's maybe not trivial, but
no, well, it is. It's just because it's your line of expertise, you know, and I wish you could just beam it right into my skull. But much, I'm going to do my best to keep pushing and try and understand it as much as I can to whatever level I can get to, you know. I think it's important for other people to try and understand it as well. But, you know, appreciate that there's people like you there that are willing to share their knowledge and tear apart these things, mate. You know, it's invaluable. People like me, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, as I say, I don't think it's difficult as long as people don't get too lost or too afraid of the mathematics. Just look at the text, the assumptions that they're making, and you can pull a lot of these books. So I've got at least 50 of those books, right? They used to write them, you know, I mean, because it was such an important thing back in them days, 150 years ago. The libraries are flooded with those books, right? How to do spherical, how to use the instruments properly to navigate. And they've all got the same underlying flaws in their assumptions and in their conceptions. And again, I'm not saying the mathematician has done it to deceive us. I'm just saying that he's basically redefining terms and words, right?
Yeah.
He believes them to be true, maybe because he had that education. And what we need to do is reclaim those words and look at them very closely and say, no, hold on. You can't just ignore something like that, or you can't just make that assumption, or you can't just redefine that word to suit your own purpose, right?
Yeah.
You have to look at these things, you know, the real first principles of them, and that's where the fallacies lie. And that's where I think the discernment and the empowerment will come. Doesn't have to be mathematics, but in all these different, you know, levels of discernment that we're trying to bring. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was interesting, you know, just listening to or looking at the word in there when they were, you know, saying, you know, the projector assume the stars to be on the outside edge of a sphere, which, you know, if I play into my whole, you know, hypothesizing, you know, the possibilities that we are actually encased in a sphere would be, you know, even more.
It will work just as well.
So I've said that to people before. Well, you know, people talk about this in a conspiratorial type arena. You know, everything they tell you is reverse, right? So, you know, let's look at the heliocentric model then. You know, the stars and you know, these luminaries are infinitely far out in the vacuum of space. We're on the outside of a sphere, and everything's calculated to the centre. So, you know, you could reverse that and say, okay, well, the stars and these things are fixed on the outside shell of a sphere. We're on the plane within it, and at any moment given time, that's us. We're at the centre of that sphere, and that's where we're measuring for. So, you know,
that was basically the old model. The Ptolemaic system was basically a geocentric one that believed in those kind of shells, yeah. And that, you know, that's the way things moved around. You know, I mean, that is basically a geocentric view of the world, and it worked for thousands of years, right? You know, everybody thought that was just fine, yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. What I'm saying is the mathematics is a descriptive language that you can make your terms and definitions, as we've seen in this document, and depending on those terms and definitions, that also drives what your conclusions and the interpretation of your conclusions. So, yes, we could make a descriptive mathematics tale that would show exactly the mathematics would be fine, and it would be, you know, perfectly consistent within itself. And we could then claim just as easily, yes, the mathematics proves it's a flat earth. What I'm trying to say is mathematics cannot be used as a proof for either of them. That's where we come back to physical substances, direct experience, common sense, yeah, and those things, which would be the next topic, if you know what I mean, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was so good. I'm gonna have to listen to that again. I put it on my watch later. So at the end there, this is what I heard. So the way he was saying it, it's kind of like math or the spherical geometry that he was specifically going into. It sounded like to me like it's kind of like the Black's Law Dictionary, where it's kind of like double speak, like there's different meanings. And, you know, people make their own individual assumptions. I mean, but that was crazy that it's down to the definition. I mean, he didn't really expand on the word appear too much from like an etymology standpoint, did he, Indio? Like at the beginning or something? Because I didn't hear the whole thing. Okay. That would be interesting.
That's why he began saying that there's a lot of sophistry where they're just like mixing and matching words, right? So if you ask a Goldberg what gravity is, it's simultaneously the cause and the effect. You know what I mean? Right. Just like, they change it noun to a verb. That's why they'll say things like, well, gravity's an acceleration, so it has to be a force. Well, that is the definition of force. It's something that causes an acceleration, so it's just word games, right?
Yeah.
Saying the same thing and using different words, right? It's called a tautology.
It's called
just
what?
Rephrasing it. A tautology. When you say the same thing in
could
different
not
words.
hear you. I apologize.
Sorry, I'm on the bus, so it's shit.
It's all good.
I said tautology. Here, I'll post the definition.
Thank you. I'm ready to head out here in just a second. I gotta head to work, but I could as I was getting ready, I was listening to it, so that's cool you do that in the mornings. So yeah, I've learned to appreciate more and more over the years that words mean things. I mean, seems like somehow people are making light of them all over the place or something. Oh, righta then. Let's
Well, it's
see.
also like the other planet thing. So if you just define Earth as a planet, then it's a planet. You know what I mean? These are just games.
I'm trying so hard to hear you. I can't.
How about now?
Maybe.
No? Yes?
I think so, yes. It's just like it skips a word here and there, is what it seems like it was doing. One more time, if you can recall what you were saying, please.
Okay, what I said was they'll just define planet Earth as a planet, then say, look, I proved it's a planet. So I changed the definition.
Oh, now that's not a surprise. Like they wanted
You know
to
how they
do with the
say
word
other planets?
marriage.
And
Yeah.
other planets are around, so the Earth is round.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
define Earth as a planet, and that proves it's round too.
Right. Okay. Tautology. Wow. Okay.
Like when they say gravity is a force,
Right.
because there's an acceleration. Well, yeah. Well, force is defined as something that causes an acceleration. So it's really just saying the same thing with different words.
Oh, interesting that there's a word for that. Hmm. Oh, okay. I like the example in the screenshot you did. They arrived one after another in succession. Yeah, duh. It's like they arrived in succession, in succession. Hmm.
Now imagine someone saying, oh, I can prove they arrived in succession because they arrived one after the other.
Oh, that's infuriating. That sounds like something I've heard in Gem server. Damn. Not to give them any credence or anything. Anybody could say that, you know? Ugh. But so that was Dell, and was that Bev, or who was the other
No, it's
person?
Gav. His name's Gavin.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. I know what he looks like. Okay, I've seen him on his show. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to listen to that again. That was really chock full of simple things to point out to help
He
people
has a dual
along in their
degree.
critical thinking.
He has a dual degree in math and physics.
Well, yeah. The thing is, honestly, I have to, kind of really super pay attention because of their accent.
Yeah, it's hard for me to understand too.
Yeah, so I was kind of doing stuff here and there, so that's why I say I really would like to listen to that again because, people play word games all the time. But anyway, I'd love to talk more and more. You guys know me, but I got to head out in a few minutes. So TTFN, everybody.
All right, have a good day.
You too, bye.
Paul, that mathematics isn't really a proof of anything at all, huh? Since it's very often taken as, because the math works, then, you know, it must be reality, and it must be a true description of reality. But as we'll see, that's not the case. So mathematics, being a formal science, is based on definitions and axioms. A mathematician cannot prove the truth of his axioms, nor can he prove anything unless he takes them for granted. So it doesn't matter what he starts with. He has to believe in his axioms to believe in his conclusions. But definitions are neither true nor false per se, because it's simply a man-made definition by somebody. So there's no way of necessarily saying that this is true or false unless there is an agreement that these are, in fact, common notions or universal ideas or self-evident truths, right? Which is the thing that's never talked about. So,
self-evident.
Sorry?
Self-evident truths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So our contention is that mathematics cannot be a proof of anything. I don't really think any mathematician would deny that. If they want to, they can try. But let's just explain it more closely to everybody. Then I think the first thing that we should look at is this distinction between proper quantities and improper quantities. The idea comes from Aristotle, so it's whatever, thousands of years old, and was, as far as I'm concerned, last brought up by Thomas Reid.
The what?
Sorry?
You said the idea.
Oh, yeah.
The idea was brought up by Aristotle.
Oh, the concept, the notion, I don't know what fucking word to use anymore.
They've got us bamboozled with their words.
Yeah, so the main thing... Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I think that's what the Tower of Babel was all about. I actually wrote it in my Word document about the stuff I'm working on at the moment. I wrote that perhaps the Tower of Babel story is just a cover for what really happened.
Yeah, I think so too. This whole talk about, you know, was it God that threw in those languages to confuse us all?
Yeah,
or the Babylonian connection? I think it's something to do with these natural language that we don't see anymore, and that we rely on the spoken word. But also, it's used for the obfuscation of mathematical language as well, and these formal things too. So, yeah. So the first bit is just a kind of recap of what is a proper quantity. The best definition that I can find is this one. That which is measured by its own kind, and that which is composed of similar parts. And these definitions are the same because what is made up of similar parts may be measured by its own kind, and what is measured by its own kind must be made up of similar parts. And if that sounds a little bit too abstract, then here's a bigger overview of what's meant by that. So when something is measurable by its own kind, such as number, and number is measured by number. So the number 15, for example, is made up of 3 times 5, both of which are also numbers. Or any duration that we try and measure is measured by time. Now that can be things like days, hours, minutes, heartbeats, water drips, sand clocks, you name it. But basically it's measured by its own kind. Lines are measured by length, surfaces are measured by area, solids are measured by volume. So that, if you like, all these things can be measured by themselves. If I want to measure the length of a line, then I take a small line, as in a ruler, and I try and see how many times that ruler can fit into a longer line. So a line itself is measured by a smaller line, or a length that we define. And it's measurable by itself, or by its own kind. And a line is made up of similar parts, i.e. so many rulers fit into that line, for example. Yeah.
Yep.
Same can be said of all of these things. There's a special exception to do with ratio. So the ratio of one thing to another, or what we call a proportion, is also a proper quantity, because a ratio can also be described in terms of itself. So 3/12 is the same as 1/4, for example. And basically a ratio can also be measured by its own kind. So what Aristotle and Reid basically both agree on is that number, duration, and extension, and by extension is meant any of the dimensions in space, so either linear surfaces or volumes, are the measures of themselves and of all things else that are measurable, and that these are therefore the proper and immediate objects of the mathematical sciences. Because if you can't measure something, then it shouldn't be an object of mathematical reasoning. Yeah.
Not in the working with reality.
That's right. Yeah. Now, as in opposition, if you like, to proper quantities, there are things called improper quantities. And an improper quantity is defined as being that which cannot be measured by its own kind, but only by some proper quantity that is related to it. And then a very obvious example of well, it's maybe not obvious because most people don't think about things this way, but a very well-known example of an improper quantity is the thing that we call speed. And speed is defined to be the distance traveled over the time taken, i.e. it's a unit of length divided by some unit of time.
Yep.
And we can basically see that speed is an improper quantity because it cannot be measured by its own kind. We cannot measure speed by speed. Generally speaking, if we see something moving, then we can say it's going faster or slower than something else because we can see it overtaking or obstructing something else in our visual field, for example.
Yep.
But we can't actually measure what it is.
Yep.
Directly.
Overtaking or overtaken.
Yeah, exactly. So, and if we want to measure speed, then by measuring speed, we mean that we have a clear distinction of when something is double or half or triple or whatever, right? Quadruple. That's what it means to correctly measure. If we don't know what is double or triple or quadruple or a half or a third or a quarter or any fraction, then we can't measure it. That's what the definition of a measure means, is that we can accurately say what are those doubling fractions or halving fractions or whatever.
That's why you make such a point of proportion being so critical.
Yep. And that's where it also ties in, because if you can't make that absolute correct measurement of when something is double or half, then you're left again just with the something is more or less, which is a very unquantifiable thing, right?
Yep.
And like probability would be one of those things, but that's maybe a different topic.
Yeah, well, I remember the examples you used about my wife loves me more than I love her, and things like that, not properly quantifiable.
Yeah, very subjective, and in the case of looking for an objective reality, then we need to be able to say, okay, that's exactly double.
Yep.
But as I say, to do that, then we need to, define how we're measuring something and what is the measure of it.
Yep.
So I think it can be seen here that if we define speed to be distance over time, then to understand whether something is going double the speed or whatever, we actually need to measure the distance and the time. Yeah. And those are the two proper things that belong to what we just looked at up here.
Yep.
And so that speed being an improper quantity needs to be defined in terms of two proper quantities.
Would you say that speed is about the relationship between distance and time?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's actually the sentence here that says it, I think, this applying of measure to improper quantities, i.e. things that don't have any quantity, is a kind of fiction or artifice of the mind by means of which we are enabled more easily to express and demonstrate the properties and relations of those things that do have real quantity, in this case, distance and time.
Yep.
So we're basically just defining a concept, a word, an idea, that helps us relate those two things together.
Yep.
And just to make this clear, and so that mathematicians don't scream, it is perfectly reasonable to use such an artificial, unreal concept, such as speed, but only if it has a clear definition of measure within its very definition, and that this measure is in terms of proper quantities. Because every improper quantity, is just an idea. It's not a real proper thing. It really is just a construct of the mind. So you have to be able to define it in terms of real things in its definition. Otherwise, it would not be a correct object of mathematical reasoning if we just made stuff up, right?
Yep. Well, what about when you see something go past you really quickly? You say, Jesus, that was going fast.
Yep, relative to what?
Yeah. Relative to me standing still. Relative to something that was walking past. Yeah, somebody running past me is going faster than somebody walking past me.
Yep. But to actually ascertain how fast they are in difference between each other, you have to again measure the distance and the time taken, right?
Yep. Yeah, I was just getting a little bit confused about whether or not speed did have other aspects, but it doesn't really, does it? It is only a relationship.
Yeah, I mean, it really only tries to answer two questions, right? And the one is, as far as I'm concerned, how far can we travel in a given time?
Yep.
Or
how long does it take to travel a certain distance?
Yep, exactly. Those are the two questions it tries to basically answer, or that's where we use the term or the notion speed, right?
Yep.
So there can be different measures of things, right? Depending, and this is
As a mathematician, I get asked about this all the time. You know, a famous author recently asked me, you know, he said, so you're a mathematician, would you say that life is an algorithm? Is a human just a sequence of zeros and ones? You know, you have people like Ray Kurzweil who believe that they will be able to build machines so that they
Yo.
Yo, yo, yo.
Wait, I can't hear. Let me fix.
Nah, it's probably me, huh?
Did you say something?
can be curving at 8 inches per mile squared and have lasers being shot over it at 25 miles and have it hit the target at the other side, 2 meters above sea level. That can't happen.
Okay.
That's the whole point. That's the crux of this whole thing. So if you do have that, I'd be interested to see it.
Well, like,
if you don't, that's fine, because no one else does. No one else has that. So you wouldn't be the first. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know, because, like, I don't know how to explain it to you, but, like...
Well, what? What
like,
do you mean?
Okay, okay, you're right. You've done your own, and... Okay, so you're saying you've done the experiment.
No, I didn't personally do
not you. Yes, I know. People done the experiment.
Yeah.
And they say, well, this happened, and so the Earth is not curved. But other people have done it, and it worked for them. So it's like...
Who did that? Where? Who? When?
Yeah, that's what we'd need to see. But you're right. If that were the case, then we would have to compare the two and say, right, which of these bodies of evidence is stacking up and is legit? Because both of them cannot be true. So if you think someone is doing the same thing that we're talking about, and it is actually showing 8 inches per mile squared, remember it has to be a very specific rate based on the size of the ball they tell us, then please post it. It'd be very interesting. We're all waiting for this one.
Okay.
Because that would shut the whole server down, bro. Be careful. But let's see it.
You can go and get it.
Well, I don't have, like, I know people have done it, and they have videos on YouTube. No, they have videos on YouTube on both sides, whether it's flat, whether it's not.
So there's a couple on YouTube like Discovery Channel, National Geographic that claim to have done this, but when you examine the videos, you can see where they've misled. And also, the videos that you'll find on YouTube are like 5 to 10 minutes long. They're little reality show puff pieces. They're not scientific papers. They're not academic studies or well-documented experiments.
But look, not everything in theory works. You should know that, right?
No. But this is different because this isn't supposed to be a theory. This is supposed to be reality, remember?
Yeah,
in reality, it's supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. So, in reality, as you agreed, a laser would be able to evidence that. A high-powered laser, when referenced against the surface that it's being shot over, would demonstrate convexity of 8 inches per mile squared. That's very measurable.
Yeah, and you'd also have to tell the militaries of the world to use laser targeted devices from vessels at sea. I haven't finished.
Okay.
I'll start again. So you'd also have to talk to the militaries of the world who use laser targeting devices from vessels at sea, using lasers to target ground-based targets at over 100 miles away. Now, the laser aiming device is only 40 to 60 foot above the surface of the water, shooting a beam at over 100 miles to target something that they can shoot the shit out of. So we can use lasers to hit targets at 25 miles, but practically in everyday use by the militaries of the world when they want to blow shit up, they use laser targeting devices from vessels at sea, over 100 miles. This demonstrates the practical use of a flat surface. Otherwise, the militaries of the world wouldn't use this shit.
You know that they use satellites, right?
No, they... yes. Right, you didn't listen to what I fucking said, so I'll restate it.
No, okay, I've listened.
Laser targeting devices, beam pencil lasers, RDF, requiring a direct line of sight from a targeting device from a vessel at sea. The targeting device is no higher than 40 to 60 foot over the surface of the ocean, hitting targets over 100 miles away that are ground-based. This requires a direct line of sight from the targeting device on the vessel. Nothing to do with satellites, mate.
Okay, I see what you mean. You're saying that people, cruise ships, and other military things are shooting weapons
Laser
from the ocean.
Targeting devices requiring a direct line of sight at over 100 miles from a vessel at sea, no higher than 60 foot above the surface of the sea. it requires a direct line of sight. You're not going to get a direct line of sight over 100 miles from 60 foot above the surface of the ocean hitting the ground-based target because the curve of the Earth will get in the way.
What did you say at the end? You cut off.
The curve of the Earth will get in the way.
Okay. So this is what I understood from what you're saying. Tell me if I understood something wrong. So you're saying that military are like they're using lasers to aim from more than 100 miles away on a ground-based target. That is correct, right?
That is correct, yes. Laser targeting device.
Okay. And do you know what's the height that they're using?
The height, yes. For the fifth time, no higher than 60 foot above the surface of the ocean.
No higher than 60.
Yeah, think how big a boat is. I mean, I could literally give you 200 foot above the surface of the ocean if you want. It's still not going to make a goddamn difference when you're aiming at targets 100 miles away, mate.
Okay. So I don't know how to reply to that. I'll be honest, okay?
Yeah, then that's absolutely fine. What I'm trying to demonstrate is the practical use of lasers by if they use them to blow shit up or help target things to blow shit up, then they wouldn't use this if the curve of the Earth was going to get in the way, would they? Wouldn't work. Because there'd be a finite limit to how far you...
Okay, I see your point. I see your point. It's impossible to use that type or to use it in that way unless it's a flat Earth, right?
Require a direct line of sight. You won't have a direct line of sight
if the Earth is curved. Okay.
No way.
So the military is not using the curvature of the Earth into calculations to make their laser work. So they're thinking in a level plane, in the level water.
What? What do you mean leveled water?
There should be a mile of curvature at 100 miles, over a mile of curvature. It's not there.
Okay. I also don't know how to. I don't know how to respond to that. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's a big thing. It's a difficult concept because this, if true, what we're telling you, and you should check this for yourself.
Yeah,
literally destroys the ball.
Definitely. I guess
They both can't be true. They both cannot be true. The surface cannot be being measured flat in the way that it is at the distances that it is if it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, which is what they tell us it is and has to be if it's the ball that they tell us it is. Like I said, this is the crux.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the like city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the
He's
camera.
the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how... my brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
is
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Don't let it, say the stars. Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's hard to start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
What's up, everyone?
Hello. It's pretty silent.
Yeah. Dinner time almost for Europe, and US is just waking up, I guess.
Yeah, wake up, people.
Wakey, wakey.
It's 11 a.m. on the East Coast.
Good morning to you.
Oh. Morning.
So, Roger, check this out. You know those little RC boats?
Mm-hmm.
So, someone on Twitter, they're like, this was debunked. This person did the same experiment, just at a different angle. And they were like 40 feet off the ground and like, look, you can see the boat. I was like, you guys are literally brain dead. It's like literally the purpose of the experiment is to show what happens at a shallow grazing angle. So this dude's just unbelievable. Like there's something really, really, really wrong with you guys. And then they started saying refraction.
Oh, so now it's refraction.
Yeah.
So,
and then I was like, so you're saying boats disappear because of refraction? They're like, no, I'm not saying that. Well, then what are you saying? That it's refraction.
Talking about light, Indio, I have a question, and I wonder if you could respond. Like, you know the lights they claim to be in the sky, and they say it's from greenhouses? Are they actually from greenhouses, or is it some other phenomenon?
Greenhouses. What do you mean
Yeah,
greenhouses?
Like for example, at night, I was looking yesterday, and there was this like very bright spot in the sky. And
oh yeah, that could be greenhouses. Sure.
But I wonder how it reflects and gets back to our eyes. Like such a bright spot. Like it's the angle is off. Like it's way up. It's not even close to the horizon.
Well, I live in a city, and I know when I'm like 20 miles away or 30 miles away, I can see the lights from the city up, reflecting off the sky. Easily.
Right.
New York City's even worse. New York City, man, you could see that like almost 50 miles out. You can see it lighting up the sky. You know, there's particulates in the air, right? And those particulates, even though they're dispersed, but there's so many of them, right, in a volume that, they are going to reflect the light as a whole. You can see clouds, right?
Yeah, like that's what they claim, but the thing is, have we verified anything on the quantum level yet? Since all we have right now is like assumptions based on experiments. Like for example, atoms and molecules and such.
I'm not talking about particles that small. I'm talking about particulates like dust particles or water vapor.
Oh,
Clouds are not steam, right? Clouds aren't steam. Clouds are actually water particles that are attached to grains of sand.
Sand?
Grains of sand, grains of dust. It's called nucleation. So there's dust and particles in the air, and water will encapsulate it, and they become clouds. Clouds are actually just big things of dust that are filled with water on the dust particles.
So basically, those grains of sand are the minerals, right?
Yeah, it's sand, dirt, pollen, everything.
I mean, that explains why we could drink rainwater. I mean, clean ones at least.
Well, I mean, if you get a big bucket of rainwater, it will be dirty. You will have dirt at the bottom of the bucket.
But would that dirt be from the rain or the bucket itself, like accumulating? Yeah.
It would be from the rain. Every raindrop has a little grain of sand inside of it. Not just sand. It could be pollen, dirt, whatever.
All right.
You ever seen super cold water?
Like water that hasn't been turned into a solid but is below zero?
Yes, yes.
Is that what it?
Yes.
I've
It'll
seen it,
stay
yeah.
liquid form until there's something to nucleate on, right?
Yeah.
The crystal
I
needs to form on something.
I
Right.
witnessed this myself. There was a bottle of water laying in my car, and it froze that night. And then I opened it up, and it was like, and then it froze like from beneath to the top. It was a really awesome sight to see. So it was
Yeah.
liquid when I had the cap on, right? It was mineral water, so apparently it was pretty clean. And when I opened it up, it froze. It was amazing to see.
And also, like,
Yeah, if you would have
movement
tapped
can make
hold on,
it.
if you would have tapped the bottle, it would have froze from that too, because there's air dissolved obviously in the water, so you would have made a little air bubble come out of the water, and the water crystals would have something to form on. Think of like an oyster, right? An oyster can't make a pearl unless it has a little grain of sand inside of it. And they say that's from irritation, but it's actually like crystals need something to start off. They can't start like ab initio from nothing.
And even among liquids, if I'm not mistaken, water has this one special trait where it will expand from 0 to 4 degrees, and that's why when it gets cold, some tubes that conduct water might, get broken.
Yeah, they burst. Yeah.
Yep, I've witnessed it. I've had to repair it. An ex-girlfriend of mine didn't take care, like she inherited her house when her father died, never took care of it. And then one day we went there, and there was literally, her basement was like a 6-foot sheet of ice because the pipe had burst.
Yeah, that's why they advise you to tap your, if you have a tap outside, right, in your garden, they advise you to make a drainage and then drain the tap just before it becomes winter. So yeah, the pipe doesn't burst.
I mean, this concept is also like popular in cryogenics, where they freeze up people. Since our blood has like water, they usually suck out all the blood into corpse before they freeze it. Otherwise, it would deform the body. But
yeah, the ice crystals would just tear apart the tissue, right? I would imagine.
Yeah. But I think it's pointless, like the whole cryogenics thing, because some people think they could be revived later on, but I don't think any of that will work. It's just a big scam, since it costs so much money.
Well, I mean, if you got the money, why not hedge your bets? Even if there's like a 0.1% chance, why not, right?
Yeah, I guess.
They froze frogs, right? The frog or fish, isn't that something? So they think if you freeze a frog or a fish, then surely it can be on a
frogs
human.
are already, but frogs already have that ability, if I'm not mistaken. Like during hibernation, they go on the bottom of the water, and yeah, they stay there for a long time. At least some types of frogs, not all of them.
I've seen a thing where they knock out mice by putting them in a jar with hydrogen salt. I think it's hydrogen sulfide, and basically the thing will be dead, like no vital signs, and they can wake it up after like 6 weeks. It's like suspended animation, but you're gonna end up smelling like Uranus.
Do they freeze the mice or?
No, they're not frozen. They're just like in a state of suspended animation. I think it's hydrogen sulfide gas, if I'm not mistaken. I saw this like, I don't know, like 15, 20 years ago.
But they take out the oxygen so it wouldn't compose.
Yeah,
I guess.
no oxidation. But I mean, do you really want to live forever, man? I mean, seriously.
No, not really. Not on this world, at least. But even then, like as India said, like the hydrogen sulfide would make way more sense than cryogenics to get into.
I mean, why would you want to live forever? And everybody you know will be dead. Just
I would say greed.
Maybe that's why, right? So you could say I win. I finished last.
Oh,
okay. I beat y'all. I was sitting here eating bacon, smoking cigarettes, drinking. You're all dead. I'm still alive. Apparently, I just found something on that. Apparently, they might have falsified that hydrogen sulfide claim. Who knows?
So there's obviously animals, insects, creatures that can be, frozen and then brought back to life. Do you think it's possible that has something to do with brain capacity, the size of the brain? Like, the more thinking a creature is, like primates, human beings, the less ability you have to completely slow your body down, get into some type of whatever state, and then be started back up again? Do you think there's something to do with the brain where if you think as much as a human being does, you probably can't go into that state because your mind won't allow it? Does that make sense? I wonder if that has something to do with it. I
Perhaps.
don't know.
I don't think that's
Yeah, that's a possibility.
variable. I don't think it could have anything to do with whether you'll live or not. I think if it works, it might turn you brain dead. Like a lot of your brain functionalities will just cease to exist.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking a lot of the animals, insects that have the ability to basically be frozen and slowed down to such a minimal state also don't have a large brain capacity. They function mainly on fight or flight, that reptilian brain, and they don't have much other cognizant ability. Just a thought.
Well, it's like any other machine. The more moving parts, the more prone it is to failure. So the more complex the brain is, it's probably harder to revive.
Did we get on this subject because people are trying to live forever? People wanting to live forever? Uploading their consciousness, that kind of shit?
No, I think it was about we talked about super cooled water, and if it's clean water or not in motion or whatever, then um, so I had a bottle of water, and then it was in my car, and I picked it up and I opened it, and from the moment I opened it, the water just the bottle just froze up like completely. It was pretty fascinating. So, and Sinji was kind of speculating about cryogenics or
Gotcha. So it must be cold there, Roger.
no, it's not. This was when I went on winter sport, so like a few years ago.
Gotcha.
I'm not allowed anymore.
You've been banished.
Roger.
Your code doesn't work.
Go ahead, Gemsy. Was it Gemsy?
It was me. It was me, Savvy. Are you?
Huh.
Was the bottle of water pure water, like
Yeah,
distilled water?
Just like
You know,
mineral water, right? So just like when you buy it at the store, they say spring water.
yeah. So I think what happened there is with pure water, when it's frozen, unless there's a impurity or an adjutant, like a physical movement, it doesn't actually turn to ice until you either add an impurity or till you move it.
Yeah,
So that's why it
correct.
happened. It's some,
Yeah,
you can see some cool stuff like that on the internet. Like they will pour frozen like below freezing water, and it will just kind of form like an icicle as it falls onto the surface.
yeah, it was amazing stuff when I saw it.
So I've been thinking about this refraction, right? So if you make a lens, right, and it's convex, you make a convex lens, it'll invert the image if you're past the focal point, right? So if the air was acting like a lens, shouldn't we be able to get nearer and farther? And if we're closer than the focal point, it'll be upright, and if we're further away, it'll be flipped. So we won't be able to, like, they say, okay, those mountains over there, they're being lensed, lifted up. So we won't be able to, like, move our position and flip the image of the mountains, because it's not really the mountains, right? It's the image of the mountains.
I think that could only work if you have like a finite lens effect, because like you get with like hot days on the road, the image flips and it looks like something else. But if you just have like normal type environment, then it would be a never-ending lens, so you can never really find that effect. Or at least that's what comes to mind.
But isn't that sometimes happening when you're looking at a mirage when the image is upside down?
But that's only part of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And things like the Chicago skyline, nothing is flipped.
Right.
In a concave lens, so you got convex and concave lenses. So if it was concave, so we all know what it's like to look through a lens, right? It'll change the size of what we're looking at. It'll appear further away. It'll appear larger. It'll be flipped or inverted, or it won't be inverted. So these are all things, characteristics of lens. So if things far away are being lensed, we should be able to observe this other phenomenon other than, oh, it's just lifting things up, right? So that's the only visual effect. It's lifting things up. There's no other lens effect, just that one.
Yeah, but that's like. Sorry, that noise is.
Well, what I'm saying is we should observe these other effects. Things like mirages, it's actually disputed what actually causes inferior mirages. It's not a settled science, put it that way. If you Google inferior mirages, you'll find their explanation of refraction. But there's also published papers that say it's actually a reflection, that it's not a double image caused by light going into a denser medium or a less dense medium and then coming out. This is actually, the light is reflecting off the surface because of total internal. And they've actually tested this experimentally. So one of the papers is there's two Chinese papers. One, they get this so-called mirage effect, right, where it looks like there's water in the road, but they went and measured the temperature gradient, and there wasn't any. And there was cars passing the spot on the road, so the air would be mixed, right, from the cars passing over this spot. I'll actually post both of those papers.
That's cool.
So, like, it's not,
So
what
it's
I'm
more
saying
like
is, it's
you
not
just
like a
hit the
settled
perfect
science.
angle.
Yeah. Listen, total, like, there's something called the critical angle. So if you're beyond this angle, right? So say I'm looking, like, for water, say it's like 80 degrees. So anything, if you're 90 degrees being like parallel to the surface, if you're looking exactly parallel, like looking parallel to a table. So if you're like up to 10 degrees above that table, everything will be reflected. So you'll see like an image of the sky, an image of something else. And that it's not refraction, it's actually just reflection. Just a reflection. And like I said, it was tested experimentally. Whereas I don't think there's any experimental verification of the refraction claim.
Yeah, because that would be a bit hard to actually manipulate the variables in that case. You could maybe recreate it in a lab or whatever, but you couldn't actually test the phenomena that you naturally observe. I'm not sure if you mentioned the thing about water, but you get the same stuff in because I was distracted by something. You get the same stuff when you swim, right? If you swim at the right angle, it's just a mirror. And I would imagine that maybe the heat and the conditions of the day, they just help to smooth that mirror effect out rather than cause it. Did that come through clearly? Did you follow what I was saying?
Yeah, I heard. It makes sense.
Yeah, every time I look into like miraging any images like that, it always seems to be a mirror image, even though they'll draw schematics of light bending, like bowing. It seems to be more of a direct mirror image, which is not necessarily light bending, but just reflecting.
Yeah, and you have those images that have been taken where it looks like a boat is floating in the sky. If you look really closely at those images, you can see the horizon, right? So the horizon that you see in the image is a false horizon. Thing is, it's like, think of it this way: my angle to the surface is, it's decreasing the further and further I look away, and then it reaches that critical angle, and then everything after that spot on the ground is a reflection of the sky. And if it's a reflection of the sky, that means it's the same color, right? So if the sky's blue, it's blue. I can't differentiate what the reflection of the sky in the sky itself. So it looks like if there's a horizon in the foreground.
Yeah,
those images are pretty fun.
miraging like that is always a mirror effect. It's mirroring. It's not like bending an image, at least in anything that I see. It's a reflection on a surface based on an angle.
Yeah, that's what I think too. Like I said, they've tested this experimentally. I mean, it is what it is. Whereas the refraction one has not been tested experimentally.
But that makes sense though, because they cherry pick everything and they seem to base everything on suppositions these days. Like I know we've talked about this before. Before they had the decency to say the theory of electrons, whereas now they just say it's the fact. So I guess that's kind of like intellectual laziness, right? Because it's not like they actually intend to do this all the time. They just don't realize it because they haven't done their job properly.
Like, I mean, technically it could be refraction, meaning that the angle of light is being changed by some sort of medium or surface that it's hitting. But when it does that, when I look at mirage images and things like that, it's never downward, it's upward. You're seeing a reflection of something that's above the horizon or just above the lower angle that you're viewing from. It's never up and over lifting anything that should not be seen above the horizon. It's always a mirror reflection of something that can be seen above the horizon.
Yeah, because I think they try using that argument to explain how laser tests can be deceptive or whatever, but then they run into the issue which the dum-dums like to just ignore, is that the laser in a medium like that will not bend down. It will only ever bend up if there is refraction. So, so it can't just bend. It can't bend around the curve. So I think that applies there. Sorry, repeat.
From the source out, the light gets wider and it goes in straight lines. So, you know, from the source, like you have a little bit and it gets wider, 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 wider. The angle changes. You know what I mean? The amount of light.
Yeah, that too. But I think what I was thinking of is, you know, the argument they try to make, and then they show you, was it sugar water or whatever, and the laser bending down, or it's like, no, you're confused. But yeah.
You're also testing what light is doing with different types of light sources. A laser is more of a culminated, coherent light source, right? Meaning it's way more coherent, I guess is the best term I can use. And when you're talking about sunlight or anything like that, it's a less coherent light source. It's not a specific beam. I mean, I guess the same.
Laser's also monochromatic, so it's a single wavelength.
Correct. So you'll see that.
And that's the other thing about lenses, right? That we should also observe. There's something called chromatic aberration.
Yep.
And we don't see that when we look at like these long distance photographs where they say this thing's being lifted up by refraction. It should, because of different wavelengths, refract at different rates. We should see chromatic aberration. We should see almost like a rainbow effect. Right? So when we see the so-called Chicago skyline, the Chicago skyline should have weird colors to it.
Yeah, because cheaper lenses for cameras, or even decent lenses for cameras, always have some sort of index of chromatic aberration, especially towards the outer edges of the image. That's always the case in photography.
Exactly. And you have to buy a achromatic lens if you want to get rid of that.
Hey, so this topic, pardon me, Karen.
I was just going to say I do a decent amount of amateur photography and a lot of reviewing lenses or looking at lenses to purchase. One of the things that is tested for is chromatic aberration. Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. I was going to somewhat deviate the subject because this thing is making me think of something while I'm walking. So I'm seeing the day almost finish right here in the UK, and there's a certain, well, I don't know what you call it. There's an artistic term for it, but the fading of the colors from the sunlight to just the blue and dark sky, right? And sometimes it's a mixture of colors, sometimes it's just one color that's just gradiating, right? Depending on the scenario. But what it was making me think, and I wonder if this connects to what we're talking about, is the way we see it, it's compressed. It's compressed as you go down. Whereas in a natural fade, or an even fade, it doesn't get compressed. It's just a gradual change as you progress, right? So the idea that I'm just formulating, and I'm curious what people have to say, is the claim that they make being that it's endless, empty void. Wouldn't that have a different effect on the way the colors gradiate? So that's kind of like an open-ended question to get people to kind of discuss. I'm curious what India has to say on that if he's available.
Can you rephrase that question again? I'm sorry, I kind of missed the bulk of it.
Okay, so at least, obviously, we're under no illusions. We know there's a container. Now, obviously, there's debate about what the container is like, etc. But that's kind of the gist of where I'm going through. If we have a container of what I would presume is somewhat of a dome, then the observations that I see, the beginning and the end of the day, where the colors gradate in a compressed manner as opposed to a linear gradation. All right, so it's more like logarithmic or whatever. You wouldn't see that if it was, or at least that's what I'm thinking. You wouldn't see that if it was how they claim it to be, just an empty void with nothing there. So if that's, I mean, I'd maybe have to draw something later, but I'm just walking and talking. So if that's something you lot have an idea on, please go ahead.
Well, we're losing visual information when it's compressed like that. That you're losing some visual information somewhere. Like, where is it going, right? Because I have images, right, that, okay, from Canigou, they're taken to the Alps. So they took, at the same time, they use an infrared, took a picture, and when they took it in visible light, it's compressed. So that means that the visible light wavelengths, right, that band, it's like 450 nanometer to 850 nanometer. Some of that information is going somewhere, right? It could be getting reflected, it could be getting absorbed, it could be getting who knows what, right? But it's going somewhere. It's not reaching the camera. Because you have to think it's a wavefront, right? So as those waves travel a distance, right? So that parts of the wavefront are being probably some sort of destructive interference or something.
Okay, so would it be more your distance to the boundary point is different when you look up compared to when you look across, rather than what I was suggesting?
The difference of angle.
Okay, but I'm sure. I mean, I guess I have to go and do some actual digging to it. But I'm sure that even the way the colors present themselves and the way we observe them, if it was as they say, it would present itself in a different way. Like the ratio, the delta between one shade to another shade would be different. I don't know. Maybe it's just like an imposition that I'm putting on my mind because of what I know. But even the way the colors present themselves at this time of day indicate to me that there is a surface that has a curved angle to it. There is something there that's causing the colors to present themselves that way. Because we have other examples of if that was like a flat thing or a different thing, it would present itself completely differently. But again, I don't have enough to express it right here, right now. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the whole gradient. When you're talking more like sunset, sunrise time.
Yeah, because it's more visually obvious at that time, right? The colors help you see it. But I think, you can even see it during the day, I think, but that's not easy to demonstrate. So I think the best thing I could do is just go and investigate. Maybe like one of those 3D softwares or something that I could use or something. I don't know. It was just something that kind of came to mind as you were discussing the lack of observations pertaining to the lens effects that they like to impose or claim. So it was just kind of from that, based on what I was seeing, it was sparking an idea, but it's ill formed or hasn't been finished, so I don't know as of yet.
Yeah, I think it would be cool to do some testing with infrared compared to visible light spectrum when it comes to long distance observations, kind of getting the same type of lens, the same distance, the same observation, and then capturing the image in infrared, capturing it in a normal visible light lens. Because really, infrared doesn't really refract much through a prism, does it? Like the effect that you see with the splitting of white light into its color band through a prism, does infrared just continue along a straight line without a break? I'm not too sure.
Infrared is a pretty broad band. It's 750 nanometer to 1200 nanometer. So yeah, infrared was actually discovered by a prism. From my understanding, someone left a thermometer next to a prism, and the temperature went up, even though none of the light was hitting it. Right, none of the visible light of the spectrum was hitting it. So then they investigated further and discovered infrared.
Infrared light does not refract, as far as I know.
If you look at some of the diagrams of what wavelengths are absorbed the most in the air, infrared is absorbed the least, specifically 1,000 nanometer. There's almost no absorption at 1,000 nanometer. Or maybe it was 1,200, somewhere in there. The funny thing is, I've looked too for like 1,200 nanometer infrared cut filters, and like they're impossible to find.
Yeah, maybe because they're impossible to make.
Well, I do know if you try to buy infrared equipment, it's very difficult. They only sell them to like governments and the police and the military.
Ah, okay. So it's more they don't want people having that kind of equipment. I see.
Well, yeah, because if you put it this way, you'll be able to see everything, and they won't be able to see anything. So if you have an infrared flashlight and infrared goggles, right, you can see at day, like as if it was daytime, right, and everybody else is in pitch black. But the military has infrared beacons, right? So say a Navy SEAL, they do an operation and they need the helicopter to come pick them up. They throw down an infrared beacon, and the helicopter can see them, right? Because the helicopter pilots have infrared vision. So they see this big flashing strobe, but the enemy doesn't see anything.
So what are the easily obtainable commercial filters then? Because maybe you could combine a pair of them, or maybe more than two, and make your own. I mean, that's kind of extra effort, but if someone's that interested, maybe it's an option. But I don't know if that works within how the filters behave.
It's my understanding that most, if not all, digital cameras, if you remove a specific film from the front of the sensor, it basically turns it into infrared. Like they have to put some sort of film or something over the sensor that actually makes it normal, like reading normal
Well,
visible light.
what you'll have, listen, if you take the film off, you'll have a full spectrum camera. So the sensor will pick up the infrared. So you need to go buy a filter that filters out everything but the infrared you want to look at. So basically, you'll go, you take the film off, go buy an infrared filter, throw it on there, and it'll filter out everything but that frequency.
And how do those
that
filters
wavelength.
work exactly?
Typically, there's some sort of thin film on it.
A lens.
Yeah, it'll be whatever material they make the lens out of.
Something similar to polarization.
Yeah, exactly.
Similar effect.
What about the little mirrors that are like in the optical stuff too? Like a lot of people don't really even think about. Like when you like supposedly zoom in and it's like a mirror in the thing and you're looking actually into that mirror, you're actually not zooming forward to the thing you think you're zooming to.
Yeah, some
Kinda like
cameras
little-
have mirrors inside of them. So the lens
Yeah.
reflects off the mirror that reflects onto the sensor or something like that.
Right. Right. Kind of like a periscope. Like you're looking at one thing to look at the other thing. You're not really looking like a direct line of sight out. You know what I mean?
Well, most all cameras operated on a lens up until, or a mirror with inside of them up until recently. They came out with mirrorless cameras.
Right. Well, the main thing I was talking about was like the other stuff too, like the zoom in telescopes and stuff like that. Some of those got like those little mirrors too. Main point is a lot of people thought they were actually zooming into stuff and they weren't. They were just magnifying the image from the mirror. It's the same.
I guess if you have like your zoom apparatus is more in your eyepiece of a telescope and you're just zooming closer into the mirror, I'm not sure if that's what takes place, but I know with cameras what's taking place is actually a zoom within the lens, the focal length.
Right. Well, what I'm trying to say is you're not like zooming down into the object that's far away. You're actually not like getting down into depth on that picture. You're actually just seeing that one surface image, and all you can do is make that bigger by magnification.
Yeah, I think he's saying the mirror moves, right? They just move the mirror closer to the sensor, as opposed to like changing the focal length of the camera. So hey, in live stream, I posted the comparison of infrared versus visible light. So that was taken within 5 minutes of each other at the same time. It's a 950 nanometer infrared. So that distance is 258 miles to the farthest mountains. The one that's obviously really, really compressed, that's called Mount Ventoux. That is like 142 miles from the camera. I think, if I remember right.
If we evolved on this planet, and the planet was supposedly a sphere, and we evolved through the whatever, like, and it's a sphere, like, how could we as man, like, hold on, how do I put this? If gravity, right, was real and it could, like, shape everything to a ball, how would we be able to outdo the planet's gravity and make a building square? How would we be able to do that? This is crazy. So gravity owns and takes over and works everywhere and takes over and shapes everything. But if we build a square building, there's no gravity there. No arc, no curve, no spherical gravity. You know what I mean? It's just funny to me.
I think that's the whole point of how they apply it, though. It's the infinite constant, so constant that you don't even need to think about it. And I think that the best way to illustrate that is how they do their equations and their formulas. They have the gravity on both sides, so you cross them out, and it doesn't exist. It's a myth. It's a story.
And then the arc of the planet, like, to me, if you whatever this planet is the hardest material known to us as whatever we are on the plane that we live on. So for us to say that that stuff's shaped by gravity, or any scientist that thinks he's smart and says, oh, well, granite, diamonds, all this stuff is shaped by gravity, but then we can go out and make a sandcastle, but the gravity doesn't shape it to the earth. It's just weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's idiotic to take the implications of what they're claiming to its full conclusion. Means that you have nothing at all. But obviously, we have everything, and we can see it with our own eyes and feel it. So yeah.
Right, but these people are supposed to be really smart people, and they were supposed to bring us like intelligent or intellectual like stuff. Like they didn't even
No,
stop
no,
to
they're
think.
not.
No.
No.
Supposed to be. Not. Yeah, no, they're not. But what I'm saying
Yeah,
is like,
like the actor in the movie is supposed to be like a superhero who can fly.
right. But I'm saying, like, couldn't they like intellectually be like, man, what they're saying cannot possibly make fucking sense. Like gravity's supposed to be bending steel, diamonds, granite, just the hardest shit known to man ever anywhere. Like, and it doesn't make any sense because I've never seen chunks of spherical or arcing granite. Or spherical diamonds. Where are the spherical diamonds at? That's really what I'd like to see.
Yeah, the only natural, or that I know of, the only natural phenomena that creates spherical things like that is water. Like pebbles. Pebbles weren't originally spherical, but they come out that way because they've been eroded by water and themselves for however many decades or whatever, you know. But to go back to your point,
They're
the
not
way
even.
they got away.
They're odd
I
shapes.
know.
Flat,
Yeah,
round, egg.
but
You know
like,
what I mean?
right.
Like,
But that's
there's
like
nothing on this
but
planet.
that's my point, right? That's the only natural phenomena that gets anywhere close to what they're talking about. So you can
Yeah,
kind of just put that kind of comparison up and go, look, what you're talking about is nonsense.
right. And
But then
actually,
the other thing is though, more to the point of what you were saying, the way they got away with it is because they stopped allowing, or they kind of just bullied people from actually asking these questions and actually questioning, which is the whole point, right? The whole original point of all of this was mankind striving to understand all of this, and then it flipped to certain groups of mankind imposing basically rhetoric, which is just basically bullshit.
well, if
Because I
I can
can't be
get $1
bothered.
million, if I can get $1 million a year for sitting there and being like, well, you know, whatever, just make, you know, and saying some shit. Well, what do you mean you don't believe gravity? That's all. That's the only question I have to ask is, what do you mean you don't believe? And drop a mic, and I get millions of dollars a year. Come on, man.
Yeah, but I think everyone else also has a lot to answer for, because like if that's the best source they bring, and you didn't just throw it back in their face, like, what do you mean? What's gravity? Can you introduce me? Like, because if they're gonna play the rhetorical game, just play it back with them, because it's endless bullshit. And anyone who's founded, well, in my opinion, anyone who has their foundation in actual understanding should actually be able to win the rhetorical game. Because if you're coming from if you're bringing rhetoric against rhetoric, but you have an actual firm foundation, then at the end of it, you can just use logic in there a little bit, and they should all fall flat. I mean, the pun is kind of nice, but you get my point, right?
Yes, I get you.
Because it's, I mean, that's the one I like at least. When somebody makes a claim, it's like, can you introduce me? So obviously, I'm going to be careful about how I phrase it in here. But against some, you know, non-medical medical event, I'll be like, can you introduce me to this said entity that you speak of? Because I've never met them nor shook their hand. And you can apply the same thing to gravity, to space, to whatever other bullshit they come up with. Say, well, introduce me, demonstrate this to me, show me.
Well, I mean, and I don't understand why somebody hasn't come up with like some dumbass thing that's totally goofy, as a flat earther, act like, you're a scientist, come up with some stuff, spread it, and see if it catches on just by saying, what do you mean you don't believe? So just come up with something goofy and just like put on your best professor voice and glasses, and be like, that's absurd. You don't believe this. What are you saying? You know, and just keep going with it, and then they'll all be like, "Oh, okay." Turkeys
Yeah, you could.
do smell like chicken in the summer. I don't know.
You could quite. I think you could quite equally apply the same device to the second law of thermodynamics. To, I mean, the main 3 points or the reversal of them, right? You could apply the same thing. What do you mean you don't believe in the second law? What do you mean you don't believe in buoyancy and the rest of it? So yeah, you could put. I mean, I
Right.
think maybe some knuckleheads maybe need that, like maybe need to be treated like retards to actually get the point. Because that's how they got to their confusion. So maybe that's how you get them out. But then other times I
Ridicule.
think it's better. Other times I think it's better just to get a sledgehammer out. But I think it's a fair point. If that's how they got suckered in, then maybe just sucker them back to the truth.
Ridicule a little bit too, because when I was in school, anytime anybody says anything against what the books or the teacher's saying, everybody in the class goes, ah, ha, 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 ha. So everybody laughs and they're all on board that easy just by making a joke. Now they're down for the clown for life because they laughed one time in kindergarten about something. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy. I mean, they can redefine the social norm with shit, and then the teacher make the whole, I come in tomorrow with a blue hat, and everybody in the class says everybody with a blue hat's stupid. Do I wear that blue hat the next day? Fuck no. You got to ridicule them. You got to let them understand how idiotic and how dumb they're being and how stupid it is. You got to laugh and be like, you're just insane. You're insane. You have no evidence, but you keep talking about stuff that you have no evidence. That's insanity. It's just all it is. And whoever's the judge, the control, the top person of like who appoints these fucking people should like I don't know where the science industry like appoints their people at or who gets to choose who, but what the fuck? Get real. These motherfuckers need to choose people that have empirical evidence, not fucking stories and lobbies. Not just making yourself $1 million for being ignorant. Yeah, I just ridicule, but in a good way. I'm like, that's not possible. That's not physically possible. How's that? Show me how that's physically possible. And they can't show anything, no diagrams, no. I said, now show me a plane going around a sphere or a ball, right, on paper without it tipping. Keep it level. Show me how you can take a bucket of water everywhere on the hill of this fucking planet and how the water is not supposed to. It's not supposed to move. It's not supposed to go left. It's not supposed to go right. A liquid spirit level would not work on a planet that's spherical because everything would be level. Like not straight. I'm talking about everything would be non-moving and wouldn't tilt. Like it would be. It's held at its rigidity of its surface. So when I carry a cup of water down the road, and clearly when I walk up and down the hill of the street, the water like leans left or right or up or down. That's not what would happen on a globe. That's impossible on a globe. Because think about the physics that they explain to you that everything's pulled towards the center. Taut, pulled, a string, imaginary to the center. So that means the outside surface is an arcing curve of water everywhere forever, no matter what. And it can't be anything but on a globe.
Right? No rivers on a globe.
No rivers, none of that shit. No spillways, no dams. They wouldn't work. Water wouldn't run from one end to another to seek anything because it would already be level. You understand? Water should already be level. It should already be spherical around the planet and no deviation from that. So how can you get a fucking spillway? How can you have a waterfall? How can you have any of that on a round planet? It really doesn't make any sense. Not even a cup of water in your cup. Like if you put the black line on it when you sit it on the counter and you mark where your water's at and you walk down the street, just your street, that water's going to go up and down and tilt back and forth and left and right. That's not a globe. Not at all. It's impossible. I think people also thought it was like something cool. They thought it was like mind-boggling, all and wondering, like, oh, planet in space. Oh yeah, cool. Let's imagine it. That'd just be cool to imagine. They got stuck on
Yeah,
stupid.
that's the ultimate purpose, though. They've got people worshiping it so that when they bring it out, even though it's not going to be as they said it, people are going to be like, "Oh, cool!" Right? You've seen like Ring of Elysium and stuff like that. That's what they're planning. It's all a setup.
So as you were talking there, DMAC, I was thinking about some stuff, and there's always this Glober argument about geodetic surveying and how that measures the curvature of the Earth. And
Right.
every time I dig deep into that, the only thing I can find that geodetic surveying does different than planar surveying is it puts, I think it's called a curvature coefficient. Basically, they put in a rate of curvature to account for curvature that they never see, just to make the surveys be consistently bent along what they call a level line, because in surveying a level line is curved as opposed to a horizontal line, which is your line of sight to the horizon. And they do that just based off of a presupposed radius value of the Earth. So they come up with this curvature coefficient, but it's nothing that they ever actually physically see. They only account for through equations.
Right.
But that seems to always be a Glober argument is, well, geodetic surveying proves the curvature of the Earth. But every time I look into it, the further I look into it, all geodetic surveying does is mathematically account for a presupposed curvature rate. Because a specific formula that gets added in to adjust for curvature, not that you're actually physically surveying curvature.
Any Glober that says geodetic surveying measures curvature doesn't understand geodetic surveying. It's literally that simple, like what you were just saying. It's a calculation. It's calculated in. They presuppose that it's supposed to be this. I don't know how to put it.
Yeah, it's just they do their survey and then they put in I think it's called the curvature coefficient. But they basically
they geodetically bend everything around the
they put in a curvature formula to adjust the whole entire survey for a presupposed curve that they're not actually physically surveying.
No, because they would have video. Listen, when we got time-lapse photography of bugs, spiders, fish, plants growing, molds growing for a year, or like every waking second we have it filmed. Birds' lives, everything, right? Like you can go on National Geographic and look at all this shit. But you can't see the nonstop photo or video of anybody measuring the planet. But you can watch a 2-year life of a rose in some mountain. That's a wild rose. Like, we found this special wild species. We're looking at the habitat. We're going to watch it grow from beginning to end. It has a 3-year life cycle. Time lapse, we're going to take it from the beginning all the way to the end of its life. You see what I'm saying? Like, how the fuck can you do all that, but we can't get any video of rockets? This is ignorant.
I just wonder how many people within surveying stop to even think about the fact that they're not actually physically seeing any curvature within their surveying, but they somehow apply a curvature rate because it just has to be there. I wonder if any of them stop to think about that.
No, because they just say it's too big. And what does that mean?
If you want to shut up anyone talking about surveying, just ask them one question. Ask them, why is the plumb line curved in geodetic surveying? If you don't want to know what they're going to say, plumb lines don't curve. And if you just go to Google, type in curved plumb line geodetic surveying, you're going to get diagrams, curved plumb lines. Okay, and there's a reason they do this. The oblate spheroid. The oblate spheroid is fictitious. It is a mathematical surface that they project measurements onto.
Yep.
right?
Right. So they're never
They
actually
use something called a
experiencing.
mapping function. Globers think that they use projections. They don't use projections. They use something called a mapping function.
Yep.
A projection is a type of mapping function, but that's not the mapping function they use. So think about this, okay? You take theodolite, you measure plumb, right? That's the first thing you do. You find a level. Level is a measurement of plumb. So if you have and I'm going to explain how it's a measurement of plumb. If you have a plumb line, right? It's just a weight at the end of a string. It points, so-called direction of gravity, correct?
It points straight down. Yeah, point straight down. You use your bubble level to establish a horizontal to your horizon based off a 90 degree to your plumb.
Sorry, man. Something came up. Hold on a second.
No worries, man.
Shouldn't a hovering plumb bob move? If you got a plumb
What do you
bob
mean?
looking from a drone, shouldn't that, if the planet's moving under that plumb bob and the center of gravity is shifting for the surface of the mass, like the surface next to that plumb bob, like whatever mountain, hill, valley comes underneath it, like if the Earth is spinning, like there's no, I mean, it would have to. There's some way we would have to fucking visually see that, no matter what. These guys are goofy as fuck.
Yeah, especially if they're talking about like a geoid shape that's not consistent, meaning there would be different uneven distribution of mass.
Yeah, I look at the mud puddles and the little pieces of dirt that are sticking up, and I look at the little dips and the hills and I don't see a sphere anywhere on this motherfucker. Like nothing about the surface of the dirt anywhere on this planet means sphere. It doesn't, to me, in my mind, look like a sphere at all. I mean, it's not perfectly flat like a piece of paper, of course, that would be crazy, but it fits more of a flat plane than it would ever fit a globe like that because everything's supposed to be rounded, and I don't see none of this shit rounded. None of it. I mean,
Yeah, we don't ever really experience, like you were talking about before. I don't know if it was you or India or somebody was talking about before. We don't always, we never really experience perfect spheres when it comes to anything other than like liquids, right? When they're in like a droplet form, that's just the equal resistance that it has around
the
that
outside.
liquid. Yes, that forms that sphere, but we don't ever see that within any type of rock formations, anything like that. Anything.
A grain of sand.
Well, a grain of sand, sure, but
Well, it should be a sphere.
should be a perfect sphere. But it's my understanding that sand isn't necessarily formed as a granule. It comes from a much larger mass of some type of rock that's been, tumbled over and over and over by waves in the ocean on the shoreline. So it's tumbling it into a sphere type shape.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yep, super bad.
Not that it just formed as a sphere, but it was taken from a much larger whole.
clumps of dirt don't sphere up. Like, I mean, you got to take them and pack them and pack them. You got to make a snowball. You have to physically make it from the outside, make it from the inside. You don't form anything from the inside usually. I mean, there might be that one instance that I'm missing out on, and I may be retarded, but 99% of the time, most of the stuff's always formed from the resistance from the outside, never from the center.
You guys
Right.
talking about a perfect sphere in nature?
We're just talking about
Yeah, we
you
were
don't.
asking if there is one.
Yeah, you don't
Okay.
typically see a perfect sphere formed in anything solid that often, unless it has something to do with an outside pressure around it, like equal pressure on all sides.
Well, that might disqualify my example then. I was going to say pearls at the bottom of the ocean. Checkmate. It's a globe. Shut it down.
No, pearls are
Pearls are
shaped like
formed inside of a living organism.
yeah.
They're a perfect
And
sphere.
no, they're not. No, they're not at all.
Come on, Denmark. There's got to be a perfect sphere somewhere, man. I've been looking for 7 years. Come on.
No, because you can go find the biggest pearl that doesn't look anything like a sphere. It looks like a beat up piece of rock or a tooth.
Sorry for interruption. Y'all continue.
No, I was trying to find that too, Dave. The only thing I could think is an orange. Oranges are pretty close. What else? I think that's, I mean, a grape.
Yeah, but even then, it's it's the outside air resistance typically that would probably form it into that shape.
Right.
But even then, it's
as the liquid cools and
it's genetic coding also, that shape, I feel like, because an apple and an orange are a different shape than a grape, than a peach, than a pear.
Yep. Genetic design.
And they probably form into sphere type shapes, right? Not perfect spheres, but a spherical type shape, just for better structure, right? It would be easier to hold that structure.
Apples real quick. If you believe that the whole Newton apple story, if it had been raining that day and that apple fell into a puddle, you think anything would have been different? Anyway.
No, that story's retarded anyway, because if Newton was sitting down by that tree and one apple fell, and that one apple in the world was one size, weighed 5 pounds, let's say. So a 5 pound apple hit him in the head.
5 pound apple.
Come on, just listen though. So if there, well, I'm just giving an example of weight. So 5 pounds, right? That's my number. So a 5 pound apple falls. Might be unbelievable, but just saying it. Guess what should happen on a globe?
The earth should spin underneath the apple.
Yeah, and the earth would be spinning underneath all the apples, pulling them to the center, and any apple that weighs the same would always fall at the same time, at the same day, at the same rate. So a 2 pound apple would always fall at the same time as another 2 pound apple. 5 pound apples would always fall with 5 pound apples. 3 pound apples would always fall with 3. You get what I'm saying? Density, weight, mass, attracting mass. So if you got a 2 pound mass, how are you attracting one 2 pound mass to Earth, but not all the other 2 pound masses?
I don't want to get off on gravity. Perfect spheres in nature. Anybody know one? Let us know. I don't think there is one. That's not the qualifier napalm says you're good to go. Something that hadn't had like pressure applied or something. How'd you say it, napalm? He's still there.
Napalm.
What's up, man? Sorry.
With the qualifier on that, you're looking for a perfect sphere in nature that hasn't had what happened to it? Pressurized or some way you said it a minute ago.
Yeah, it's I forget what the terminology is, but it's basically outside surface pressure, right? So the pressure in the atmosphere around it is causing an equal pressure around the object itself.
Okay.
Kind of like a small drip of water, and it can hold on if it's a small one until you get it bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until it releases.
Yeah, like surface tension, right?
Right, because if you think about it this way, if you think about a globe in the middle of a vacuum, what is the outside pressure that is causing it to form into a sphere? It's my understanding that they say it's gravity caused from the mass that's pulling it into a sphere, but we don't ever experience.
It's the warp of space-time that brings it into the middle.
Sorry, I
3D space-time.
So space and time on the outside of an object are pulling it from the center inward. That's cool.
Gravity.
Kind of odd.
Gravity is pulling it in.
Seems impossible.
So hold on a second. Let's unpack space-time. So what is space-time?
It's the fabric of space.
So is it a fabric in a sense of a flat plane? We could define fabric, or maybe it would be easier to define a field. Can you define a field?
It just depends on what field you're talking about. There's several different fields.
So would you consider space-time a field?
In physics, space-time is any mathematical model which fuses the 3 dimensions of space and the 1 dimension of time into a single 4-dimensional manifold. That's what it is.
Mathematical model. We don't have to go any further. Go ahead, Napalm.
Right. So this is hypothetical.
No.
So when you talk about space-time, what is time, and how can time curve or bend? What is time?
Well, the reason it bends is because of gravity.
What is time?
Time and space are any mathematical model which fuses the 3 dimensions of space and the 1 dimension of time into a single 4-dimensional manifold. I don't understand how you don't understand this.
Well, you have to define your terms.
I
So what
just
is
did
time?
define my terms.
No, time is a measurement, right?
Yes.
Can you touch time?
It's not physical.
Right. So you're giving
space-time.
physical. Wait, let me finish.
Space-time is no. I'm answering your question. Space-time.
It's about time, not space-time. We're talking about time. So time is not physical.
No, it is when it becomes space-time.
So what creates space that makes it physical? So what is space?
Space is the fabric. Think of it as
what is the fabric?
Can I finish answering? Can I finish answering you? Space. Think of it as raisin bread, and as the raisin bread expands,
space is raisin bread.
Cinnamon raisin bread.
As can I finish answering? Okay, never mind.
Well, you're trying to give physical properties.
I want to hear more about this raisin bread.
Space-time does have physical properties.
You're trying to give physical attributes to two things that are non-physical.
Space-time does have physical properties.
Can you show us?
Can you bottle any of it up? Do you have any example of a?
Can you form something with it, like in front of us live, like in a lab on your camera? Can you show us space and time doing something physical?
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
I'd like to see that. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. In every gravity well, space-time.
No. I said turn your camera on and show us.
Show us a gravity well right now. Go ahead.
Just open your eyes and look.
Hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second.
Show us how something, and stop talking for a minute. Show us how something's affected by the gravity or gravity well, going from non-affected to affected live. That's what I'd like to see.
Okay. drop something. There you go.
So you're presupposing. Hold on a second. We're presupposing
Not
the cause of the
presupposing
effect.
anything.
So me
can you
Presupposing
something
anything.
the gravity one?
hold on, guys, hold on.
Because
So
gravity
can
can be
we
measured.
so can we manipulate gravity to prove that is the cause of the effect?
Yes, we can manipulate gravity.
How do we do that?
Through space-time.
Okay, so what are you doing to gravity and space-time that is adjusting it to prove it is the cause of the effect that we see?
You're not making that question is undefined.
Where's the demonstration of space
hold-
time in a lab?
This is a scientific question, right? Because we're talking about science, which would be
That
answering.
doesn't mean it's a scientific question because you're trying to talk about science because you don't know what you're talking about.
No,
Your
you
question
don't know
is
what you're
malformed.
Just because you're projecting onto me your lack of intelligence doesn't mean that I'm incorrect.
Right.
So
You
now
just
I'm
told us nothing is
unintelligent.
something. You just told us two things that are nothing and that are
I'm answering
arbitrary
your
out of your
question.
mind are physical. But then you told us they're not physical. How ignorant can you
No,
be?
ignorant.
Yeah, you're ignorant.
No, what it is by themselves. They are nothing.
What it is you're
They
ignorant.
are not
as well.
physical. When space-time collects,
No, you're insane.
when
You're
space-time is
saying a car
together,
is not a
then it
car,
is
but it's a
physical.
car. No, I don't
You're
think so.
It's a field.
You're saying a car
you're
isn't a
a-
car
it's
until
a
a car and a rock come
force.
together, then it's a car rock. You are stupid as shit. Cut that
well,
shit.
even
Answering your
then,
questions.
Democ, you're at least giving two examples of things that have physical properties coming together to form something.
Exactly.
What he's talking about are two conceptual ideas, right?
Right.
One
They're
is
not
what we use to measure things in linear
That is my
progression.
point.
our description of them.
That's like saying, hey, inch shadows is what causes the apple to fall to the ground. The bending of inch shadows.
What makes the apple fall to the ground?
Inch shadows bending.
Inch shadows. What are inch shadows?
Well, an inch, obviously we use inches to measure. It's not physical, but when it comes together with shadows, which are the absence of something, a privation, when the inches and shadows combined, it bends and warps physical objects. Prove me
Give
wrong.
me the model for that?
Yep.
Because I can give you the model for gravity. I can give you the model for buoyancy. I can give you the model for density. I can give you the model for all this stuff.
Yeah, but not the scientific experiment,
Can
right?
I finish answering your question?
Not the scientific experiment, right?
So I can't finish answering your
No,
question.
the thing is, your whole arguing is circular. You
Yeah.
start off
You
with
have no
space time,
demonstration.
Oh, is it?
then you point to gravity, and when we ask about gravity, you point to space time again. Like, it's
He's
very
like tooth
circular.
fairies, leprechauns. Oh, but the tooth fairies and leprechauns are real together, but they're not physical or real apart.
Can you give me the model for tooth fairies and leprechauns?
It sounds just like your globe.
Can you
That's
give me a model for it? Can you give me a model
Yeah,
for it?
it's your
Because
globe
I can
model.
give you a model for gravity.
It's gravity. Gravity is tooth fairies.
What is your model for gravity?
And space time is
rate of
leprechaun.
gravity, what is it, 9 point some odd meters?
That's
square.
just a rate. That's a rate in which something
So
falls.
That describes gravity.
No, it describes a rate.
That describes gravity.
So 9.8 fairies.
So is gravity the effect or the cause? Which one? Because you're conflating the two.
Gravity
Is it the effect or the cause?
It's the effect of mass.
Oh, okay. So you don't know the cause of things falling. Cool.
Mass.
Oh. By what definition
Matter.
of mass?
Matter. A warp in space-time and matter cause gravity.
A warp in space-time and matter is what causes
No.
gravity?
Matter causes a warp in space-time, which
What does
causes
warp?
gravity.
What does the word warp mean?
What is warping?
It means that it's not a flat plane anymore.
No,
So do you have
you
a
guys
do you
don't
have
know
a
anything.
cause and effect experiment that demonstrates that?
Yes.
Okay.
Cavendish.
So Cavendish. So what is the independent variable in Cavendish?
The Cavendish every year tons of engineer students,
It's not
and physicist
not
students,
what
and
he
everybody
asked. Is not
does
what
the
he asked.
Yeah, it's
Cavenir.
not even
Is
an
not
answer
what
to
he
the
asked.
question.
So it
Is
happens all
is
the
not
time.
what he asked. Not what he asked.
Mm.
What was your question, Indio?
What's the independent variable? What's the cause that you're manipulating? Because you said the effect is gravity, so we want to know the cause, right?
Matter.
Mass is the cause.
Matter.
Matter's the
Anytime
cause.
there's matter, there's gravity.
That's a cool statement.
Yeah, and it's true.
What is that? Proof by assertion?
What are you talking
The
about?
independent variable you manipulate.
Matter.
So you have an independent. So you manipulate matter and it causes gravity. So how did you
Yes.
manipulate matter?
Every time I move or walk or drop something or pick something up or look up into the sky or see light, or everything is affected by gravity. I don't understand why you don't get this.
Well, because that's a claim. I'm asking for
It's
the evidence
not
of
a
the claim.
claim.
So what happens
Okay,
when
I keep asking you
What
for the
happens
evidence.
when you
Right? I keep
drop an
asking.
apple? What
It
affects
falls.
an apple to fall?
It's the
What
effect. We
what
want the
affects
causal
it to
mechanism.
fall? What makes it fall?
That's what I'm asking you. What's the causal mechanism?
Gravity.
We figure that out by an experiment. You just said, listen, you just said it was the effect. Now you're saying it's the cause.
Yes, gravity is the effect.
It's the cause and the effect at the same time?
The cause is matter. Are you not listening to me?
Yeah. Okay, so the cause is matter, right? This is what you said.
Matter
How did you manipulate matter?
affects gravity because it warps space-time.
You know how to do a causal experiment?
Yes.
Okay, so you manipulate an independent variable and watch the effect on the dependent variable. You're saying the dependent variable is gravity. We want the independent variable. The thing you manipulate so that you know that this is the cause.
You're manipulating gravity
Matter.
by adding mass.
So we're manipulating the effect. That would make the effect the independent variable.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't know
It's
what
called
you're
the
talking about.
scientific method.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
Explain the scientific method, Fear and Aklim. Explain us to how does the
Typical
scientific
Goldberg,
method
nuh-uh.
work? Yeah.
The
So
flat
how,
earthers don't know anything shtick. Dude, you don't know anything.
Fear, just explain to us the scientific method. Come on. I know you can do it. Come on.
Do you want citations? I can give you citations on what it is.
Explain to us, Fear. Show us wrong. What is the scientific method and how is it used?
he can just say words, he'll never demonstrate anything or back his
Well,
claim.
it's let him prove himself, right? Fear.
Right.
You have big words. Now use those big words coming out of your big mouth and teach us what the scientific method is.
What's the matter? You can't teach a bunch of flat earth or something? We're waiting to learn.
Yeah, teach us. Come on.
Yeah, you're Googling it. Yeah, you're Googling it. That's fine.
Googling it.
Come on, teach us, right? If we don't know anything, you might. Then teach us.
Well, every time I go to open my mouth, you guys just start talking. So
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. It's the third time you do that, right? I asked you what is the scientific.
Time. I haven't said anything for the past little while because you guys won't let me talk.
So what
I'm just going to sit here and
scientific method is.
Thank you.
I asked you, right, to teach us the scientific method.
I'm trying to, but you keep over talking me. So
no, you were silent. You were silent.
Yes, because everybody kept talking.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Teach us the scientific method.
Testable, observable predictions. That's everything about science.
Okay. So now the method itself. What do we do? How do we use it?
We test it.
How? What are the steps in the scientific method? So
there's different experiments for different things. What are you talking about? Do you want to know about the Cavendish?
Method.
The Cavendish
the scientific method is only one method, right? It
observable, testable, predictable.
Okay,
We can
okay,
make
okay.
predictions with
What?
our model. You cannot make
No, with
predictions
That
with your
is not
model.
what I
it's not
asked.
a
So
method.
you
That's
cannot,
not what he
right?
asked.
We can make predictions with gravity.
So
You guys cannot make predictions without gravity.
Instead of being
So
dishonest
tell
and
us
tell
which
us,
model works better.
so
Yours that
instead
doesn't
of
have any
being
predictions
dishonest
or any
and tell us
testable things,
that you don't know
or
what the
observation,
scientific method is,
or
right? And
any of that.
how do you use
We
it?
have that. We have predictable,
Okay.
No, you
testable,
don't. You're ignorant
observable.
as hell. You're one of those ignorant people that think you're predicting what fucking time it is, stupid. The clock's always been the same. You got 1 through 12. It can be 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock,
That's
and
not
you're
how
a
predictions
dumbaster,
work, so
and
you
you're
don't
like,
know
well,
what you're
I said
talking
it's
about.
going to be 12 o'clock after 4 hours when it's 8 right now. How fucking ignorant can you be? If I say it's 8 o'clock,
That's not what
I'm going to
predictions
predict
is.
it's 12
That's not
o'clock
what a
in 4
prediction
hours.
is. That's
Is
not what a
that how your
prediction is.
science works?
That's not what a prediction is. That's
Is
not
that
what
how
a
your
prediction
science
is.
works? So
God,
you
that
already
is
know
Spiraling.
for a fucking given
ignorant
Yeah,
of
fact.
this.
he's
You record
spiraling.
you record a fact, and then a fact that you know is happening every time, like the sun coming up, and you act like it's a prediction. Are you stupid?
So the scientific method, Vernaculum, you still haven't showed us how we can use it. What are the steps in the scientific method? Surely, oh, he's gone. What?
He's
What
gone.
a
Recorded.
douchebag,
I'll
man!
look up the
He was
scientific
silent
method.
because he didn't know. He didn't know.
Like
We
his
can
whole
make
argument was
predictions.
Punk ass.
circular. Like he
Look, we
points to
can make
he
the
starts.
but we can make the
Sorry.
exact same predictions because all we're doing is data fitting, right? I can just keep dropping something and then record the rate of fall, and then just okay, I can make a prediction because I dropped this 10,000 times, and it's probably going to fall at the same rate that 10,000 in the first time.
So then can we say it's the bending and warping of inch shadows? Because I like that better than space
Sure,
time.
sure. Well, I like leprechauns and fairies, 2.8 fairies and 5.9 leprechauns at the rate per second squared, you know what I mean? Bending and warping leprechauns and fairies, you know what I mean?
Well, I like to use
Oh, you don't have
shadow
a
inch.
model of fairies, dude.
I like to use
What?
shadow inches
When he
because
said
it's the same concept, because space would be like a privation, right? It's an absence of
Exactly.
something. So a shadow is an absence of light. Time is merely a measurement tool that we utilize. Same with a ruler, we utilize inches, or we could say millimeters. So I call it shadow inches.
Everything they say is ignorant. They say something makes and bends and warps, does all this other shit, but we have everything that goes against that. Everything that we see in reality is different than what they explain. Like 100%. He says, this is something, but it's not. But then together it is. Okay, this is physical, but it's not physical. It's a force, but it's not a force. It's a this, but it's not a this. Like, what kind of fucking retards are we dealing with here? What kind of? I mean, it's nothing but doublespeak. They're like, it's
look,
a piece of cornbread, but it's not a piece of cornbread in your hand. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Is it or not? I mean,
look, he didn't know what he was talking about. When he said that you don't have a model for leprechauns and elves, that's irrelevant, right? Because models are for phenomenon, things that happen, not the existence of leprechauns and elves.
right.
That exists or doesn't exist. He just didn't know what he was talking about. And we could have got like, I wanted to ask him to define mass. And then when he butchered that, I was going to laugh at him. Because you ask a glober, like, what's mass? And they typically say it's the quantity of matter. And that's not, in general relativity, that's not it. The resistance to acceleration is the definition of mass.
Yes.
Think about this.
Because everything's pressure mediation.
The resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration. Mass attracts mass. If that's the definition of mass, it's the same thing as saying the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration, which is idiotic on its face, right? Just on its face, it's idiotic. It doesn't even make sense saying it. That's how logically vapid their so-called theory is.
Yeah, to close this, what was I trying to say? Yeah, he couldn't give us the scientific method, and then he dropped silent and then projected on us that he was being interrupted whilst I gave him
Yeah.
the floor. But Carice is here.
You know how they are. They
Anyone?
start talking about us, right?
Yeah.
You guys
Oh,
this and
yeah.
you guys that.
I already so to finish this up, because I'm done with the guy. He said, we asked him, give us an experiment for Bentley space-time, and he said Cavendish. Right? It's not even the correct. Okay, I digress. Carice, you have a question? You didn't want to abrupt the convo, but yeah, floor is
I didn't
yours.
want to interrupt, sorry.
Sure. Well, welcome.
I am doing a research paper actually currently for a debate club on the studies of the Earth and its atmosphere.
Mhm.
And I was just wondering if anyone had any input about gravity and your views on how gravity affects the pull on the Earth. Like, what shape do we think? Maybe if not circle, if not globe shaped. Sorry.
Wait. So you're doing a paper on
No,
the
yes,
atmosphere.
Yeah, so what it is it's a debate club, and I need to
Mm.
find people's own ideology. Like, what do you? Sorry, it's kind of hard to explain.
I know what you're
Mm-hmm.
saying. Fish
Yeah.
don't breathe air underwater. Fish don't breathe air underwater.
It's about gravity. The main focus on the study is gravity, and
Right.
my not teacher, my professor is asking me to formulate. He says if the Earth is flat, debate the existence of gravity. I'm not really sure
Well,
how to respond to it.
it's crazy, right? Because you should ask your professor to provide the scientific evidence for the warping and bending of space-time. It's pure theoretical. So he's flipping it onto flat Earth and claiming that gravity, that this theory, which is just an idea, a concept, it isn't
Hypothesis.
real.
Not
It
even at the
isn't
level of theory yet.
right. It isn't real, right? It's an
Why-
idea. It's made up by somebody. So it's not an actual thing. And then he says, well, this not actual thing couldn't happen on a flat Earth, which is ridiculous, right? Don't you agree? Why would you
Because
do your work?
if it's not a
Why would-
globe, if it's
Thing
not a
is,
globe, think about
it's
this.
it's a debate club. So even if I don't believe in a side, I have to do
Okay.
whichever one my professor
Right,
says
now-
to me. So
Now check this out. If it's not a globe, right?
Uh-huh.
Then then why would any of that matter to a flat Earth? It would be total different. Like it's not. You understand?
the question he was asking though is that if the Earth, if it is said to be flat, how does gravity revolve around it?
What I'm telling you is gravity comes from the globe model. Do you understand? So if your
globe
teacher
model?
yes, the globe model,
What
the
do you mean?
globe
What do you
model.
mean?
If a globe doesn't exist and it's impossible to do so, and you can't exist, then why would someone else need to explain a non-existent thing? If it's only a flat plane and it's not a globe, why do we need to explain how anything about a globe? It's nothing to do with the globe. You understand? It's like cake and cookies.
Yeah.
They're not the same at all. You get
Yeah,
it?
it's true.
So why would I
Yeah, I
have to
get what you're talking
explain?
about.
Now listen, why would I have to explain how an orange got made if I'm talking to you about a plate? You understand? That's
a good
idiotic.
point. Yeah.
I know, but most people don't really. The professors
trying to help
think
her
the
out.
idea of flat Earth is so ridiculous. So what's happening is obviously there's an observable phenomenon of things going down, okay,
Yeah.
but also things go up, right? So the
Yeah.
question is, why do things seek equilibrium? Essentially, like when you pick up a pencil and then you let it go, why does
Yeah.
it go back to its state of equilibrium, which is on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, but same with a basketball underwater, right? If you're at the bottom of a swimming pool and you let go of the basketball, it'll float up to the top, and you can take that basketball and put it right back down to the bottom of the pool and let it go again, and it will go back up to the top because the objects want to seek their equilibrium. Here's the problem with gravity. Gravity is a theory to describe why this is happening, right?
Yeah.
But they've never actually proven it. So when we say gravity isn't real, we're not saying the observable effect isn't real. Obviously, we observe this all the time, but we're just saying that the cause is not actually been established to be true. And the problem is the established cause in the globe model, it's intertwined. So they say that the Earth is a sphere because of gravity, and then things are getting pulled to the center because of gravity. So it's all reliant on one another. So when DMOC is saying that if the Earth is flat, then why do we even have to, incorporate gravity? That is true, but I get where your professor's coming from, because the question still is, well, we're seeing this effect. What is happening? And that's a good question. I mean, they haven't been able to actually prove it with the bending and warping of space-time. That's why they say things fall down, because the bending and warping of space-time.
Well,
but things don't always go down.
things go up too.
Sometimes
Yeah,
things go up too.
Yeah.
so why don't they explain how
Right.
things go up?
Yeah. I've asked my professor to explain it more to me, because the actual theory of gravity, Newton's theory, it's called a theory, for that reason, because it's a theory.
Are you aware that Newton didn't believe his own theory?
Really?
Newton wrote a letter to somebody that said anyone that believes this is basically out of their mind.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is.
I'll actually post a link to that. So yeah,
didn't
Newton did not believe, because he didn't believe in the action at a distance thing. He thought there had to be some sort of intermediary between two objects.
Yeah.
So he kind of abandoned his own theory. He also died from drinking mercury, but we don't need to get into that.
Right, but there has to be resistance. So there has to be that resistance.
So did you? I want to ask you a question. Did you hear the last guy right before? Did you listen to the last guy?
I heard a little bit, yeah, but it was
Okay.
just a lot of people talking over each other, so I didn't really know.
So what I tried to get out of him, right? So there's a specific way in the scientific method to figure out the cause of something, right? You have an independent variable, right? So you manipulate an independent variable and you measure the effect on the dependent variable, and if there is effect, then you know the cause, right? So you know the cause of that effect. So what typically happens is gravity, the word, is conflated as the cause and the effect simultaneously, right? So I asked that guy, I said, gravity. So what's gravity? Oh, things falling. When I drop something, that's gravity. Okay, so this is the effect, right? Right. So what causes that effect? Oh, gravity causes that effect. Well, you just said the effect. So how can they be the cause and the effect at the same time? It has to be one or the other. So he said, mass is the effect. Okay, mass is the cause. Okay, so how does mass cause things to fall? How did you figure that out in an experiment? How did you manipulate? You're saying mass is the independent variable. How did you manipulate mass? You didn't. That's the point. There is no experiment that demonstrates the cause of objects falling. Period. End of story. And there's a reason for this, right? If I drop something, if I drop a bus and I drop a bowling ball, they both fall at the same rate, right?
Yeah.
So I manipulated
Wait, a bus
what
and
they
a
say is
bowling
the
ball. Wait, hang on.
a bus and a bowling
they don't.
ball. Yeah,
Yeah.
go fall at the same rate,
Wait,
right?
no.
We're scratching
Wait,
air
actually,
resistance. We're going to assume no air resistance. Right?
wait, hang on. But a bowling ball is like nowhere near as heavy as a bus.
I know, but they actually fall at the same rate of acceleration, 9.8 meters per second squared.
Really? Oh.
Yes. And this is why they say the mass of the object causes it to fall. Well, if that was true, I could change the mass, right? The bus should fall faster than the bowling ball. But when we do this, they fall at the same rate. So you can eliminate that as the cause of gravity. But they'll just keep saying it over and over again.
Well,
See, that's why we sit here and say there's no foundation for gravity, because you don't have what's called a viable independent variable. There's nothing we can manipulate to change the rate of falling objects other than density and buoyancy. That's why many flat earthers think that this is the cause of objects falling. Because I'll give you an example. If I take a balloon, a helium balloon, it'll go up. What did I manipulate, right? I manipulated the density of the object. If I take an egg and put it in water and then I add salt, the egg will rise. Right. So what did I do? I made the water more dense, and now that changed the buoyancy of the egg. So this rising and falling, we can directly correlate it to density.
Okay. I am very thankful for everyone's input. I hope it's okay if I wrote that all down.
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
I
So
won't,
I'm
I
gonna
won't
post.
quote it back to you, but if you have any like helpful,
I want you to
links,
see something though. I'm gonna post the paper in the live stream voice text channel,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So it's a mathematical paper that shows that Newtonian gravity can work on a flat Earth and also general relativity. So I'll post that.
Okay, thank you.
So there's something that is similar to what we are talking about. It's called specific gravity. So specific gravity is something similar as what we are just talking about. You can look it up. And the beauty of this, right, is that you can actually do this through the scientific method. You can actually prove that by changing the density of the medium or the object will cause a directional movement, right? Either up or down. This is something you can test every day, right? Yeah, and your question, that is mercury. So when you have an anvil and you drop it in a pool, in a bath of mercury, the anvil will float because the mercury denser than the anvil.
Yeah.
So what we are saying, right? You can test, you can actually go do, but something that is being thought at school, like Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity, this is something you cannot do, right? You cannot test this. They will throw some Cavendish at you, but that isn't an experiment, right? Because you cannot manipulate this quote unquote cause, something you cannot manipulate. Even with bendy spacetime, there's nobody who's ever bended some spacetime to prove that was the cause of something falling. Whilst you can throw an egg in some water, put some salt, and the egg will float.
I am afraid. I'm really, really thankful. I'm really afraid
Sure.
that I have to go, but it's just
Can I add one thing before you leave?
Yeah.
Really quickly.
Yeah, sure.
There's a common misconception that a bunch of particles will form a sphere under Newtonian gravity, and that's actually incorrect.
Okay.
So people just say this. It's kind of like a selling point when they tell kids that, like, there's a bunch of particles in space and they all got sucked together and formed a sphere. When they've actually run this in simulation, like in computer simulations, it doesn't happen. It actually doesn't form a sphere.
So I wanted to add on to that.
I will post that paper too. So I don't just talk out my ass. We provide evidence here. We don't just talk and make claims.
Yeah.
Unlike other people.
Like the one on Facebook.
Well,
Yeah.
I just wanted to add one more thing to what India was just saying. If you
Yes,
do look into the standard model of particle physics, you will find out that it describes and it works with 3 of the known fundamental forces of nature. They think that there's a fourth. The fourth is gravity, which does not come into play in the standard, the standard model of particle physics at all whatsoever. And, one of the first things you were talking about when you came in here was the atmosphere, which is kind of a misleading term because atmos is basically the air, the gases around us that we breathe, and a sphere would be a shape, which gases don't actually have a shape. They take the shape of the container in which they are in.
Thank you very much. That was very hard to type down. If you wouldn't mind texting me a summary of that, I'll accept your DM request. I'm very grateful that the server is here because I'm very impressionable in the school system. because I know that a lot of it is misinformation, and I would never know. So thank you. Bye.
Make sure you get what I pasted in a Livestream voice text channel.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, cool.
And you
Have a
can
great day.
also revisit this conversation because it's streamed live to YouTube at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord YouTube channel, so you can rewind and listen. Oh, she's gone.
My God, she's gonna have nightmares.
Yeah, I was a bit confused. But go ahead, sorry.
I think she just got a little overwhelmed with information.
I don't think she expected that, quite honestly. She probably expected us just to talk trash, right? Just make ridiculous claims. That's usually what they expect, in my experience, is that they have their preconceived notion, and they think they're going to come in here and we're going to just say some magic fairy dust stuff. And
yeah, so I wanted to piggyback off what you were saying, Indio, because I continue to look into the standard model of particle physics, and it's very clear and upfront within the theory that gravity does not play any part in the model.
nothing. They can ignore it completely.
But
I mean, there isn't little electrons rolling around on the floor, is there? You know what I'm saying? Like, there isn't protons and electrons rolling around on the floor because of gravity.
Well, it's implied already, isn't it?
You can imply whatever.
Obviously, everybody knows. Everybody is well versed in Einstein's theory, so there's no need for the redundancy of explaining a particle physics. You know, you know why are you asking these? The Earth's a globe, man. What the fuck? Why are you guys doing this?
Didn't you get the memo? You're going to bring us back to the Middle Ages. We're going to start beating our wives, riding horses again.
Yeah, so I scrolled up in the debate channel, and she she said, "Is Australia real?" And then something like, "I saw many of you guys say something like that." So I think she came from the Flat Earth Society or some troll ass Facebook group or whatever, right? And that's why she was flabbergasted with the answers we gave them.
I don't think her physics professor could give as good as answers as we gave. He's just going to assert it, like that other guy, just going to claim it. It's like, didn't you hear what I said? I said it twice. And the more times I say it, the truer it is. And if I say it 10 times, it's super true.
Have you guys talked to Ziploid? Oh, he's a listening pass. My bad.
You can give him a shot.
I like that name, Ziploid. I don't know why.
Is the time different on an orange than it is on the Earth? Gravity, right? Space time.
You saying the Earth is orange shaped, Denmark?
No, I said it's time the same on an orange as it is on the Earth because the Earth's bigger than the orange. Supposedly a bigger sphere, you know what I mean? Supposedly. So in that case, like, wouldn't the time be different on the two?
Well, you see, when you warp space time that you can't demonstrate, and it's happening, then you have a ball. There you go. Next contestant, please. Do we have one? Strikes again at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Y'all continue.
Yeah, I was saying earlier that it's a shame because probably almost everyone that will encounter as a flat earther for who knows how long, the this is the problem. So okay, flat earth was introduced to the majority, and it was shocking at first. But majority of the people now, maybe, I don't know. Or okay, well, the majority of the people are exposed to the flat earth that uh they want people to see on YouTube, on Facebook. Oh, holy shit. Sorry. Fucking machines just ate my card.
Bang machine just ate your card. That what you said, Elijah? Testes, testes, 1, 2, 3. Is anybody talking? Checking of the mic. Keep getting voted off Discord. Somebody acknowledge my existence if it is. If I do exist. Maybe I don't.
You exist.
Thank you, Indio. Back to the silence.
I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear Indio. Thank you. Discord just acting and walking on me, so I was just doing a mic check.
They did some update and it's been whacked since like 2 days ago.
I just keep getting voted for no reason on it. Here's what it is. I don't know how this newfangled technology works. That's not work. All these young whippersnappers coming up with all this stuff, spinning balls and vacuums and stuff like that. I don't understand all that. Anyway, if there's anybody new on here, feel free to speak up. We're observing silence for the lack of globe evidence at the moment.
What is gravity? You have no idea. Okay, next question. Go.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told you I was a rap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Second law, done with dynamics, violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core, scientific. All the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the dark of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that we're surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm as my to make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigma that's sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? When most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a pushing this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Hello, Wits It Gets It. What's a good word for today if you got any? Yes, today, okay. Anybody else want to talk? Any new people, feel free to speak up. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Right now we got KJ DJing. That last song was by Chocolate Saiyan called Globe Tards, I believe is the name of that one. This is Dead Air Dave from Kentucky.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that clout. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just still wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G-up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna nothing. I was a real if it's not what I felt. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But when the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Cause I filter it out.
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
My God. Hey assholes, what's up? Hey guys, anybody wanna talk with me? Yeah, you're keeping your mouth shut.
I know lots of things.
Yeah.
Consumer on the people's
I do not care about your raps, nah. I do not care about this track, I do not care, I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash, take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it, you must have your ear to the cash. Itching, I'm itching a spaz. I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times, they form in the line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining, but how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they were living all so divided, with all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gon' send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your toss you secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet, cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images, yeah, thanking your highnesses, for banging the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get hurt, him, you need that. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
Okay, we got a music break. Anybody got anything to say right now, or keep the music going? Anybody new here? Anybody old here? Just glance through the list. We got Stalos, VC verified. What say you? Hello, Stalos.
Brother, how are you?
Did you say something, Stalos?
Yeah, I did. I said, how's it going, man?
Welcome to the server. What brings you by today?
The truth.
The what?
The truth.
The truth. Okay. What's the truth?
That the earth is flat.
Okay. So you don't think we live on a spinning ball? Is that what you're saying?
Nope.
What's your number one proof you don't live on a spinning ball?
All the light year nonsense.
All the what?
All the light year nonsense, different planets, theories, or the bullshit, you know?
Yeah, that is a lot of nonsense. I agree, but
Said I didn't do the science myself. I didn't check out anything. I didn't check the curvature myself. None of that. Like, all I need to know is that the source where it's coming from.
So how long you been looking at this subject?
Depends. Well, not really looking into it, to be honest. To be completely honest with you, it's like hearing about it from like time and time ago.
Long time ago, like a couple years ago, or
Almost a decade.
10 years ago?
Yep.
So you realize 10 years ago that people were looking into flat Earth theory or non-globe theory, right?
Something along those lines, yeah.
Okay. But you said you really don't care either way. It really doesn't matter. Is that what you said?
Nope, it's a waste of time to really like debate people and try telling people like it's big waste of time. At least for me.
Things we can prove and show to each other. Why debate there, right? Like I can show you the
Your microphone's really ass. What did you say?
Am I fucking up? Somebody else take over. I'm driving, so I'm probably going through bad zone. Anybody else want to talk? Flat Earthers? Nobody? Come on. Can you hear me now?
A little bit, but you're staticky.
Yeah. I apologize. I'm driving. For some reason, this space satellite doesn't give me good connection sometimes. I'm not sure why.
It's the FBI guy listening to you. That's what it is.
Yeah. I was just trying to convey that we stick to stuff we can practically demonstrate to each other in reality. Theory stuff.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon. That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one. It is an optic phenomenon. So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, the cannon tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now globe, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Hello, mic check. Anybody around?
I can hear you, Blake. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you, Dave. How you doing, man?
I keep getting booted off Discord. Do you want to try to talk to our friend Dallas if he's still here?
All right.
Dallas, you still there?
Dallas, okay. He's a VC verified. All right.
Yeah, I'm still here, man. It was good. It was good.
How you doing, buddy? How's
Welcome to
everything,
the
man?
servers, Dallas.
Thank you, thank you.
So what brings you to the server, bro?
Nothing. Just the videos, the proof whatnot, just something to browse through.
Okay, so you like to chat about flat Earth?
Yeah.
What side of the argument are you on, if you don't mind me asking?
That it is flat.
Okay.
Wouldn't even say it's really an argument. Like one side has actual
Exactly.
proof and the other one doesn't.
Exactly, bro. That's very simply said and truth, 100%. So we all experience Earth as flat and stationary, correct?
Yeah.
Exactly, bro. So you're a flat earther. How long have you been researching the topic?
When was I introduced? When did I hear about it? Or
Yeah.
It's 10 years ago ish. Browsing YouTube before YouTube started taking down those videos of people trying to explain why it's flat and the curvature and whatnot, and all the NASA stuff. That was like a hoax.
Yeah. 10 years ago, huh? Wow. What took you so long to come here, bro?
I mean,
you just found it?
Yeah, but I thought about it too, like knowing it's whatever, it's like flat, round, whatever, like doesn't like change my life, at all, like in any way. Like,
Until you
debating
realize
in
that it
life.
does.
I mean, religiously, yeah, but as far as like going my day-to-day life, like it doesn't. Does it change yours? I suppose knowing that you're like more aware than everybody else.
I mean, it's a lot more than that, but yeah.
Can you explain to me? Like, can you explain what's a lot more?
Well, simply, flat Earth literally proves the creation, bro. Proves that we are intelligent creation. That's the most important thing.
Fair,
right? Globe is nihilism. Globe is atheism. Promotes chaos. Promotes not trusting your own senses. It's anti-common sense. It's anti-science. There's so many things, bro.
Satanism.
It's Satanism, pretty much. Yeah.
So
but I didn't want to
basically-
say that word because I don't use that word lightly, bro. But I agree.
No, I can explain
I
it
agree.
because I've been explained by someone that it's not even a heliocentric model. It's a Satan-centric because they claim that every solar system goes around one big black hole in the center of the quote-unquote galaxy. And another term for black hole is the Great Attractor, which is basically another term for Satan or the Antichrist. So they say that you're all revolving around Satan, basically.
Sin. Helio, sin.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to think of it. I mean, I think it can't ever be emphasized enough. Whatever terminology you want to use to kind of wake up people to the fact that they are basically part of a religion if they're believing in the heliocentric model. And it's got to be. I don't know how their little spells work, but you would think if you keep believing in it after being presented with the evidence and the facts that you're like, then you're a true believer, like you're right, like I would think that would become even more damaging to your
You got to be
soul and spirit.
Gravity, because gravity comes from the center.
Honestly, I can personally testify for that as well. Like, I used to have a lot of mental struggles before I came to the Bible and Flat Earth. But the moment I did more research on this, I felt like it all faded away. Like, all the nihilism and sadness and depression just, poof, gone. Like, this gives you hope. Like, the globe and, the flat Earth, I would say, or like two contrary things, like they're polar opposites.
Yeah, I think we got to spend I've been emphasizing lately with our globe believing friends here. We just have to keep kind of turning the tables on them. Like they come in here with their globe fantasy, and I often ask them like, "Oh, so do you think all these individual researchers around the world presenting evidence with long distance observations, laser tests, high altitude weather balloons, and so on, are all conspiring to make you believe that the Earth is flat. And I never really get a very good answer for that. But basically, if they're going to think of flat Earth as a conspiracy, then we have to start getting them to define exactly what that means and how are they going to disprove this evidence. And obviously, they can't. I don't know if it's a thought question that would help any of them to try to realize that it's an impossibility for us to be faking this concept that the Earth measures flat. There's no way that all those people could get together. I mean, they talk about they don't think governments can lie. My God, they can't even understand how a government with departments and a structure put into place solely for that purpose to keep secrets. They don't even pretend that. I mean, they pretend it's for national security, right? We're keeping all the secret to keep you guys safe from Russia. I mean, they have reasons for it that they come up with excuses that they're trying to protect us by lying, but they don't even pretend they're not lying. And you still get people in here saying, why would they lie? It's like, go ask them. Like, they'll tell you. They'll come up with lies for why they're lying, but they're not pretending that they're not lying. I mean, they admit freely that they're liars.
I really liked what that guy was saying, that his depression ended once he knew about flat Earth. It's crazy. You don't realize that with the globe, they're always telling you you're going to die. Like, oh, global warming. Oh, an asteroid's going to hit the Earth. Oh, aliens are going to come down. Oh, the atmosphere is disappearing. The moon is messing up the oceans. Like, it's just every day they're just making up something new that involves the globe to scare you and to make. And their biggest thing is that mankind has destroyed the planet, that you've destroyed everything, but you're supposed to be here. This place is made for you.
That is a great point, Kai. Absolutely. Yes. I totally agree with you.
And back to that point, like if it wasn't important, would they be pushing globe and space so hard? Would they be censoring us so much? Would they be avoiding the debates anyhow possible? Would we be going through so much ridicule if it wasn't important? Why don't they just leave us alone? Why are they obsessed with us? Why are they censoring us so much? So they should be the ones answering, why is this so important?
Yep, absolutely. That's what the podcast
That's my question.
I played
right?
here
What?
yesterday, and that's what India asked them. Yeah, why is it important to them? It's good. Yep. It's a good theme for us to keep repeating.
Why is reality so important? Knowing who we are, where we come from, and where we live. Why is that important? It's the foundation of our consciousness. Knowing that we created and that we live on flat and stationary Earth.
And always, I like to ask globers or atheists this one question. I would ask them, show me one creation without a creator. And usually they wouldn't be able to respond.
In other words, that which exists must have been created. As simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
Can explosion of nothing, first of all, can nothing even explode? And then can that explosion create everything that we see? It's so fucking out there, dude. To even entertain that idea. Like, what the fuck?
Did you hear what they brought up to cope with that? Now they're trying to claim that it never really started. They claim it's a loop. Like, basically...
No beginning and no
that
end,
there
right?
was another quote-unquote universe before. Yeah. And ironically, I don't want to get too biblical. I'll let it stay at this one point. That statement alone is already against God, because God said he's the first and the last. So saying that there is no first and the last is already going against him.
We might be able to get Darfo Dud in here. He's currently in the Heliocult convention, but he's agreed if I let him out, he's going to come to the live stream. I totally want to talk to this guy because he's been DMing me complaining about people in the lobby for quite some time. I'm very curious. He's a pretty hardcore Glober.
Who is that? What's his name?
Darfoedud. He appears to have a Santa Claus profile picture. I got to try to give him the right roles, though. I don't know if I should give him the VC verified role. I haven't actually talked to him, but I have to get rid of this heliocultist role. How can I get him into this live stream? I'll figure it out. He's a PS Space influence. I'll give him that. And then get rid of the other one. See if I can get him in here. I can't move him unless he's in a voice channel, right? Because he says the VC or this channel's locked for him right now. But he should be able to come in without, now that he doesn't have the heliocult. That was probably just because he was a heliocultist. Yeah, Kai, I really liked what you were saying because it does, and you forget. Oh, you're welcome, California Nightmare. You forget, like what Shinji and Kai were saying, that how much anxiety that getting rid of that heliocentric globe cult lies. You know how much it lifts from you, because we still do have anxiety about different things, but it has taken away a lot for sure. I think that's something we should be thankful for and remember.
It's great to have like this server up. Like, hopefully, like more people can come in, and the intellectually honest people might come to see the truth.
We have a hacker. Is VC
Because
verified? Sorry, Shinji.
Oh, no problem.
Absolutely. This is a good resource and a great place to build solidarity and keep ourselves mentally and psychologically happy. A lot of I was just thinking about that earlier today. Well, I'm not even going to make that statement because I don't want to. Never mind. Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. So, Hekra, welcome to the server. Maybe they can't speak right now. But if you do feel like speaking up at any point, Hekra, you don't have to wait to be called on. That goes for anyone here. Just if you have a question or comment, feel free to speak up at any time. Dallas, if you explained, I missed it. I know you were explaining about how you came to understand the Earth was flat, and then our heliocultist joined us, Darfo Dead, also. We'll talk to you in a minute, Darfo Dead. Thank you for taking the time to come in here. I was just going to ask Dallas if he was still there, like where you first came upon the information about the globe model being a lie.
It's not about the globe model. It's about the lies that I've been told throughout my life. That's it. About space and light years and all that, different planets and all the nonsense, you know.
Yeah. So how did you first? I mean, you're saying you just figured it out in your own mind, or did you have some kind of resource that helped you?
Just the news, I suppose, just lying every day, like the things you like see on the TV, social media and stuff. It's
You
all
got fed up with
nonsense.
the lies. You
Dude,
got
yeah.
fed up with the lies on TV, and so then you started examining things for yourself. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
just clicked. Like the light years, especially the light years, like how far is a single light year, and like how people are figuring out there's water billions and billions of light years away. Like, what's hard to believe that there's like water like 15 billion light years away, where you can't even put that in perspective on your own mind, in your own mind, or that God created people.
Okay, Arfo Dead, are you there? Can you speak to us? Oh no, I'm sorry. I probably have to unmute him first. There we go. Yeah, because he hasn't gotten the VC Verify role yet. Okay, sorry, you weren't unmuted, and I was addressing you. How would you like us to say your name, Darfo Dead? Well, you're unmuted now. I don't know if you can figure out how to locally unmute yourself. Not sure if you've been in a live stream before.
I think he's one of those keyboard warriors who doesn't talk.
Oh, I know he is, but I got him in here, so I want him to put his money where his mouth has been for the last however long he's been in the server. Come on, Darfo Dead. I deleted the tiger picture for you. I've offered you great customer service. So the least you could do is say hello. And if you're having trouble unmuting, let us know and somebody can give you some technical assistance.
Pretty sure they need to set up push to talk.
Hello,
Darfo Dud, come on, talk to us.
Well, while we were waiting for Darfo Dead, we heard Hekra. Hello, Hekra.
Hello.
You think Darfo Dead doesn't know how to use push to talk? Or are you saying he's forced to use push to talk? Is that what you're saying?
Aren't you forced to use push to talk in these channels? At least for me.
It must depend on the role, because I'm not forced to use it. Thank goodness, because I would not even know how to use it if somebody forced me to use it. I guess I'd have to figure it out.
Yeah, it must be the roles then.
Okay, Darfo Dead. Hekra says you have to use push to talk. So how did you find us, Hekra?
My friend in here, Stylus, me and him both believe in the flat Earth, and I don't know, we're on Twitter, and he started searching flat Earth, and we saw a link to Discord and both joined.
Okay, I got that. I get it now. Thank you for explaining. So what was the number one proof that really convinced you, Hekra?
He said the YouTube videos and stuff, and they're all removed now. Like me, I started looking into other lies and stuff about different subjects, and then I started just coming into the algorithm back then actually showed stuff related. So I actually found a bunch of flat earth videos and just got into it. And then I saw a bunch of the thing that convinced me the most was the ISS videos of the hairspray and the harnesses and stuff. If they lie about being in space, of course everything else is a lie.
Well, good. I'm glad you're able to see through it. It's a good start.
What about you?
What convinced me? Is that the question, or?
Yeah. Same thing. What got you into flat Earth and stuff like that?
Originally, I was doing research for a paper I was writing on how to convince students that the Earth was not flat. And then once I started researching it, because I thought it was just kind of a lighthearted thing, like a joke, I guess, that people were involved in. I don't remember really hearing that much about it until that time frame, which was, I think, 2016, when the rapper B.O.B. was quite vocal about the Earth being flat. And so I thought it was just kind of a joke, really. I thought, okay, I'll pick this topic so I can explain science behind the Earth being a globe, assuming that this had been, of course, well established and that I could find primary sources, science, and measurements to back it up. Sadly, I found out that wasn't the case, that there were far too many, way more questions than answers regarding the globe model, that it was not well researched, it was not well founded. In fact, it was highly theoretical, and then came to find out that it wasn't even theoretical. It was just a complete science fiction story, not based on anything, that the radius of 3,959 miles was very easy to debunk, and in fact had been debunked multiple times through long-distance observations and laser tests. And that, the globe was just like I said, just a science fiction story that people believe in and continue to believe in despite no evidence to back it up.
And then Delian, you said you were a teacher before, right?
That's right.
If I'm not mistaken. Do you think they would have fired you if you, taught the flat Earth to the students, or?
That's a good question. I don't know, like in a regular public school, it'd be interesting for somebody to do that. I'd love to see somebody do that who had tenure, who just started. I don't know. I don't. It's interesting. Like they don't actually fire you, for like being a suspected child molester. Being a drunk driver, running into police cars, going to the bar, and talking about which students you want to have sex with. These are all things that I know are documented news stories that teachers have done and continued to teach, or I personally knew the people who did these things. So it's very difficult for them to actually fire teachers, especially tenured teachers. So I don't know. That's a good question. If I had a job in a public school, especially if I had tenure, I'd be willing to try it. Somebody should try it. There's got to be somebody out there that wants to try it. Come on, guys. Especially if you're close to retirement. Try it.
Because I think that's a great resistance, since you're, taking it to the root. Like usually when people are presented with the globe model, it's at school and very much into early years of school. So if there are flat earthers who are teachers, it would be great if they, help the children to get out of that illusion of the globe.
Yeah, I mean, I would think, it'd be interesting to see how it would go down. It might even be happening, and we don't know about it because they wouldn't make it into a news story, human interest story. I mean, people think that the things that are in the news are, the things that are actually happening. We all know that's not the case. Like we were talking about how Whitsitt, I maybe Whitsitt or Kai could tell us, but like if he had done what he's doing 20, 25 years ago, it would have been like a major local news story just because they actually still had, decentralized news to some extent, where it'd be like, there's some wacky guy down at the fountain talking about flat Earth. Let's go talk to him. But these days, of course, they're not going to do that, and so I don't think they would try to hush it up. I guess I don't know. They would try to probably. I guess if I had to think about what would actually happen, they would just try to quietly discipline the person or whatever, through whatever methods they have. But they have a union that's supposedly supposed to protect them. And if you, just like when people take it to court, you've got the facts on your side. If you could just calmly keep explaining, I'm not telling them anything that's not true. The gravity is not accepted by science. The globe model has no math or science to back it up. I can give you a short 10-minute lesson, school board, if you'd like to see why the globe model is a logical mathematical failure. Please explain to me what I am doing that's harming in any way. Sure, somebody could do that. It'd be kind of like you'd have to be a person who like wasn't just going along to get along. You'd have to be like willing to kind of invite trouble into your life, right? Because it would make you a major target. So I don't know who would actually be willing to do that.
I mean, you would also get a lot of complaints from Glober parents who think they're like you're, yeah, quote unquote harming the children with a conspiracy. So there will
That's why
be lashback.
we generally just tell the people the responsibility is on the parents to educate their children. My sister, for instance, works with children, and she's a flat earther. She teaches them critical thinking and basic science. So that and things that contradict the globe. So there is even a kid there who doesn't believe in the globe so far, but she's not told him ever directly that the Earth is flat. He just deduced it himself based on logic.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Drace. I think that's a better it's a better way to do it rather than make it like a giant controversy because as we all know, basically it's not that hard to figure it out if you are able to think and draw conclusions, and that's the way, in an ideal world, a teacher or a guide would be doing that anyway for any topic. So I think that's a good approach to take.
Yeah, it's like teaching someone how to fish or handing them a fish. So, yeah.
I think it's important how she frames it as well, because she's like, there's a lot of people who believe this, there's a lot of people who believe this, but these are the facts. This is how the science works, this is how this works, and you just make your own decision. And the kids, like, I really appreciate not being force-fed everything, I think. Being allowed to shine.
You allow the student to think for themselves. That's excellent, Drew.
The question that I have is, how many people do you guys not convince, explain to, and actually do the math and do the science themselves and come back here? Thank you guys for explaining that the Earth is not round.
Glovers can't do math. Who are you kidding?
Oh, they can do math.
No, they can't. Come on, let's be real. They can't.
Yeah.
They worship math because they don't understand it, and it's like a form of you want a heresy worse than saying the Earth's flat. Say mathematics isn't reality. They'll go crazy.
Well, yeah, you can identify some of the more zealous globe believers through exactly that, Indio. The strict adherence to math is everything, and nothing is real except unless the math tells me it's real. But we do get, like,
math is only
Panthers' question. We do get a few people in here every day that go away seeming like they're thinking, and we get people from time to time coming back to us telling us that they either listened to the streams or listened to or looked at our evidence and then came to the same conclusion. But we generally don't try to push it on anyone. That's up to them to choose.
No, yeah, I get that, but how often is that? Like, how often? Like, a couple of days, a week? Like, if you had to guess roughly.
You can't math nothing. They try to math nothing. You can't math nothing. You have to have something to math. You have to have like an object sitting there, and the math is supposed to represent that. And then they take that, and then they do all this other stuff like tooth fairies and whatever, and try to put math for that, and gravity, and space, and time, and all. Yeah, doesn't work out.
We have a lot of lurkers, so they won't come in the live stream. Sometimes people come in the live stream and they're like, "Well, I've been here 6 weeks," and they've never said anything. They've never typed anything. They've never done anything. So it's hard to really gauge like what people are doing and coming back.
Yeah, I think it's pretty common for people to be one-hit wonders here and just come in kind of start to understand there's something to the concept and then just kind of run away from the topic and we don't hear from them again because it does force you, if you continue to pursue the path, it forces you to rethink your worldview. And even though, as we've said here today, that does result in a lot of positive effects on your mind and life, it's also results in a lot of challenges that some people might not be ready to face.
I agree 100%. It forces introspection, and that's what they're really scared of.
Yeah, that's right.
God, the earth is flat. I can't be a degenerate anymore. Oh my God.
That's right.
It shocks me how much that kind of goes hand in hand with the anti-flatter. They're all like degenerate liars. And I hate to even talk about it in that way, but there's something there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lack of responsibility, over your own. You don't have, if you just kind of abdicate all your thinking to these experts and all your decision making, and you just are in this little system where you follow the rules. And as long as you follow the rules, keep your head down, nobody's going to mess with you. You could just, like you said, entertain yourself or pursue pleasure however you want. And you don't actually have to take any responsibility for not only yourself, but anything else going on around you or innocent children being harmed or any of the other things that we know are going on in this world. So it allows people to just kind of remain eternal children. And I guess, I can see why some people like that. I mean,
But most of the people are like occupied throughout their whole lives, like work, family. Like most of the people in the world, well, I believe so at least, work so many hours a day. They don't have like enough free time to let their mind wander to like these places, like investigate it, all that stuff,
Well, when they're not working, they're watching entertainment and getting programmed by the
Yeah,
entertainment.
that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have enough time within the day to.
you do if you make it and because people are not disciplined. I mean, like Drace just said, are people working like what, literally? I mean, some people are. Yeah, there's a small number of people who maybe literally only have time to sleep and eat. Most people have some free time in there. Most people, I mean, if you're working 40 hours, my goodness, imagine all the hours you have left. Enormous number of hours.
What about the hours you have
If
to
you've
wake
just
up
spent
at
an
a certain
hour,
time?
if you just spend an hour a day, reading a book that has an alternative viewpoint as opposed to watching some, like you said, television show or playing some game that's just going to kind of keep you in the same groove.
Yeah, and to add to that, it's rather a choice you make. Like, you can't make excuses. For example, I work 35 to 37 hours a week, but I still have somehow enough time to research about Earth and so on. It's about whether you want it or not. Like, you'll find time. Like, if it's important to you, you'll eventually make time for it.
Yeah, and you
Yeah,
can do, I mean, that's the other thing I find from what we were talking about earlier. It does actually create time for you to get the globe lie out of your head and mind and all of these different psychological programs they got you on. I mean, I'm able to physically accomplish way more than I used to be able to do. So I understand what you're saying. People who are kind of in that rat race and they think that they don't have time, but you can make time for things that are important. And I would think discovering the truth about where we actually live before you exit this plane could be a priority.
Yeah, it's true. But like before this pandemic and everything happened, it's like people, because now most people work from home, or like some people do, or they have a certain amount of work at home, so they have more time to like look stuff up online and do their research and stuff. Before they went home, eat, sleep, like you said, watch TV, get programmed by news and stuff. But when people spend time home and they're not occupied, they might have the chance to get exposed to like what flat Earth is, etc. And I actually have a lot of people I know that have been exposed to flat Earth recently because of like staying at home and stuff. So that's why I think it's like more common now, where people are waking up because they have like time to like be in their own space, I guess, instead of like just constantly being occupied with whatever they're doing during the day.
That's an interesting theory. That's almost the opposite of what we were saying for a while. It seemed, from our point of view here, that because it was spreading quite rapidly among the young people, back in like 2019, 2020, we had a lot of high schoolers come in and talk about how much people were talking about it at their school, and some of them were better teenagers themselves that were flat smacking people at school, that because it's so powerful to that kind of word of mouth, person to person spreading that was going on quite actively in 2019 with the Globe Live tour that was planning to come to the US in 2020 that then got shut down, that the opposite occurred. It could be going back the other way now. Who knows?
I have seen a softening of people's stance towards conspiracy-related stuff with all this COVID stuff, just because they get so they all feel the effects of it. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Oh, guess what? Oh, Wolfgang says Darfod Ed might be available now. I'm working with him. Get his mic working. Thank you, Wolfgang Hope. Nice to see you too. Darfo, you going to make another go at it? Push to talk. And now he has no roles. Somehow he lost the roles I gave him before. Or maybe that's part of what Wolfgang did was remove the roles. Maybe that was part of the problem. So now I have to unserve and mute you again. Okay. Okay, Darfo. Now you are unserve and muted and doesn't look like you're locally muted, so you should be able to talk. Hello there, Darfo. Welcome to the server. He has to what? Press a certain key that you've connected to your push to talk? Oh, well, it was worth a try. Darfo, if you do get it going, let us know. Looks like you should have the power to talk if you so choose anytime.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, we hear you. Yes, he speaks.
Finally. I don't know what the problem was.
Yay.
I'm having so much trouble with that. I don't know what the deal was.
Oh, congratulations. You figured it out.
Yeah,
And that was,
first it
that
was
was nice
saying
of
no
Wolfgang to help
permission.
you.
Yeah, first it was saying no permission, and then it kept saying disconnecting me. Oh my god, I've never had so much trouble with it.
Appreciate your persistence. Really, I do. Like you were stuck in the Heliocult convention. You wanted to
I
get out
know.
of there. You're a great example of a glober who has initiative, who's willing to do the work needs to do to actually get out of the Heliocult convention. I'm impressed. You're showing a lot of initiative so far, Darfodut.
Yeah, I'm wanting to enter that meme contest.
Oh yeah, you got some good meme stories. Did you enter it
Yeah,
yet? Are you allowed to post in there?
I got a really good one I got from another server. It's really funny.
Competition submissions. I don't know who
It's
can post in there. Does it let you
yeah.
post there?
No, it says I need a role to do it. Someone told me.
Yep, let me look up there and see what roles they're posting in there. Oh, it looks like Valued can post in there. So you could try to get yourself valued. Oh, our Globe Earthers post in there too. Oh, cool. So you could just become a Globe Earther because we know you do believe that you live
Yeah.
on a spinning ball. So can you tell us your reasons for believing that you live on a spinning ball hurtling through space at a
Well,
high rate of speed?
think about this. Well, think about this. Okay, say you start at one point and you walk either east or west. And you keep walking and walking and walking till you get so far away. Eventually, the horizon will start to move down. It will start to curve.
No, that's not even a globe claim. What the hell?
What do you mean?
So he isn't a glober, right?
Yo, just let him talk, bro. This shit is
I'm sorry.
funny. This is funny.
Can you tell us more, Santa?
Can you
What
keep
do you
on
mean?
going, please?
Excuse me?
I'd like
Sorry,
to hear more from you, Dandelion. I mean, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I'm Dandelion. You're Darfo Dud. It's got me all discombobulated here. So yes, we enjoyed hearing that. So can you keep going?
Okay, so if you keep walking straight, and eventually the horizon will start to curve. It will go down. So that means the Earth will be curved for it to go down.
Can you look into, are you, Darfo Dud, able to see the live stream voice text, which is the channel right above
The
this one?
hold on.
So the things that people are sending you have gone up, so we could give you another one. There's some images there people have given you as demonstrations. First thing you were talking about was circumnavigation. Some people, because they were, it's, here in the United States of America, our education is substandard and getting worse every day. And they sometimes give students the misconception that circumnavigation somehow proves the globe, or just because someone like Columbus or other explorers were able to sail from Europe to here, that somehow that proves the globe. So that is something, there's a word for something that like seems like a good excuse or reason on the surface if you don't actually think about it very hard. I can't remember what the word is for that, but I'll come up with it for you here shortly,
Well, okay,
possibly. But
let me ask you
anyway,
this.
that there's no reason you can get from one side to the other. Oh, and Donata put a nice little simple one there for you. You can get from one side to another on a flat plane. And the problem with all of the, and one thing I just want to say before we go on, Darfo Dud. So circumnavigation does not prove the globe. That's pretty much accepted by all people in the argument, globe or flat. So we're trying to see if you could become a globe earther. I mean, I guess we could train you to become a globe earther if that's what you really want. You would like us to teach your religion to you better? You haven't had a good catechism so far? That's fine. We could do that. Let's start by just saying all of these demonstrations are just showing you how there are many, many models that could allow you to go from one landmass to another. Does not require a certain shape. So but you may have the concept of a flat disk flying through space as being our model, and that is not our model. So I just want you to understand that all of these are just conceptual images to try to help you to understand and get your mind from being frozen in place on the fantasy globe. What was the next thing you're going to say, Darfo Dud?
So if you start at one point and you keep going, it's eventually going to end up back to the same point.
Have you done this yourself? And what's the farthest you ever walked?
I mean, I've done a trip around the world.
You walked or you flew on an airplane?
Flew.
So you went from place to place?
Yeah. I have a question for Darfuda. What do you use when you walk east to west? What tool do you use?
What do you mean?
Well, humans can't walk straight in a line for very long. That's not something we do. So you need to use a tool for that, for going east or west. What tool would you use to do that?
I don't know what you're talking about. What
So,
tool?
so a tool for going east or west.
If you were going on a camping trip and you knew you had to navigate through the woods to get from east to west, what would you put in your backpack to be able to do that, Darfodet?
A map?
Okay, you'd have a map, and how would you know on the map that you're going in the right direction? What other tool could you put in your backpack
Oh,
besides a map?
compass.
Compass. There you go, Roger.
Awesome stuff. So imagine your home, right, being the North Pole, and you step outside your home. And then you turn around and you look at your front door and you hold your compass in your hand, right? And your compass is pointing at your house. And now you do a circle around your house going east or west, right?
Okay.
The compass will always point to north, so it will always correct for north. Going east or west is doing a circle. That's on a globe and on a flat plane. So now you circumnavigated your house using your compass. So that must mean your neighborhood is a ball, right?
It's what? I'm sorry, what was that last part?
Sorry?
I didn't hear that last part.
So now you have circumnavigated your house by going around your house. So your neighborhood must be a ball, correct?
Okay.
No. No, it
Is your
isn't.
neighborhood a ball, Darfodet? Do you live on a tiny little ball on top of this other imaginary ball?
No.
Correct. So when using a compass going east or west, your compass will always correct for north. So going east or west is doing a circle around north. That would be the same on a globe as it would be on a flat earth.
Okay.
Okay.
So your proof was you circumnavigated and went in a circle, and he's telling you that's just a circle. You're not proving the globe here.
So, Darfodet, are you willing to concede that point? That's not a proof of the globe. So we're trying to get you the globe earther roll so you can submit your meme for the competition.
Well,
Do you
I
have any
mean,
other proofs? Or do you you have more to say on this one? Go ahead, keep going.
okay. I mean, it doesn't matter which way you go. If you go east to west or west to east, north to south, south to north, you're always going to end up at the same point.
Incorrect. There's no evidence of any north-south circumnavigation. That's never been done. All flights go east or west to go in a circle. So
No, you can go
you
north
can't just
south.
claim stuff without evidence.
They went to North Pole and to the South Pole.
Circumnavigating, right? So billions of people have circumnavigated the world east to west, right? But nobody has ever done it north to south.
They do it all the time with boats. Ships, I mean.
They can't.
What do you mean they can't?
I don't think
They
he
can't sail
understands what
through the land.
circumnavigate means.
Why wouldn't they be able to do it with a ship?
Because they cannot sail through the highest landmass on the earth.
Why does that matter? It's in the water.
Boat does not sail through land. It's simple.
It doesn't have to go
In
through
order
land.
to do what you claim, they would have to sail through Antarctica. And they just don't do that, so
You're
Dar points.
assuming, I don't know why. Okay, so Darfa Dud, let's just reset a few things here. So you're new to this topic. You're making a lot of assumptions, which we understand. You assume that they have somehow, flown over Antarctica, that there's flights that go over there to go from one place and end up back at the same place again by going around your fantasy ball. That has not been demonstrated to actually happen. So some of these claims that you're making, you are assuming a ball, you're making this called a presupposition, where you are using the things you already assume to be true without evidence to prove the thing that we're asking you to demonstrate. So you would have to actually, have some kind of evidence or proof for these claims, and not just, you're just assuming they happened, right? We've already asked multiple people, as well as looked for ourselves, to try to find any evidence that's actually happened, and we don't find it. All we find is that there's no curvature measured anywhere, that we see too far to live on a globe of the dimensions claimed, and that the Earth is flat and stationary just as it appears.
Okay.
So do you have any other reasons? I mean, like if somebody just came up to you and said, just at the shopping mall, I'm taking a survey, Darfo Dud, why do you think you live on a globe? So you just gave us the first one. So I hope you
Okay,
will
I got
accept
more on
that there's no evidence for that. Okay, do you have any
Okay.
hard evidence? Do you have any verifiable, testable,
Okay.
repeatable evidence for any of it?
Okay, now think about this. Okay, so you can circumnavigate in the north, you can circumnavigate in the middle of the earth, and you can circumnavigate in the south. Now, if you move the ring, we circumnavigate all the way up and down the earth, it would stay. The earth has to be in a global shape to do that.
Who has done this circumnavigation? You're just saying it. Who did it? Who circumnavigated north to south on a single meridian? Who did that? When did they?
Explorers?
Oh my God. Explorers you think exist?
Hundreds of years ago.
Well, can you post their name?
Oh.
Can you post the name and last name, where they're
I
from?
think it was Magellan.
No, not Magellan.
Robinson Crusoe?
Who?
Robinson Crusoe.
Not sure what you're saying.
Then you need to know that maybe only 5 people did that, if that's true, and other direction, east to west, it's 1 billion people.
Listen, I just posted Magellan's route on a flat Earth in Livestream voice text. And actually, Magellan didn't do it. Magellan didn't make it. In case anybody didn't know, he didn't make the trip. He died somewhere en route.
Can you take a look at that image there, Darfo Dud, in the live stream voice text? You see what Indio just put in there?
All right, just a minute. Hey, what about it?
It must be at least 1,000 explorers in this human history which did that. Is that true?
I have no idea.
Let's say 500 or 1 million. Do you want to try with the east-west direction and see how much people was traveling east to west, and then find information how much people was traveling south to north? I think it's 1 billion comparing 5, something like that.
Okay.
And that 5, I'm not so sure is that true also.
Excuse me?
That 5, what I said, 5 people did that, I'm not so sure is that also true.
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. It would take time to look it up.
But you claim it that people did that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious
The
from the
point
image.
is the word circumnavigation means going in circle, and you said straight line. Every straight line
No.
would eventually take you to south on a flat plane. So you get that? Circumnavigation means going in circle.
Yes, I know that.
Okay. That's the point we're trying to catch to you.
Oh, I'm going to go interview this guy in the VC check-in. So, Darfo Dud, you aren't conceding this point. What is that you're still claiming that circumnavigation proves the globe? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Yes. I mean, look at it from the image. It shows right there.
Okay, if you guys could check out what I wrote in the locker room, and yeah, maybe there's someone else that has questions, but I'm going to go up to talk to this other guy.
What shows right there, dude? What are you talking about?
The image in voice chat, in the voice text, I mean.
What does it show?
I mean, just look at it.
I'm looking at it. What does it show?
If if the world wasn't in a globe shape, then how would he be able to circumnavigate like that?
We just explained to you by going in circle.
The image literally shows it.
Right. How would he go in a circle if he couldn't circumnavigate the world and be in a globe shape?
You can go in a circle on something that is not a globe shape, right?
No.
If I
So you can't draw a circle on a piece of paper, is what you're telling us.
Excuse me?
Can you draw a circle on a piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay, is a circle a globe shape? Or is a piece of paper a globe shape?
No.
So how did your pen tip go in a circle? You just said it wasn't possible unless it was a globe.
Hold on a second.
Rebooting.
Rebooting. I don't know if you're trolling or what's up, man.
I think he's been intentionally stupid. It's just my opinion. Y'all go ahead.
I share the same opinion, bro.
Take it easy.
But that's a fantastic comparison there to take the word circum, like circumference, and circumnavigation. Great point.
So if I ride my bike around my neighborhood and I do 20-mile loop and I go up and down hills, some flats, does that mean my neighborhood is a ball? Or did I just circumnavigate my neighborhood?
He actually answered that and said yes.
Darfo, Dad, do you still think that?
He thought his house was a ball because he circumnavigated his house.
Darf, Dad, I just want to see your globe knowledge. Let's say I'm a 10-year-old and I don't know anything. And I ask of you, hey, why is Earth a globe? In a few sentences, tell me the best knowledge you got.
Because you can see from outer space that it's a globe.
Have you been to outer space?
No.
What if you show me some stupid image? I'm like, this is fake. This is not a proof that it's a globe. Because I'm a 10-year-old and I can take a picture. Put a Superman robe, and I show you, look, I'm a Superman.
Okay.
So I didn't ask anything about space. I asked, why is Earth a globe? And I'm 10 years old, pretend I don't know anything. You want to tell me most important facts about the globe and the most powerful knowledge you have about the globe. What would you tell me?
No.
I rest my case.
What does this have to do with anything?
Why are you here, Darpo Dud? Do you want to learn anything, or are you just trying to waste our time?
It shows that you don't even have the knowledge of your presupposed globe idea, let alone for you to have the intellectual honesty to consider what the people in this room are trying to show you. Darfo Dad, ever heard of Photoshop?
Yeah.
What is that used for?
Editing pictures?
Could that be used to edit so-called pictures from an apparent place that none of us in this room have ever been to?
How's it going to edit a video, though?
You edit a video the same way that you edit pictures, with software, and either frame by frame, or depending on the software, it allows you all kinds of editing features. How did they make Star Wars? That's video.
Talking about Photoshop. You can't edit videos with Photoshop.
Listen to what he's saying. He wasn't saying that.
Right,
So use Adobe After Effects instead of Photoshop. How about that? Okay, you happy now? Okay,
What's that
Adobe
again?
After Effects. Adobe After Effects. How about that?
Never used it.
Okay, it's a video editing software.
Okay.
So you can do real-time digital compositing in Unreal Engine, okay, which is a free piece of software that anybody can do. They've been doing this for over a decade. There's nothing to edit. I mean, I can't even believe you're actually saying this. You should know nowadays that it is nothing to edit video. Nothing.
Okay, that's nowadays, though. What about from years ago?
Okay.
30.
We used to have other techniques called optical printers and traveling masks.
And also, Adobe After Effects has been around since the 90s. So, even 10.
I'm talking like a long time ago. 30 plus years ago.
Yeah, and the
Can I-
further back you go, the worse their footage looks, and you can see that they're using the tricks of the time that fit with the camera, the movie technology and tricks they were using at the time. So your logic doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Go look at it yourself before you try to make these kind of judgments.
Yeah, like, I'm a video editor and I know the history behind video editing. Like, back in the day, they even used physical frames and did whatever on it to edit a video. So it's not
okay.
always being
So
digitalized.
So saying that.
Wait.
Excuse me?
I was going to just say the very first fake photo is from 1841. 1841. Okay, 30 years, that's nothing. I can show you video from the 20s that you can't even tell me what's fake in it. The 1920s.
So you're telling me that the Colombian Challenger explosions never occurred?
Can I
Yeah,
ask you one
they blew
question?
up.
New guy, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Okay.
go for it.
What did you answer a guy telling him that he's 10 years old? What was your answer to prove for the globe?
Excuse me? I'm sorry, I had
Can
a
you
hard time understanding.
He asked you if you want to tell the 10 years old boy what will be your proof for the globe. What did you answer? Can you repeat, please?
I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
The Vlad asked you if you are speaking to boy, 10 years old boy, how you will prove the globe.
Oh. I said
Yeah,
you
how?
view it from space with satellites.
Okay. Do you want to hear a 15 years old boy? He want to show you something in reality to check if is that true what you are seeing on TV.
Okay.
Do you want?
Is it okay?
Okay. When we observe the Earth on water, you know, that what is curving from the space in reality does not curve. Okay?
All right.
Because 10 years old boy watch a lot of television, but then 15 years old boy went to the beach to check all that math and all that curve what is on television, you know, and there is no curvature there in reality, only on TV television.
Okay.
And then that 15 years boy showed to 20 years old guy, and he showed all other genders, you know. And then came to me because I'm 50 years old. Then I checked it also, you know. And that what I watched on television is not curving in reality. It's only curving on television.
Okay.
Do you want to see that?
Okay.
You understand what he's telling you? He's telling you if someone shows you pictures of something, but that something does not actually exist in physical reality when you go check. So check this out. Someone showed me a picture of a beach house, right? And then I went to that beach and there was no. Is that image real?
I mean, no.
Yes, no. So if someone shows you pictures of a bunch of curving water, and then we go to the ocean and the water's not curving, can that picture possibly be real?
Well, it depends on what you mean by curving water.
Pictures from space show Earth as a big ball of water, and the ocean is curving. That's what they show, right?
Okay.
Okay. But we can measure the ocean to see if that picture depicts reality. But when we measure the ocean, the surface of water is not curving.
Okay.
See, that's called testing the image, right? Test
What?
the image, see if it depicts reality. You test the image to see if it depicts reality.
I mean, it's going to look different from outer space than it is here on Earth, though.
Yeah, cool. It'll look different, but that's why we measure.
And how look like? If it's not
He has no
curving,
idea what it looks like. You've never been to space.
yeah. No, I'm saying from the ground.
Yeah, exactly. What's it look like from the ground?
For us, it's going to be straight.
Yeah, but it must drop somewhere in distance, isn't?
I mean, if you get so far, yes.
Yeah, it must because there is curvature.
How far? How far?
I don't know.
How about 25 miles? How much? How much do you think? Take a guess.
I have no idea how far you have to go.
440 feet in 25 miles. That's a 44-story building. Yeah, that's a lot, huh? Can we measure a 44-story building?
It doesn't drop. What are you talking about?
If
you go across the lake,
we know it doesn't drop. Welcome to flat Earth. We know it doesn't drop, but it's supposed to.
I'm just saying it drops.
What?
If you live on a ball, the surface has to curve away from you.
Okay.
Because it's a
Right?
ball.
But if
Because
you
it's
go
a
so
ball.
far, yes, but if you go so far, it will drop.
Yeah, you say that, but guess what? Nobody's ever measured that. We've measured the opposite of that.
Weasel. Found another one, that little brown rooster with, or white rooster with a little bit of brown in it. Two of them. Well, one of them was that bird with his head gone right at the shoulders. What are you doing? How come you're leaning over like that?
Got a hot mic, bro.
I'll just mute him. I'll mute him. I'm gonna mute you, Darfo. Okay, so anyway, you're muted now, Darfo Deb, but just tell us when you're ready to talk again. So anyway, Tricky, he's here. We just checked him in. I just wanted to introduce Tricky. A friend told him about Flat Earth, and he said his friend had been studying it for years and gave him a lot of really good information and made him see that there was definitely something to it. So my interpretation, Tricky, tell me if I'm wrong, is that you're relatively new to the topic, but you definitely know, but you said you've known for a lot of your life that like there's stuff fishy about the mainstream stories and all that. So welcome to the server, Tricky. So this is the live stream. We were just talking to Darfo Dad, but he's taking a little break. So I just wanted to take some time to introduce you.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, actually, I've been busy with my own life, like struggling with things, but this thing has been close to me for a long time, since my friend has been speaking about it for me many years, and now with all that, you guys have a channel, and where I can learn more, and I was interested, and so now I'm here. Long story short.
Yep. So which, like when your friend was explaining it to you, which pieces of evidence did he go through with you, or what like stuck out to you the most?
We went a lot. And there's like time periods when we met, and he always talked about them. And I don't remember everything correctly, of course, but it just got me interested now more. So I want to like get into it because now I have spare time.
Cool. Well, one of us could go over what we call the black swan image for you if you're interested in that. Did he talk to you? Do you remember him talking about the black swan image?
Black swan image.
It's the oil rigs. It's
Guess
oil rigs.
so, because we speak like our language and English together, like.
Oh yeah.
So it's
What's your
and
language? What's your language?
Estonia.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah.
Estonia is near Latvia, right?
Yes, the
Yeah.
border.
Yeah, because we have a lot, for
Neighbors.
whatever weird reason, over here in Michigan, in the United States of America, we have a ton of Latvians. They have a summer camp. They have like this whole enclave of people. I don't know why they came here, but they did. And I used to hear the Latvian language spoken a lot because I had a teacher who was part of that whole scene. He used to speak Latvian to us just for fun.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, Donato put the black swan image there in the live stream voice text. So basically, the reason why we call it this, like, yeah, your friend might not have called it that, and it's not just this image that is a black swan in terms of falsifying the globe model. We have many images and observations that falsify the globe model. But anywho, yeah, and if Darfo Dud's still listening, he could maybe listen in too if you're still able to listen, even if you're not able to speak anymore.
I'm able
So
to listen and speak.
okay, good, good. Yes, and we've got Darfo here that needs an education, and hopefully he's listening too. Anywho, that image there at 39 minutes after the hour that Donata
Yeah.
posted.
Black Swan.
Yeah. So the reason why we call it that is because if you were given a statement, all swans are white, which when you first start out in this world as a child, that might be what you see the most often are white swans. You could believe that's true if that's all you've ever seen, but then the first day that you see a black swan, you can no longer make that statement, all swans are white. You must now acknowledge that that statement is falsified or no longer true.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, all of these observations are basically black swans or the globe model, which is a similar, people are just presented this model as if it's true. And then we provide the black swans to show that no, indeed, we do not
Yeah.
live on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah. So basically, it's a relation. You realize like the fucking water is flat or something like that. But no, it's more like a metaphor. But yeah, I know what you're getting for.
Yeah, because
That's really not what that image is about, though.
Yeah, that image is not about that. It's about perspective of human beings. Like I've seen always the green apple. Now I see red apple. What the fuck is going on?
No, that image is about the horizon. So the globe Earth model predicts the horizon is a certain distance away, right? They think that the horizon is the edge of a big ball. So whatever altitude you can make a prediction on how far the horizon is away. That horizon in that image is 10 times farther than what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be 1.25 miles away, but it's actually more than 10 miles away. See, that's why it's called a black swan. It falsifies the globe model. That's the point.
Oh, okay. I see. I see.
This is a black swan, right?
Hmm.
Because if you run around saying, yes, the horizon's exactly where it's supposed to be, well, this image shows that it's not where it's supposed to be. It's a lot farther.
Yeah.
And when I say a lot farther, if the Earth was just a bigger ball, the radius of the ball that this would fit would be 265,000 miles with a circumference of 1.6 million miles, right? So
yeah.
So it's way off. It's not like it's a little teeny bit off of what the globe Earth model predicts. It's way off.
Okay.
A few orders of magnitude. So that's why it's a black swan.
But yeah, I like what the Earth being over 70% water, that's kind of a different argument, but a good one, that they tell us the Earth is over 70% water. We see that water by its nature lies flat in a container. Anyone who's spent any time on large bodies of water knows you just see a flat horizon everywhere. That's kind of a good, just kind of common sense argument.
But the biggest thing that draws me in this is like when I was kid, I saw the sun rays coming through the clouds, and I was thinking like the sun cannot be that close. That was the first thing that came into my mind, and after that, I just like forgot it. But now, when I met my friend and we talk about many years, and well, we see like a couple times, 3 times a year, and always we talk about it. And I like to question. I like to be like. I like to see every opportunity. Let's say it like that. But common facts are facts, and I'm seeing more facts in the flat than the round. So
Yeah, so you should. I mean, it'd be a good idea if you, in case you ever want to, explain it to someone else. This is, I mean, maybe your friend hasn't even seen it, depending on what circles they're in or where they get the information. Like a lot of people just like I started out just reading books on my own. I never heard of the laser test till I came to this server because I didn't look at any like YouTube or news or anything like that. I just was reading books that were written like a long time ago. So anywho, he might not have heard of it. You could explain it to him. Basically, so we're using the math of the globe to disprove it, to show that their math doesn't work. We're using the math that they tell us. So that's why, like, Truth Prevails put a curvature chart up there at 41 minutes after the hour. Donato explained to you, and this might help Darafodad understand what Indio was saying about the drop. So this here, if you're still listening, Darafodad,
yes.
The drop is what Donato has put there at 41 minutes after the hour, because because we can calculate based on the geometry of this alleged sphere, the 3,959 mile radius that they give us. The curvature rate is roughly 8 inches per mile squared, and
sorry. Yeah.
yeah, they would. So, like at 10 miles, you'd have 66 feet of drop. At 20 miles, 266.75 feet of drop.
Yeah.
50 miles, 1,667 feet, and so on.
Yeah, this one my friend actually taught me like on the first time, not maybe first time, second time maybe. And this is pure mathematics, and I'm not just like this. This seems so real if you put it on mathematics, and if you check the crop rates on the horizon and everything. It's I'm just confused. More likely curious.
So yeah, when we use that geometry, that's how we come up with this at the observer height of 1 foot. Maximum distance for geometric horizon would be 1.22 miles. And you can clearly see where is the horizon in that picture of the two oil rigs, Platform Habitat and Platform Hill House. Where is the horizon in that picture? Tricky. Where is the horizon in relation to the oil rigs?
Well, let me.
Donato, put it up there for you again.
Yeah. Hey, let me start it on minute 30-second.
So do you see the
You mean
horizon?
the oil rigs?
Yeah. Donato just put it up there again at 47 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, I see the horizon.
Okay, and where is the horizon in relation to the oil rigs?
In relation, like on
Meaning,
the oil
is
rigs?
it behind the oil rigs, in front of the oil rigs? Where do you see the horizon in that picture? The place where the sky appears to meet the ground, or the water in this case. Is the horizon in front of or behind the oil rigs?
Can't really say. I think it's behind.
Yeah, to me, it's very clearly behind. You see water until you get to the pink part, which is the sky. The line between the sky and the water is behind the oil rigs.
Yeah.
So anyhow, since we use their math to the globe model would predict the horizon is at 1.22 miles on this fantasy globe, and yet we see the platform habitat as known established distance of 9.41 miles, which so meaning the horizon is further than 9.41 miles, which is where Indio came up with that number for you. If you would have to be on a sphere with the radius of over 200,000 miles, I think it is, whatever the number is that he told you earlier. Which, that doesn't work. You can't just be on a big globe, which we can get into why that isn't the case. But nonetheless, you're definitely not on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles. And in fact, you're on no globe of any sort whatsoever.
That's sure.
I've got another one you might like. I don't know. Sometimes that's why we appreciate this this server, because we have a lot of good curated information. If you go look down at the bottom, there's different channels about the different information. The curvature channel is basically about how there is no curvature, even though we keep looking for it. And there's a lot of different channels down there you can look at, but this particular one,
the learning curve.
Have you seen anything? Oh, good. Truth Prevails linked you to long distance observations, Canigoo long distance. Have you ever seen anything by Dr. John D? Have you seen his channel? I just put a.
I might have seen, because myself, like I said, I have some past and all my life, so I haven't researched it like so good.
I feel like you would like that video.
Friend,
maybe you could bookmark that.
Yeah,
it's only 15 minutes long. Come back someday and tell me if you watched it, if you liked it.
Yeah, just hit it. But basically,
it's at 250.
My own research hasn't been like massive. It has been only like a little bit, a little bit seeing that. But the main source is my friend. So he has shown me the videos and pictures, everything, like from historical pictures and everything, like. And he just put everything, in my mind together. And after that, I was like, yeah. I think you can relate.
Absolutely. Yep. And it never ends. That's what you'll find. That's what I've found. Like, the research never ends once you get started in here, which is nice, because I used to scour the internet just looking for signs of life and like hardly ever found any. So actually, before I came to the Discord, I was like, I had to work online, but I was hardly ever spent any time online like any other time, because I couldn't find anything worth looking at. I mean, it was all just like arguing over how these various psyops were carried off, which I got over that a long time ago. 9/11, yeah, it didn't happen the way they said. JFK, yeah, it didn't happen the way they said. Sandy Hook, yeah, it didn't happen the way they said. Like, I don't need to like obsess over those things. Like, once you realize they're liars, like, I don't need to like, go and obsess over that. I'm just not going to put more energy into it, which is sad that that's what most of the so-called truth movement is just like. They're basically like fan clubs for the Illuminati. It's like, oh, look at this great work they did here. It's so amazing. We're going to spend all our time. And somebody could say that's what we do here, but really we don't. We do way more than that. We talk about definitely the obvious truth that the globe can be smashed to bits like 17 million times over. And we do that on a daily basis, keep smashing it for people, whether they're paying attention or not. That's on them. But in the meantime, we talk about, hey, what could be here, since it's definitely not a globe with a radius 3,959 miles. What is this? What other things could we explore and find out, now that we know that science is not what they've been telling us, that the popular conception of science is nothing but a pseudo-scientific science fiction fairy tale? What's actually going on here? Yeah, so the research never ends.
Yeah, that's true.
But Dandelion.
Thinking. Yeah, go.
Yes. Flat Earth Solar.
Sorry. Hey, how's it? I just wanted to say that, when someone's showing you the 10 reasons why that event could be faked, the way that I see it is that with these normies who can't really discern truth, 1 is not enough, 2 is not enough, 3 is not enough, and sometimes even 10 is not enough. It's kind of like with flat Earth proofs. The person will always say, well, what about this? What about that? It's not like 1 holds sufficient merit that you only need to present 1.
Yes,
but I
you're
get
right,
what
and
you
I
mean by
apologize. No, I apologize. I apologize, and I appreciate you pushing back on me with that because I was not trying to like diss people who are like researching that. I think it's important. It's just like not my calling. You know what I mean? It's boring to me. But the fact that people
Yeah,
are
same.
willing to do it, I'm happy that they're doing it. And I probably came off wrong about that, like that I think what they're doing is not important. I think it is important, and I appreciate people doing that. And I do not. It's way better than what a lot of people are doing. So yeah, keep going with the 911 truth and all that stuff. Yeah, because you might find one thing that reaches people when another thing wouldn't. To like you said. So it's a noble cause. It's just boring to me, personally, once you figure it out. Like, I don't want to keep going
Yeah,
down that
same.
rabbit hole again and again. But if people who are going down that rabbit hole to rescue other people, good for you.
Yeah.
I'm down this globe rabbit hole, I guess. You could say I'm in a rabbit hole if you want to. But this
Yeah,
one's more
we
interesting to
all
me
are.
for whatever reason. I guess this one's more interesting to me because it is such a fundamental,
But
worldview
hey,
thing.
life
And because
should
it
be
targets
interesting.
children.
Yeah. Oh, what a time we live in.
Yeah, but so Flat Earth Solar, we were just talking to Tricky, who's new to the server, whose friend introduced him to Flat Earth, and then we could try unmuting Darfo Dud, who believes he lives on a globe. I don't know if we should or not. Do you guys think we should? I could just quickly unmute him and keep my finger on the mute button, see what's happening there. Darfo Dud, are you still there? He doesn't know he's unmuted. I probably should mute him again because might not be aware. So I'm going to go ahead and mute him again, but we'll check him on him periodically.
Yeah, he didn't strike me as the sharpest tool in the shed.
Oh, you were here when he was talking. I didn't know you were here. Yeah.
So yeah, that was very like warm welcome, as I can say. And yeah.
I was wondering, with the 3 questions that we often ask people when they come in here the first time, maybe we should have like a Q&A, like, do you want to know how flat earthers disproved the radius? And then there's a short, concise answer. Do you want to know how flat earthers disproved the circumference? Then there's a short, concise answer. And that there could be some way to almost, because everyone arrives here saying, show us your proof, show us your proof. And then we normally spend most of the time trying to explain to them that they're not on a sphere, rather than actually showing flat Earth has demolished the radius with the black swan. And it has demolished Coriolis effect with hot air balloons that don't drift. And, each of these points of contention, maybe we should start presenting it as like a positive a positive destruction of that point, rather than simply always going through the 3 points, and then people always stand here and ask, well, where's the edge? Where's this? Where's that?
No, I get it. I get it. It's like okay, question everything. It's always have been on my mind. I question everything. But for me, this is pure research and getting know more of this thing that we call around Earth, a planet Earth.
Flat Earth Solar, can you tell me I'm sorry, before we go, I'm sorry,
Yeah?
were you not done, Ricky? Finish your thought. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. Go on.
Oh, I was just because I was responding to Wolfgang Hope's anti-American slur in the locker room. So
what?
I missed the very first part of what Flat Earth Solar said.
Damn,
What were
me
the
like
questions?
that.
You made some Wolfgang. I'm sorry, I had to call you out. But I found it really amusing. You made me laugh. Yeah. So I enjoyed it quite a bit. Thank you very much. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Because you don't know where I live, Wolfgang Hope. Yeah, I am surrounded by people of which you speak. Anywho.
You understood.
I told you about the time when when I first moved here, I probably haven't told you this, Wolfgang Hope. When I first moved to this extremely rural redneck area, people kept accusing me of being British. They're like, "Oh, you've got a British accent. You're from England? Oh, when did you move over here?" Because
Oh, you don't have.
dude, I don't have it. Wolfgang
You've
knows
not
I don't
finished.
have one at all.
You've not
But just
finished all your squirrel. Is something wrong? You must be from out of town.
you're not used to eating squirrel. We'll get you some
Anyway,
bread
sorry for
pudding
that.
over there, Marymount. Anywho, yeah, because if you enunciate your words, you're going to be accused of being British over here, Wolfgang. Anyway, I want Flat Earth Solar to tell me the questions because I thought those were good ideas. I was going to write them down and then pin them to the channel. I thought those were good ideas. What were the questions that you mentioned, Flat Earth Solar?
It was about sort of presenting the same way that we ask the 3 questions when people come in, and it's more of to get them to see if they knew something or if they believed something. But then once you get someone to the point where they say, okay, well, why have they lied? Or, all right, you show me your flat earth proof. Or, once they get to that point, normally the conversation's already past its state of being productive. So when people come in and you sort of present to them, if the earth is flat, would you like to know? Then they can either answer yes or no. So in that same kind of a mindset, saying to someone, would you like to know how flat earthers have disproved the radius? Would you? And that's like the black swan, Eratosthenes being bullshit. That other guy, Alberuni, who used the horizon dip angle, he obviously didn't know about refraction. He didn't. So just on that point of the radius, anything that Glober could have heard previously, we can demolish in that answer. And the
Would you
second
like
point,
to know how we have disproved the radius? Is that what you said?
correct. And
I
would
like
you
that.
like to
That
know
puts it
how
on them. Yeah, that puts it on them to show interest. I like it. Yep.
would you like to know how we've disproved the circumference? Would you like to know how we've disproved that there's Coriolis effect, Foucault pendulum, hot air balloons, and you start sort of, instead of us sitting on the defensive, waiting for questions from someone who's cognitively impaired, we rather go forward and present what we've got to them, that if they were thinking they're going to come here and bring up Eratosthenes, they're going to see Eratosthenes as just one of 4 answers where flat earth is demolished that point. And then they might be a bit more curious because it's sort of consolidating the research. I don't know if it needs to be pinned in a formal way or what, or whether it needs to be just talked out and found. Because like Nathan Oakley, he went to the 6 questions that they cannot answer, like, is there scientific evidence of gravity? The only answer for that is no. So in the beginning, they would say, show us your gravity, or you misunderstanding gravity, or the wording of the sentence was wrong. When it got to, do you have scientific evidence for gravity? It can only be answered with a no. So the same way when we're saying to them, would you like to know how flat Earth has already disproven the radius? Then it's not in question about, is there a radius, or do we even understand what a radius is? It's already going to the point it's been disproven, and here's the 4 methods for doing that.
Absolutely. Yeah, because I think, and I think we're at the perfect time in the server to change the culture over. I heard Witsit and India talking about this yesterday, and I've done it before, where they're the ones coming from their fantasy world here, where we're representing reality, things that can be empirically tested and proven, and so on. So it's like it's turning the conversation on its head, where I shouldn't say acting, because their view is strange. Their view is the weird Narnia view, where they're trying to tell us their fairy tales are real, where they're trying to tell us the voices in their head, on the TV or the phone are telling them the truth. CNN, the voice in their head is the voice of wisdom. Don't you hear the God of CNN? I hear them every day, and they tell me the way the world really is. I mean, they're the crazy ones coming in here. And so it is kind of like, and they usually are in the minority, which nowadays they are, I should say. it's the reason why your questions I really like are because it's sometimes it's hard for them to talk or to even know what to ask because they've never been asked before. Like, why do you think you live on a ball? Where's your proof of this? Where's your proof of that? Like, putting it back on them, we do. It puts them on the defensive, and some people deserve that, and some people think they do have the answers. And yes, you totally have to do that with those people who have maybe been in the argument a little longer or who are a little bit more arrogant or have a little bit more trouble, reading the room or understanding, the intellectual level of the room in which they're in. Those people should be pushed. But just your average, globe believer coming in here, the beginning question lets them say yes, sit back and listen and, maybe learn something. I like it. So I tried pinning them, but we've reached the maximum of 50 pins. So I'm going to have to start unpinning. I'm going to find something we don't care about and unpin it. So if anybody's like really attached to the pins, speak now or ever hold your peace, because I'm probably going to unpin a bunch of them so we can pin stuff that we're currently using.
Yeah, I find
I
myself
think we could
often.
even make. I'm sorry. Yeah, please. I want to hear your response, but I was just going to say it came to my mind. Like I'm going to put it as a pin, but I think we could put it maybe as an image so that we could keep, maybe sharing it in the locker room or the silver text or whatever. Because we could probably add to it other like conversation stimulating questions that are, because I think the questions we've kind of evolved as a culture so far are very much putting them on the defensive. And but now it's to the point where there's nothing they can say that we can't come back with like 10, 15 points to disprove it. So it's kind of like, you just get shot down immediately. And they don't necessarily know that they're supposed to be asking these questions about, the radius and the circumference thing, because they aren't even at that level of thinking, nowhere near it. So it's a way to get them back to the beginning level, even if they don't necessarily realize that that's what they need, without, and trying not to be condescending to them, because I've been accused in the past of being condescending, and I do acknowledge that I can be that way. But yeah, I like it. It's good. So I'm going to not only pin it, I'm going to try to encourage people to add more questions to it.
Yeah, because for me, the thing that I often find myself almost marveling at is things like when you've got discernment, the point that it becomes apparent to you, or the moment of occurrence, is like it almost as though it's the first time you're seeing that thing or hearing that thing. And you might have been told that thing 1,000 times, but the moment it occurs to you, it's like hearing it for the first time. Now, people arrive in here thinking everyone thinks the way that they do when they enter the room. So they don't see their thoughts as weird. They don't see the little voice in their head from CNN as being weird. They don't see the space ideology as being weird until it occurs to them that it is. So, like it's also the word anti-flat earther and flat earther is like still saying flat earther and glober. You're still giving them a chance to be against or opposing the idea. Whereas if you say call them flat earthers and flat earth deniers, because it is a flat earth and you're seeing the evidence, but you're blatantly denying it.
Flat Earth deniers. I love it. Yes, let's make that trend here in the server. I love it. Yes.
And I think
they're like
that
defensive lawyers.
But it's more, I would say the anti-flat earther is the flat earth denier, because I think Nathan also pointed this out, that there's a globe position, like the earth is supposed to turn at 15 degrees. But the anti-flat earther comes in here and tells us we shouldn't see the 15 degrees that the globe earth says should be seen. So the real globe earth position is 15. We see it not moving. They see it not moving. Now, if it's not moving, it means it's flat. But they claim that because it's not moving, it's because it shouldn't be noticeable. And then they're simply denying the flat earth evidence. Because if they were a glober, they would be pushing the 15 degree per hour narrative as per their globe religion. So it truly is denial or denialism.
Yeah, we
It's
can
like
just we can just go right ahead and call them science deniers too, right? That's the thing to do these days, and we actually have evidence to back up our claim of these globiers being science deniers. I mean, that's no question, they're science deniers. I don't know if I necessarily want to appropriate that term because I don't particularly like it that much, but I like, the flat earth denier term is cool. But it's like the thing that they're afraid of being called, right? They think that because in their little globy religion, they've been told science denialism is, that's like great heresy, right? That's like a horrible thing to be. So to call them that, for the right person, I might do it. Yeah, I might consider doing that.
Yeah, it's like when you look out your window and it's raining and someone says to you, it's not raining. Then there can only be in the position of looking out the window and denying that there's rain. But we call them anti-rainers, or we say that they're like dry earth people or something. We're giving them a whole different perspective, whereas they're simply in denial of what you can see with your own eyes out your own window.
Good explain. But yeah, this is very interesting. And I'm here to, for my knowledge, to educate myself from the things that from the past maybe educated me to believe certain things that I see today ain't maybe truth or ain't truth. So it's more like educational and like curious.
Yeah. And then my question to you would be, do you think your thoughts are your own?
I always go with my own thoughts. But
So
it
that's why I
depends.
asked, do you think, because think about this for a second. As a child, you're born a blank slate.
Yeah.
And from day one, you had to be taught the words. You had to be taught the way to behave.
Yeah.
You had to be taught how to think.
Mm-hmm.
Or you were. So I often find it interesting when people think that they're entirely their own thoughts and they don't realize how much of their life has been sculpted for them by someone with the knowledge and ability to...
More likely the system. Sorry if I interrupt you.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to
The
think of how to
system.
summarize the
Yeah.
system, basically.
Yeah. I get you.
But on all aspects. So often people will think, about this topic, yes, maybe I don't know so much, but about this one, I know everything. And there's an ignorance and an arrogance. And when you go and ask them how they learned that, it's usually someone taught them. But to the average person, they'll tell it as though it's their ideas. But someone taught them those things. But they want to claim the glory, so they say it's their ideas. And because humans are copycat machines from birth, where you look at the child and then you do some action, then the child copies the action, and then you start communication.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And even as adults, I see another adult doing an action and I see another adult following that action. And it's like parent-child.
Yeah, but it's like people like to, I don't know, move with the flow or with the groove. I don't know. But it's like, oh, if that guy's like that, I'm going to be like that, But
so the psychology goes back to tribalism. It goes back to tribalism, If you didn't fit in with your tribe would kick you out the tribe.
Yeah.
So you needed to conform to your tribe for self-preservation. So it's a biological programming. But I also think we, as humans, we want to follow. We built in to us with a need. I don't know if it's because as children we are taught, but throughout our lives we want mentors, we want spiritual leaders, we want business leaders, we want to follow. And deep down inside we actually want to find our creator. But we don't want to acknowledge that. So we try and find men to follow, to fill something that can never be filled by men. And that need to follow means that each one of us, we have something that we have is like a religious relationship with, something you'll do all throughout the day, almost as though you almost can't not do it. It's like taking out your phone to worship it every 10 minutes or every 5 minutes, or to take a selfie and worship yourself. Or we're all looking for something to praise. Most people like to praise themselves. And these things are hardwired into all humans. And even the atheists will tell you they don't follow anyone. And then they'll quickly start talking about Dawkins and about some of the great atheists that they follow. Those are their priests. So even the ones claiming to be non-religious are religious in ways that they won't be able to see.
I get your point.
And then there's this moment of occurrence when something occurs. Someone's been saying something, or you've seen that sign, and then suddenly you have this idea and you think of a new business because it suddenly occurred to you, if you bought from this guy and sold to that guy, you could make money. It occurred to you, but you've always known that. But now it occurs. So how long have you been in Flat Earth? How long ago did it occur to you that water being level can only mean one outcome?
Well, when I sat down with my friend and he showed me, let's say, so-called evidence, or how could I say it? My English is not so good. So, but that moment I started thinking differently, and I started seeing like, well, something is not right, because I've been taught when I was little and everything. Earth is round and we got planets and all that NASA stuff and everything. But when I really got into the flat Earth and like seeing pictures and seeing videos, talking them with my friend, and made me realize that realize. And in other ways, how could I explain this? What was the question again?
It was about how you came to for the concept that flat Earth occurred to you.
Yeah, the conclusion. Yeah,
Right, I think I think you answered it. You said that you were chatting with your friend about it. What did you specifically, or was he a flat earther and you weren't, and then he told you about it?
Yeah, I never like heard of it, or like maybe heard of it, but like not like dig into it. But yeah, that was the time. And yeah.
So what did he say to you that made you for it to occur in your mind? Do you know? You
Well,
understand what
that's
occurred?
a long. Yeah, I understand. That's a long conversation we had and everything. So I kind of like put it in the one phrase, if you know what I mean. But
So which was your
mostly,
top point?
mostly the pictures uh, were like surprising for me, and I was like maybe instantly starting to think like, no way, like okay, this is pure mathematics and everything, and
Which pictures?
oh, a lot of them. He has a collection.
But I mean, like long distance that we shouldn't see, pictures of the
Yes,
Earth. What?
horizon pictures of the Earth, showing the GoPro faking um the curvature. He even talked me about the laser. What was it called? I was so drunk then because we were drinking all night, so I don't remember that well. But just so many facts in my brain. In my brain, you know, I think they're like facts because they seem to be more realistic than things that they have taught us in school or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I'm very open-minded person.
No, I
And
love to hear each person's story.
yeah, of
I
course,
think
of
there's a lot
course.
of people in the room, and it almost helps us to figure out what works and what doesn't. A lot of us, we discovered Flat Earth in about 2015, and then back then there was nothing like a Discord server or 24/7 channels where you could go and discuss the stuff. And right back then, it's so long ago, you almost forget what it was that you saw that got you to that point where it suddenly
Yeah.
made sense. But like you say, it's a process, and it's a lot of information that needs to be consumed over many different topics, and it takes some effort. It's not easy to understand this.
It's centered. How do you say it? It does. It does. For real.
And like Dandelion said earlier, the research is actually endless, because once you start realizing stuff about light, now you actually have to go and learn about light. And there's a lot to learn about light. And then
Yeah.
when you start talking about horizon and geology or rock formation layers, then you realize, okay, I actually have to go and study geology, and I have to know what I'm talking about. And then you go and research magnetism, and then now you have to study magnetism, because you have to understand how that actually makes sense, you know. And each one of those are potentially another conspiracy all in itself. Is light a particle or a wave? Now
But
you'll
it's your
find
mind. But it's your mind that makes the conclusion. I mean, the. Sorry, I'm very tired about right now. But yeah, how could I say this? I have no words, but I'm very glad that I could join this channel and learn, and maybe it makes me more like a self-studying person, because if you go for the curvature and everything, you have to know about mathematics and like etc, like you said, etc, etc. And that's like the thing that maybe I want to do and keeps me a way of thinking other things, per se. But yeah, if you have any more questions for me, feel free to ask.
Would you be at this stage of your awakening? Would you be 99% confident that it's flat, or 80% confident it's flat, or 100% confident it's flat? Where on your journey? Because I always urge people to take this really sincerely. And if pictures are what convinced us that we lived on a ball, seeing some pictures should not be able to convince you that it's flat.
Sure.
And you should rigorously test everything on both sides. Doesn't matter who's giving you the information, validate the information on the merits of that information.
Always.
I did that myself, and it took me several months, but I found many things that, no one else was bringing up at the time, but they were so obvious, the deceptions and the inconsistencies, or that the definitions didn't make sense or often contradicted themselves in the same definition. And you could see many faults throughout this theory, which is the globe theory. But the real thing is not really actually the shape. It's more the overall lie. What would be the purpose of the lie in terms of how much that would impact your future?
Yeah, well, that's the thing that I've questioned myself also.
Like if you were at a shooting range and you were shooting at a target, and then suddenly they move the wall and you've been shooting at the wrong target the whole time.
Yeah.
Then it changes everything. If you shot 10 bullets at the first target and then they moved this optical illusion wall and the target was in a different lane and it's a whole different target altogether, that's how drastic it is. If you don't know where you're aiming, there's no way you can achieve or that you can do what is actually needed to be done. So by them convincing the entire world that they live on a spinning sphere is like moving the target to such a distance and that people can never even find the truth generally, let alone what their actual purpose on this place is.
Yeah.
And then you have people without purpose, and people without purpose are depressed. And then they crave worship because it's built into our DNA. and then we end up worshipping our television or our cell phones or that atheistic guy, or they find some way to somehow still have a religious connection.
Yeah, I think flat Earth, a lot of religious, how do I say it? Religious, like, if you take back the look at the religion and paintings or etc., what they had, indicates more to me like, yo, this ain't right. I mean, like the round sphere is not right. But like I said, the pictures ain't like the thing. You have to understand the magnitude, gravity, mathematics, etc. to like not maybe fully understand, but understand more about it.
Yeah, there's a steep learning curve.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
really you have to learn a lot about a lot,
yeah.
and you have to do that
That's
on
what
your
my friend
own.
told me. Yeah,
How
and he
how
told
long
me
ago was
also.
this? How long ago was this conversation with your friend?
Oh, we've had couple, maybe few times a year for like now 4 years maybe.
Sorry, a year or 4 years?
4 years, like fully, but we see like few times a year.
Okay, got you.
So yeah, so we talk about them, and he shows me everything, everything new he has discovered, and I'm like really really into it. So it was like, yo, we got this channel, and if you really want to dig in and really want to like research yourself, then this might be the right place for you.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Do you think you can know life's purpose without knowing where you live?
Life purpose without knowing where I live.
Yeah. Like what we're on. Like what is this
Well,
place?
again, I don't know. I don't know. That's why I'm here to find out, and
Well,
I can tell that everybody has a purpose. Okay, maybe everybody has a purpose. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Okay,
well, I don't mean like your individual purpose. I mean like the purpose of life, human beings overall, that purpose, like overarching purpose. Like
if I
I
can
don't
just
think that we
reword
can
it.
know. Oh yeah, go ahead.
You're saying, what is your purpose for being here? And the here, you don't know what the here is. What is your purpose for being here?
Well, my purpose is living,
No,
achieving
no,
my
no, no.
own
So
goal.
no, so okay. The question wasn't about the actual purpose. What India was trying to say is that, do you think someone can find their purpose here if they don't know what here is? Can you find your purpose here? So say here we tell you it's a hospital. Now you dress up like a hospital, and then I show you it's actually a football field. Are you going to be equally prepared if you have a stethoscope around your neck to listen to someone's heart, and you have a pen in your pocket, and you have a white coat on? You thought you're going to be in a hospital, but you find yourself on a football pitch. Can you still have a purpose? if the here is not what you thought it was?
I really can't say about that anything more than I don't know yet.
Okay, so let's take it one step further. So
yes,
just now let's imagine that you can't know your purpose unless you know where here is. This is called an existential question. Like, why do I exist? What am I doing here? What is here? All those questions. Those are, questions that people have been asking since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
So the answer to those questions, do you think that a picture from a stranger is good enough to answer those questions?
Well, no.
Yeah, no. And that's why, there's other reasons. That's the main reason, at least personally, I reject images, right? I'm not going to rely on any image someone can create for me to determine where I live, where I am, where here is, right? It's just a picture, right? That wouldn't be good enough for Aristotle, wouldn't be good enough for Plato, wouldn't be good enough for any of the ancient philosophers. Imagine if they just say, okay, Aristotle, forget that philosophy stuff. Check out this picture. And he just go, well, it's all solved. Let's just hang up my toga and go about my business, right? So that wouldn't happen. So pictures aren't good enough. They're just not good enough. And I don't know why they're good enough for some people.
Well, what I like to do, I like to question everything, and of course, I don't rely on a picture. I will see the picture. I make my own conclusions on my mind, and I'm not like, this is it, this is it. I'm more like of a maybe silent, and I think about the picture and think what could be wrong, what could be like